With that beep, I think you know what time that is, or it is now, is Dreamcast time for Super Old Game Saturday. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's so good to see you tonight for Super Old Game Saturday, the retro gaming stream I do each week with myself or guests, where we go through classic gaming goodness, and I am very glad you're here tonight because we have a very special program. I want to explain this before we get started because we're giving our love to the Dreamcast tonight as part of our third annual Thanksgiving Showcase program. Let me explain this before we get started, because we got a lot of games we're going to get to for this jam-packed show. About 2 years ago, when Protorova was in the chat for a game I was playing, was Castle of Illusion. It was the week before we had the Disney game going, before the annual show here. He said, I want to see Life Force from Konami. I said, yeah, I'll do it. But then I thought, he asked me a very astute question, saying, what happened to the genre? I want to get a sense of what's going on with it, where has it been, and why do we not see it that much anymore? So I said, let's take a look at a bunch of games in a round-robin situation, like 15, 20 minutes about, in one show. And I figured that also because we had Thanksgiving a couple days ago, and happy Thanksgiving, by the way, to everybody out there. And with that, I said, you know what, let's have a jam-packed feast of gaming as far as our retro gaming show. I'm Captain D-Trag, by the way, just to give you an idea of that. And with this, 2 years ago, we did flight shooters. Last year was fighting games. This year, I let the chat request or tell me what they wanted to see as far as the game and the genre, or games and genre they wanted to see. Dolly Finn wanted to see some racing games through the Dreamcast. We are here for that. And also filling a gaping hole we have in our Dreamcast coverage on this program, because I don't know if I mentioned this enough on this show, I love Sega's final console before they left the hardware business and went into making software. So for this special show, I have curated 20 games that we're going to be running through on the Dreamcast as far as racing, its highs, its lows, some other things you might not expect, some things you might not have played, some games you probably did play, and one game at the end you're going to be saying, how are we playing this? I got my way to play it, and you're not going to want to miss it. This is going to be a jam-packed show, and this is one of my favorite shows to do every year. Basically, this great celebration of gaming with a bunch of stuff that I've been asked to show, stuff I wanted to show, and games, in this case, I have been donated. Well, actually, one specific, but I have everything that's going to go for this, and with this, we are on the Dreamcast menu, and I also do have the tech, which means that I'm going to be able to show off all these games without the feed cutting. Thank God for the RetroTink 5X for that, and for the way that the Dreamcast is handling its transitions of stuff. Yeah, with this, we do have the Dreamcast. We are on the main menu here, ready to go with these games. I have them in a row, and I have a couple things I'm going to be doing with each of these in between. Everything is disc this time, because, the last couple times we've done this, we had systems that had digital releases, like Xbox One and Xbox 360. But with Dreamcast, everything here is on a disc. So I'm going to be switching discs constantly on this. I'm going to be changing audio as far as what you're going to hear on the screen, or hear from the what you're watching. Because sometimes the volumes of everything are going to be a little weird, and in certain cases I'm going to have to mute stuff flat out, just because of the fact that there is stuff that has licensed content, so I had to mute certain things. But I also have backups thanks to the Crochet Nerd 64 as far as this for that, and also one of the games he let me borrow for the purpose of showing this. Because we got a lot of great games to get to, a lot of interesting games for sure, and I cannot wait to get to this for sure. So I think with that, we're going to get started. So I have down on my paper everything that's going to be running through here with all my notes. I did a lot of note taking on this and a lot of audio checks. I spent the last 2 days specifically doing this, just so everything will be heard specifically for what it is, and also for the licensed content stuff, I would avoid any cases of, breaking that and getting content strikes. But we are going to be okay with this, and I think with that, let's get started. Okay, and this is also going to require me getting up to open the disc tray to put the discs I have for this. So, first game we're going to put in, and just get a sense of what it is. You're also, because we're on Dreamcast, you're going to hear the disc grinding like crazy. There you go. So while it does the check and does the load, let's get ready with our first game. We usually like to start with the oldest stuff, usually on this show, and this annual show, this third annual show, and I am so happy to be doing this. And I am so happy for Dolly Finn to make the request. All right, so we're starting with a joint from Namco. We've talked Namco before. We said we're going to have a Namco night at some point. Well, we're going to have one game of them at least for this. In the Namco Museum, which came out in 2000 for the Nintendo 64 and the Dreamcast, as well as later on the Game Boy Advance, from Mass Media. This is the team behind, I have it noted down in my notes here. They made Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue on the Nintendo 64, which is not a very good game, from what I've understood. But they also made StarCraft 64, which is also quite good, or actually was quite good. And they also made something I'm going to indicate, which is Thunder in Paradise, which was a CD-ROM full-motion video game with Hulk Hogan. I will picture put up with this when we edit in a couple days. But yeah, we have Namco Museum for this. I did buy it specifically to show off one game as far as our racing stuff, and if you know your Namco, you probably know what it is while I'm saying, yeah, I don't have enough space on my VMU. That's the other thing, the visual memory unit. I had to juggle around this pretty significantly in regards to the save files, because not every game has massive amounts of saving, or it has very few. This one was like, fine, it's just for the high scores for the Namco Museum, so I was like, alright, we're going to make do on this one. But yeah, if we're in racing territory with Namco, as we're getting this bit of, you know, the remix of a bunch of old classic sounds of these Namco games, yeah, we're going to be playing Pole Position in this. This collection, by the way, does have Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, Galaga, Galaxian, and Dig Dug along with Pole Position. And I'm also going to check my settings, because, yeah, since I don't have VMU save running on this, I need to get the volume up a little bit, get the screen size, which is normal. You'll give you the option to run the attract screen when you first boot the game up, or the boot up screen. And it's always a little confusing. The white highlighting there means it's highlighting to what you want on, so in that case, the white means on. Also, minigame to VMU. This is unique for this version, in that you can download a minigame called Packet to your visual memory unit, but if you're like me and you have the cell coin batteries that are long since dead on those things, you are not using this as a handheld device. But the good news is, even with those batteries dead, you can still do saves all you want. I have saves on this going back over 20 years. Not this one. I bought this game actually only a couple of months ago, because I said, I want to get a look of what we're doing, so we're doing the classic stuff, starting with Pole Position. Good old Pole Position. Let's get into it then. Yeah, this came out in 1982. This was created by Shinichiro Okamoto, who went on to make a sequel to this because this was a huge hit, as well as work on Gap Plus and a bunch of the Tales games, specifically Tales of Fantasia on the Super Famicom, and he was the lead director on Tales of Symphonia for the GameCube. And it was as well as Kazunori Sawano, who worked on King and Balloon and Galaxian. Now, this was a big deal when this game came out, and it was one of those things that I didn't really think that at the time when I first played it, which was in 1995, I believe. Because my first exposure to this was in the Microsoft Return of Arcade on the PC, which had this bundled in along with a bunch of other Namco games. And this was a huge deal. It was developed by Namco, but it was released by Atari in the US. And it became a huge hit. It was the most popular arcade game worldwide the year after it came out, which was 1982. So 1983, it was a huge hit. In Japan, it was massive. It kind of set a lot of standards as far as racing games are concerned. And it also had a cartoon that doesn't really have much to do with this game. And I've never even seen it. But yeah, that's how big a deal Pole Position was. And as far as how it's held up, it's not bad as far as how it plays, and it still is pretty fun, especially playing the arcade, which there definitely is some interesting stuff to that as you're doing your shifting and everything. Yeah, you do get the attract screen. Definitely is nice getting the Namco perspective. And hey, I think it's fitting we start with this one because, hey, I guess the oldest game we got tonight, but also just showing the fact that where did racing games start? This was not exactly the first racing game to come around. There was F1, which was like a mechanical game from 1976. It was by Namco as well. But yeah, this is the one that really set over the top. So yeah, Pac-Man was huge for Namco, along with Miss Pac-Man and other stuff. Yeah, for racing games, this is where it was at. So yeah, for this one, I'm going to hit Y button and put in credit. I hit the A button. Yeah, just as I push the A button, which is weird. But let's get going. Alright, so prepare to qualify. So if you've never played good old Pole Position here, here's how it works. A button is accelerated in this one. I wish you could turn to the right trigger, but in the case of this release, you hit the right trigger and you do shifting. You can go from low to high. When you're at low, you want to get yourself accelerating quickly, and that helps you accelerate quickly. High is what you use in order to get yourself going fast. For the purpose of the Dreamcast version, you can steer with the D-pad where it is a little slower. It might be better to steer that way, whereas on the control stick or the analog stick, it is a little twitchy, but it is accurate to how the game played in the arcades. If you crash into other cars, you explode. So don't let that happen, and avoid the rumble strips on the side of the road. We're seeing all of these advertisements for other Namco games. I believe there actually were specific advertisements in the original coin-op game. Go to Retro Arcade, you can definitely find one of those, but yeah, this is your qualifying lap to get to the end. There you go. Great driving, you qualified to race. That's a line that is in the Atari version of this when it came on the arcades. Some of the home ports don't have this. Because it was a weird one. Atari released this because I guess they had the rights to the name, but Namco made it. So after your qualifying lap, you run through 4 laps by default, going around the course, making sure you make your turns right, and make sure you don't crash. Which is a bit easier said than done. Though, interesting enough, only that Microsoft Return of Arcade version is one I'm able to do really well in terms of actually getting far. Alright, so... But yeah, when you do crash, you do want to put yourself up, or put yourself back to low gear, and then go to high gear when you hit about 160 kilometers per hour, as it is. Hear that? Yeah, it is that classic whirring as far as the cars. Yeah, be careful not to hit in them, and be careful not to hit in the water puddles. They appear during the race only. If you get past quick enough before you run out of time, you get an extension of your time. So pretty straightforward as far as how this is, but it is something that has a lot of strategy to it, because you have to be careful not to hit the other cars. They tend not to move that much, but you also have to be careful, because if you touch them, you explode. They do not. Yeah, I'm getting really close there. And the tight turn. That always is the tight turn, and making sure not to hit into the billboard. Actually, I'll also show what happens when you go over the water. You just slow down a little bit. I believe the Atari version, this does have more of a sound effect pronouncing that, specifically the blip. It's a little more reserved in the Namco release, which is not really much difference except for just the sounds, and I'm not going to make it. But that's fine, I'll do another run. And you get a passing bonus, by the way, for that. Alright, so yeah, I got high score. You put your name in. It's not going to matter because, as I said, I don't have enough of a space on my VMU to save for this one. Alright, but yeah, we'll go SOG, we'll go, and we'll have another run. Yeah, definitely an interesting one to get yourself going on as far as the racing stuff. And a good one to start with. And you can insert credits. I think you insert multiple credits, I think. Yeah, you can, okay. Because it did it again, I hit it twice. Because I guess you could do 2-player in this, although... I don't know if every game has 2-player. I think in a lot of cases it's going to be alternating anyway. Also, yeah, I didn't realize that the shifter holds between game overs, I guess. So if you start in high, you accelerate really slowly, so don't do that. When you're at nothing, basically go to low and then go to high. Yeah, so there is a lot of strategy, as I mentioned, to this game, but it is definitely one that is very primitive, but it is very smooth as far as how its movement is. It is a 60 frames per second case, although I guess back in 1982, there was not really much of an indication of that. Yeah, and realizing 1982, that means that we are at this game's 40th anniversary this year. Yeah, as I mentioned, I planned the show, I swear to God, but I didn't really think that went through, or even the other context of tonight's show, as I'm qualifying again, and that is that tomorrow is actually the 24th anniversary of the Dreamcast launch in Japan, which was November 27th in 1998. We got it on September 9th, 1999, but yeah, for Japan, that was how it was. So yeah, I guess we are celebrating the Dreamcast in more ways than one as far as this one's concerned. Yeah, there is good old Pac-Man on the side. Yeah, we'll see more of Pac-Man and more of the other Namco characters like a Dig Dug. And of course, they start you off when you have the attract on this one with the Tower of Jiraga, which, yeah, we got to play that game at some point because there's a lot that's going to be, you know, reckoned with when it comes to that. Because, yeah, that is an experience. And I'm definitely going to be sure to share that experience and hear anything got chat on that game or anything you're seeing with Pole Position. As I said, how this is going to work for the show, if you're new for the showcase programs, is that we're going to play these games for a couple minutes. It depends on the game, really, because certain games, we might be done with it quicker than others. But for other ones, it may take a little longer to kind of go into other stuff about them. Yeah, this game is very simple, as I mentioned, but it definitely is a lot of fun. And you can't always take that for granted when it comes to early examples of a genre, because you sometimes go back to early games based on something, like actually a lot of sports games, really early ones. Not many of those have held up very well. I think a lot of the NES sports games like baseball and 10-Yard Fight and things like that, where they've not really held up that great. So when you get one that holds up nicely like this one, you kind of want to take it. Also, okay, before we go on the next game, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try... You can set the dip switches on this one. You can set it for different things, so I'm going to do that. Hit the start button, and you go into settings. Yeah, you can change what your qualified time limit's going to be. You can also change the goal after laps, how much extended time you get, how hard or easy it is to do qualifying. Just for the purpose of seeing, I can show as much of this as I can. I'm going to go to max for easy, so yeah, I'm being very easy this way. But to be fair, that's how I did it also with the Return of Arcade collection. And one thing to say about this collection, just to go back to this as far as the Namco Museum for Dreamcast, that is that the games are pretty well ported. Certain ones are kind of weird how they kind of scrunch the screen, specifically ones that are vertically based, like Dig Dug and both the Pac-Man games that are in this. But the sounds are pretty good as far as on point. But one thing you'll also probably notice at some point, and you probably noticed at the beginning of this, is that the whole museum angle of Namco Museum is not really very present. And it has not been that way since the PlayStation 1. With the exception, sort of the Namco Museum 50th Anniversary Arcade Edition, where you saw the arcade machines in a little bit of a carousel setup, and had a lot of 80s music that was licensed for the purpose of it. But outside of that, that was about it. And I do miss that because those Namco Museum games on PlayStation, I fast enough, by the way, to get a pole position. You're in first when that happens. But yeah, those give a lot of information as far as the history of the games within them, and other things like specific things like the boards and artwork and concept art and things like that. Which I'm noticing actually now that I finally got my copy of Atari 50 for the Switch I bought it on, where it is a treasure trove of information. That is an amazing collection. I cannot recommend that one highly enough in terms of showing off the history of that company and the kind of thing that reminds me of a lot of the Namco Museum games and other collections that went to that degree to really explain the context of a company while also having the games preserved very, very well. Ouch. So not like the new Atari 50 collection, that is a massive store of stuff. Indeed it does. Darth Loctus, good evening to you. Hope you had a happy Thanksgiving and that you were doing well. And welcome to our Dreamcast Racing Showcase. Yeah, as I mentioned, Atari 50 came out actually a couple weeks ago. I got my copy late because I got the Steelbook edition. I was like, yeah, I'm steelbooking the Atari 50 collection for this. It is a nice setup, and we'll definitely show that collection because there's so much stuff in it. And it really puts a great look at Atari, even to the point where people from Atari saying like, hey, it was not easy to design for some of these consoles. Stuff like the Atari Jaguar. It's like, hey, this is not necessarily something that everything in this is great. And hey, we're kind of going against Sega and Nintendo in very weird ways. But it really is fascinating as far as how it is and what they're looking into it. Even going into the history of other companies, saying like, what were they doing with licensing with Namco and other stuff. And I feel free, by the way, Darth Locus, because we're jumping from game to game, to let me know any other memories you have on any of the games we're playing. Right now we're doing our pole position element as the earliest game we've got tonight. And I think with that, since we've kind of gone through a good amount of this, and I got my save stuff, well actually not on this game I don't, because my VMU does not have a whole lot of space. Not enough for the scores on this one, which is fine. I think we're good as far as going on to the next game, because yeah, we're going about 10, 15, 20 minutes, depending on the game, to jump across, so basically pretty much be ready to jump in on anything you got and any of the games you're seeing. Feel free to go in your memories on Namco stuff and this one as well. The only version of pole position I ever played was the Atari 2600 version, which I still have this very day. I've heard there's a very good port of it. I have actually not played it on that system, but I heard it was a big deal. As we mentioned earlier, before we jumped on, I was mentioning the fact that this was a huge seller for Namco and for Atari who released it as far as in the arcade. And then when they got that on the 2600, that was a big selling point. That was a big case of back then. In fact, I was even talking to family about this past week. The idea that when it came to having a home arcade release like this and having something that was really on point, it was a big deal. People were like, oh my god, I can't wait to get an Atari 2600 to play something like pole position or to play a game like Space Invaders. And also made other cases where the ports were not well realized, like the 2600 version of Pac-Man, another Namco case, much more of a problem. Although with pole position, that was definitely a better case. And definitely good to that. And as I said, we'll definitely got to figure some stuff with 2600. I don't actually have a unit. I have to probably get one specific, but I do have that Atari collection and other stuff for it. So we definitely do more Atari representation, because there's a lot to be talking about with that console and with that era of console. And there's definitely a lot of interesting things. And yeah, pole position is a great case of that. Giving a picture of early 80s gaming, especially something like this, where it is 40 years this year. And to think this was such a huge hit that not only was this the best-selling arcade machine in 1983, but also it spawned a cartoon. I never saw the cartoon. Let me know if you have. Apparently it had nothing to do with this game, from what I've gathered. But, alright, for the purpose of that, thank you for that memory, by the way, Darth Loctus, and for adding to the show as you are, as you always have when you come on. We're going to go to the next game. We're going to stay a little retro on this. Yeah, I'm opening the disc tray on the Dreamcast. This is able to be done, so don't worry. We're all set. I put the controller down. It's probably going to hit the mic a little. And put down my discard pile of discs. As I said, I'm also going to be doing this in regards to the VMUs I'm running stuff on. Because it's very specific sometimes in terms of what games will load from what VMU. Okay, so we got Namco's perspective as far as our early arcade racing action. But what was Sega doing? One of their early arcade games, early arcade racing games. Well, we're going to take a look. And this is where the game that I am going to be playing for sure at some point on this show. I love the Atari 2600 Mini. As far as I know, it still works and then it powers on. But I don't have a TV that'll take its hookup. Yeah, I guess because it's probably running on composite cables specific. I have the RetroTink 5X. I cannot recommend that highly enough. It's a lot of money. It's $300. But this is what I'm connecting to my HD television. And any connection can go into that. You could probably put in an Atari 2600 for the purpose of that. But alright, for the next game we're going to be playing, Shenmue. I'm going to be showing this off for a certain thing. Yeah, this came out in 2000 on the Dreamcast. We're going to play this whole game. I adore this game with all of my heart and soul. It means so much to me as far as what it is, the adventures of Ryo Hazuki at the Hazuki Dojo in Yamanose. But we're going to be going a little back in the past on this one. I'm going to load the save. I'll explain what I had to do in order to get this. And this is an 80 block save, by the way, for Shenmue. So, this was a good amount of the 200 blocks on the VMU for this. Alright. Yeah, this is a retro game, although it's not going to look... Well, fine, it is a retro game now. It's like 22 years old now. And here is Ryo Hazuki. But I'm going to show you a couple things first. Because we're going to be playing Hang On, by the way. Because this game had a lot of Sega arcade games in it. At least this one had Afterburner... Oh, no. 2 had Afterburner 2 and Outrun. This is Space Harrier, which is shown in our shooter showcase. And it has Hang On. We're showing that. First, let's talk to Ine-san.
Ine-san.
Yes.
Yeah, we're looking for someone from China. This is going to be previewed when we play Shenmue. I am absolutely going to play this game to its fullest, and we're going to use the Dreamcast version for it.
It's nothing really.
So I'm going to say hello to her and give a little bit of a preview of what that game's going to look like before we play Hang On. I'll explain how we're going to do it.
The Ajiichi?
Alright, so I got my notebook, by the way. Hit the X button to open that up. Yeah, we have to go to Ajiichi Restaurant to meet Tao-san. He'll know where Ryo's killer, Landy, might have gone. But we'll do that at some point. I want to do this game next year at some point. But let's get down to the business at hand. That is Hang On. Alright, let me show you something. Go in the living room and target very specifically the cupboard here and hit the A button. This is not time period specific because it takes place in 1986, but Ryo has a Sega Saturn. That's right there. Be able to show that. Well, there's the light. I can turn the light off. But you know what? Let's turn the light off for a maximum, old school gaming effect. So there's the Sega Saturn. Right there, it is the Japanese version of the system. Alright, hit the Y button. Let me show you something. As I mentioned, Hang On and Afterburner... No, I keep saying that. Afterburner's in the second game. Space Harrier are in Shenmue 1. It is a Sega Saturn game as far as how it is. Let me explain something. For this game, you normally have to go down to the arcade in Dobuita in order to play this. But if you win second place in the lottery from the Tomato Convenience Mart, you get a Sega Saturn copy of either this one or Hang On. You can play it multiple times. Off screen, I played this multiple times until I got second place in order to get this. And then you can come to the Sega Saturn in Ryo's house and play this game at any point. Shenmue 2 would fix this because as soon as you unlock a game, it comes from the menu as it is. But with this, hit the A button on this. He turned on the console, and he is putting in the disc. And with this, we're going to be playing the arcade racing game of Sega's that came out 3 years after Pole Position did. This is Hang On, which came out in 1985 from Yu Suzuki. He also made Shenmue, so that's why it's in that game. There's also port of a bunch of things. The SG-1000, the PC-88, the MSX, the Sega Master System, Xbox, Xbox One, PS4, and a lot of other places. There's also a Yu Suzuki GameWorks Volume 1 release on Dreamcast that has this, which is kind of a bit of a book, along with a collection of this, and actually more Yu Suzuki games that aren't on Dreamcast any other place, but it costs like $200, and it's an import game, so I'd have to use like a DCX in order to get that running. But for this, we have it in this game, like with Pole Position, this was a very popular game. It sold very, very well in the US and in Japan. It was also the highest selling game of its respective years. And as I mentioned, Yu Suzuki developed this, who also made Virtua Fighter and Space Harrier and Radmobile. And we've talking Kingdom Hearts on the show every so often. He was one of the designers on Kingdom Hearts Unchained Cross, which I did not know until I was doing research. But alright, with that, we're going to get going with Hang On. Hit the start button. And for the Shenmue version, you do have the watch, brought to you by Tamex, by the way, of Ryo's. And also advertisements for dope weeds as you're rolling along. Okay, right trigger is your acceleration. And use left and right to go, and you hear the great music, the as you're going down the street, and be careful not to crash into stuff. And man, look how smooth this game is. Like with pole position, this was definitely the scrolling racing game, and more so even than pole position, the idea was that there was a huge bike as far as the design of the arcade game, although there were also stand-up versions of it. You go and you just ride on the bike, and you're steering left and right. You make sure you don't crash into anything, otherwise you're going to be trouble, and you have brake, which is on left trigger. Yeah, this game was also my first exposure to this, for sure. Yeah, you don't want to hit into the other bikes, because you won't get hurt like with pole position, when they usually bounce you off and hit into a tree or into a billboard. If that happens, yeah, it's not going to be good. Just keep going and keep racing. Another one that's simple, but definitely shows a lot of great promise for Sega at that time, and yeah, it is beautiful. And if you get to checkpoint, the weather changes, and you get an extended play. Feel free, chat, to go into any memories you have on Hang-On, or even on Shenmue specific. I mean, we're going to play Shenmue eventually. But yeah, this is my experience in this game, and realizing, hey, this game is an old Sega game I didn't really play. Actually, it was, as I mentioned, a lot of the early systems. You mentioned Atari 2600. I don't think there was a port of this to that, and it would have been an unofficial maybe. Although, actually, the TurboGrafx 16 had a couple of Sega arcade ports, like Space Harrier on it. I don't remember if there was one on this one, but a lot of the consoles I had did not have Hang-On actually until Dreamcast, until this game came out. And you get the YS Yu Suzuki logo. And here, yeah, be careful on not hitting the rocks. So there's a little bit of a precursor also to Outrun, which was released the year after this, and is in Shenmue 2. So when we get to Shenmue 2, careful. Oh, well, you're avoiding the Hazuki advertisements that actually, I think, look like Marlboro. And I think that might have been advertised in the original Japanese version. All right, there you go. So yeah, we were riding on the sunset. Yeah, the thing about this game that you do want to do is just make sure you're managing your accelerating and braking. You can hold the accelerator the whole time, yes. When the turns come up, sometimes they come up really, really quickly. So if that's the case, you might get in trouble if you don't slow down a little. And also making sure not hitting the other bikes so those get bouncing. I'm doing way better. Also, if you do go off-road without hitting into anything, you'll kind of sort of spin. It just slows you down. Which is better than crashing into something, I'll tell you that right now. And like something like Space Harrier, where you can crash into certain things and live, not in this game. Everything is going to explode, make your car explode, or your motorcycle explode. Alright, keep going. And this is also something at the start of a franchise of sorts for Sega, in that we had Super Hang-On, that came out a couple years after this, as well as Hang-On GP, which was on the Sega Saturn, I believe. I think there was an arcade version of that. And other games were going for biking with Sega, specifically Manx TT Superbike. Ouch! Actually, I don't know if I'm going to get to the end because I went off the road a little bit. But if you don't get to the end of the road, they'll give you a preview like, how close are you to the last checkpoint? There are 5 checkpoints you have to get to. I have actually never gotten to all of them, so worth pointing out. Also, for entering of your name, yeah, left trigger for the brake is entering the letter, so we're not going to enter that letter. You're going to go down to the minus, do that. You have to hold the right trigger in order to go to the letter you want, or to advance, and then hit left trigger on what you want. So, SOG, short for SuperOldGameSaturday, I guess, because there's only 3 letters. Alright, SOG. And because you have the Sega Saturn version, you do have free play. If you go down to the Dobuita arcade, you have to put in money each time. It was only 100 yen, so it's not much. But actually, I spent way more just trying to unlock this from the Tomato Convenience Mart, because it's a totally random pull. And it's not even the most rare item you can get off of that. That, by the way, would be the boombox. You can get a boombox for Rio's room, and you can basically play music CDs that you buy. Actually, no, cassette tapes, I should say, for this, because, yeah, it is a 1986 game. And you can play them without running out of battery power. Otherwise, you have to go and buy batteries. And he said, we'll do that when we play Shenmue, because I love this game, and I'm absolutely going to show off everything I have on it. But for the time being, we have our classic arcade racing fixed for the purpose of it. And this is actually the last of the really ancient arcade racing games we're going to see tonight. But as I said, for a game that came out, God, about this time, 37 years. Like with pole position, it holds up well. To the point where, well, fine, this game has not been re-released in anything else but the Shenmue games, really. But the Yakuza games, actually, Yakuza 0 has this game's sequel, and it has Super Hang-On, which I'm glad to know, because I'm playing Yakuza 0 recently. The Crusade Nerd 64 is a huge one on that in particular. He's playing them all the way from the start. I had the remake of the first one, Kiwami, and the Zero game has a port of the arcade on Super Hang-On, which is good because that means I can also show it for this program, because otherwise the only versions I have the one on the 3DS, which is amazing, especially in terms of the 3D they do with it, and then also I have the Sega Genesis version in the Genesis Mini 2, which, all things considered, is a pretty good port. That also is the other thing. By the time the Genesis was around, there was Super Hang-On, so they said, fine, we'll just port that one, let's not port old Hang-On. They kind of left that sort of in the dust. And the main difference, just to give a little bit of an idea for that one, is that oh shit, as I crash, you hear that vroom vroom, and yeah, you explode, and I am left on the side. Yeah, for Super Hang-On, how that works is, it plays the same as this, although you have multiple continents to race on. It also gives you a little bit of a turbo boost. When you get yourself up to max speed, you hit that and you go faster. And basically you have to have a bit of a risk reward to turn that on to go faster to make sure you get to the checkpoint in time. Or, not be careful and then crash. Also, you can use the D-pad to steer in this one as well. The one thing to note on that is, at least in Shenmue 1, is that it will kind of lock you in terms of a turn like that. Okay, fine. Yeah, like that. It turns you in that way. So yeah, if you don't adjust your turn quickly, you're going to crash into something like in that cactus. And the animation changes specifically as far as he started to get up and they collapsed on the ground when he crashed a second time. So none of that was supposed to show him crashing. So yeah, be careful not to do that. Yeah, and he does survive it, and he always is out of the way of the explosion. So yeah, he definitely, Hang-On Man is definitely very skilled that way. And yeah, he is wearing a helmet, so don't worry, he'll live. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get to the end on this one. And you do get points, the blip, blip. That means you get more points when you pass by cars, or bikes. I keep saying cars. I guess I got Outrun on the mind a little bit. Alright, I didn't get to the next checkpoint, but that's fine. But I keep getting high scores as far as, and that's the other thing as far as older arcade games, that it's all about getting the high score. In this case, beating it, of which, if you do beat this game, by the way, in Shenmue, you have to go to the arcade to do this. The owner of the arcade will give you a specific plaque if you win and completely beat the game, which means that you have to complete all of the courses. Although, the good thing is that you could feasibly practice at home like this if you get this, but you pretty much have to get that going. And fine, we'll say socks. I don't know, because I couldn't get to the G in time. Alright, that is the end of Hang On. You hit the B button, you go back to Ryo's house. Alright, so there is the... And time, by the way, will pass in Shenmue 1 for the purpose of this, so eventually it gets to the point where it'll say, like, if it hits 11 p.m., the game stops when you finish your last race. And they'll say, like, it's that late already, I gotta go to bed. Alright, there is Ryo. We'll see you eventually when we get to this game. I'm looking forward to playing it. Or in the words of Ryo, I see. Alright, with that, we're gonna bid Ryo a farewell for the brief period. Going to the next game. Okay, so there is the classic arcade representation of the show. So let's move up about a decade and a half. We're going to take a look at the stuff of Midway's. I have two games here of theirs. One I own and one actually is a donation. But let's start with the one I have. Alrighty, so... It may be getting close to winter now, in about a month, and depending on where you are, you might already be in winter cases with blizzards and really cold temperatures. We're going back to summer a little bit for the purpose of this one. We're going to be playing Hydro Thunder. Feel free to let me know if you have memories on this one. I love this game in the arcade. It is from Midway, who developed it and, or published it. Well, published and developed in the arcade, but the home version was developed by Eurocom, a company I miss dearly. They made a bunch of games on other systems. They made, what were they? Yeah, they made the ports of Cruisin' World on the Nintendo 64, as well as Mortal Kombat 4, and I also need to change the volume a little bit on these games. I forgot to put up on Hang On. I had Hang On actually pretty low, so maybe you didn't hear some of the stuff with that. I'll have to keep an eye on that, but alright, we'll have the opening cutscene for this one. It was released in 1999 in the arcades, and then it got ported to the Dreamcast the day it launched on September 9th, 1999. It then later got ports on the PlayStation 1 and the Nintendo 64, and it was also put into the Midway Arcade Treasures 3 collection on the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox. there's problems with that version, I will not lie to you. And it also differs based on console, because the Xbox version of that Midway Treasures 3 has the frame rate run really, really badly, where the GameCube version runs better than even this does. And the loading is longer on the Xbox, but not on the GameCube. But then that's going to be flipped, actually, with the next game we have, which also came out of the collection. Also, you don't get this great intro. So as you go along in the boats for Team Hydro Racing, hit start and get the Hydro Thunder. Okay, now, in the arcade, let's go on one thing about this, as a Loma save. In the arcade, this had a setup where it was a steering wheel, but it also had on the right of the machine, I'll put an edit to show the picture of the machine when I upload this in a couple of days to the YouTube site. It had a lever. You basically push it forward or backwards, and that controlled your acceleration and braking. And there's a little button on the side of it. You press that, and you could use your turbo boost when you pick up boost icon. You saw that in the intro over there. And then if you crash into other boats and things, use your mighty hull of your ship in order to knock them off. And it is terrific fun. Unfortunately, most of the home ports of this game do not have that control method. You think like, okay, how could they do this? Well, on the Dreamcast, they sort of have this, because there's two configurable controls. They are preset. You can't remap them as you want. There's the default one where you have the left and right triggers as your acceleration and brake, and A button for your boost. But Config 2 does have it set up in that method where up and down on D-pad is steering. Oh, fine. You steer on left and right, and up is accelerate. And brake is on the B button. So, okay, fine. It's not 100%. Although, interesting enough, the PlayStation version of this game, the PS1 edition, it does have dual analog controls for it, so you actually can use the right analog stick to push forward, to accelerate, and back to brake. So, that might be the best version of the game to get for replicating the arcade experience one-to-one. It does have a unique season mode that is only in that version. Actually, interestingly enough, all the versions this came out on the home consoles have unique attributes to them. This is the closest to the arcade game as new courses and boats. And those are carried over into the N64 and PlayStation editions too. But the N64 version is the only one that has a 4-player mode. You do need an expansion pack to have that 4-player running, but that's the only one that has it. And you can play with 3 as well. And PlayStation has that right analog control and the season mode that's unique. And the Midway Treasures version is porting this one, but not as well. And I'll go into that for sure.
Choose your track.
Okay, so I do have every track unlocked, and as I mentioned, there's tracks in this that are unique to the Dreamcast version, and then to the later versions that came out. Alright, so you have your easy courses of Thunder Park, Lost Island, and Arctic Circle, as well as your medium courses like Greek Isles, Lake Powell, and the Far East. Yeah, the hard courses, which are for experts only, like the Ship Graveyard, the Venice Canals, and New York Disaster. And by getting first place on all of these, and first place on each of these, which is insanely hard to do, you unlock the bonus tracks of Nile Adventure, Hydro Speedway, Catacomb, and Castle Von Dandy. Alright, for the purpose of running this, I think I'll show at least one of each. Let's take a look at Lost Island, and chat, if you have any preferences on medium, hard, and bonus tracks, feel free to let me know and we can do them. This is the first track in this game I ever played when I first played this in the arcade, which is back in 1999 before the Dreamcast version came out. And I had a blast playing this. Like, oh my god, this is pretty cool. Also, there is a visual glitch, I guess, with this release that I think running this with the RetroTink 5X kind of revealed. You're seeing at the bottom there, it has the picture-in-picture there as far as the boat, but it looks like the surrounding of the screen. It doesn't show this way on the Dreamcast when you actually play it on that, but running it through the tech I have, you kind of see the bottom, so like, wait a second, it's basically just putting the boat selection over everything, so it has that element of the water at the bottom. I didn't notice that until I was actually doing the test on this. But alright, you have your boats of Damn the Torpedoes, Midway, Misbehave. Misbehave is really good as far as gliding through the air. And they don't tell you necessarily the stats. You have to kind of find these out your own. There's Banshee, Tidal Blade, and Thresher. Tidal Blade is one that is very fast. You also have the hard boats. Yeah, you're crazy if you're going to be running these, but they do go really fast and have some powers to them. Like Cutthroat, Rad Hazard, which is basically the UFO that can have a dash through with lightning, and Razorback. And then your bonus boats, which are the Chumdinger, which basically is a motorboat with a dog that barks when you pass by everybody. Blowfish, which is hovercraft. Armed Response, which is basically a Coast Guard ship, and the Tiny Tannic. I think we should show the Tiny Tannic. You know what? Fine, let's show the Tiny Tannic now.
Tiny Tannic.
Shows the idea that Midway definitely had their Sense of humor running with this one. And a lot of other stuff. But alright, we got all the tracks ready to go on Lost Island. You get the countdown when you're ready to go on this one. I love this. Which are 3, 2, 1, go, go, go! Alright, off we go. You do have a 30 FPS frame rate, which is way worse on that Xbox port, but not the GameCube one, weirdly enough. Alright, you're gonna get a boost item. You have to wait up for your booster to get ready, and you basically go flying as far as this. And you can find secrets here going like, hey, you found a secret. And hit the boosters. The blue ones are worth 4 seconds to your boost, and the red ones worth 9. Also, if you hit, I believe, brake and then the boost button, you can kind of do a jump, but it's not easy to do that. In that case, yeah, knock the boats off. Boom, there you go. Yeah, the Titanic's supposed to sink to the bottom of the ocean. We're like, yeah, not this case. But also, you get the beeping going on when your booster's getting low. One thing to keep in mind is when you run out of boost, the boost I have on the back as far as the jet, it goes down in the water, so it takes a little bit of time to come back. So what you really want to do with this game, I'll say this, any version, is you want to make sure that you have a little boost at the end, just make sure it doesn't run out completely. And there's the Lost Island Tours. Yeah, we can knock them off if I can get close, but they also move really fast. Yeah, boom, there they go, and they go, ah! So if you ever played something like Cruising USA or World or Exotica, this might look a little familiar. Yeah, and also they do indicate on the radar behind you the non-player boats. Yeah, he keeps coming back, he's like, and there are the 2D pasted people. Alright, fine, I used the boost wrong that way. I do love that. Bling. Also, when you go in the caves, the map in the upper right-hand corner of the screen gets fuzzy. And also, going through the volcano, there's a 9 boost behind here. So that's what you want to do. You want to take every shortcut you can find and go places, because you might find stuff that's unique. Alright, 4th place. This thing is very unwieldy, I will say that as far as the control of it. I don't even know if I've actually ever played with this thing. We're almost at the end. So, finish line, dead ahead! Let's see if I can't pull out. Okay, second at least. Boom, got it. And there we go, we are done. So that's a new best time, although it's not my best time. I've had these times for almost 20 years. Actually, over 20 years. 22 about this point. Yeah, I was definitely a Dreamcast person in terms of the games I picked up on this. Alright, yeah, you can set your name as you want. Also, you do want to... Okay, no, I'm thinking Wave Race 64. Which, actually, this game was kind of compared to in some ways. Especially on N64. And it costs a bit more on the N64 than Wave Race does. And actually more than this version, too. Alright, so there are my things. Actually, that is how I cheated, by the way. Number 2, the question mark PB. That is the code you use to unlock all the courses, which I did years ago. Because, like, yeah, Nile Adventure is insanely hard. So, I was like, yeah, I can't win on that track. I'm sorry. But I think for the purpose of that, we'll go to the next one. Let's see. Let's do, because we still have the intro, let's do Lake Powell. And then we'll do one of the hard ones, and we'll do a bonus, and we'll go on to the next game.
Choose your...
That means that I'm going to pick something else that's not as unwieldy. I'll pick Tidal Blade. Yeah, this game is so much fun. The one thing I'll say, though, about this Dreamcast version, it does have some elements with its frame rate. Although, compared to the Midway Treasures 3 release, yeah, this is much better than that is. Unless you get on the GameCube. So, yeah, when we get to Midway Treasures 3, we'll play that eventually. We'll play on the GameCube version. Which is the reason, by the way, that's better is also because the fact that the PS2 and the Xbox versions of that were rushed to market because they were included as pre-order bonuses with LA Rush. But since LA Rush wasn't on the GameCube, they were able to have more time to make it work on the GameCube. Better for this game, but not for everyone, so it's a bit inconsistent. Right, yeah, we're going down the road. And also, one other thing to mention about that Midway Treasures 3 port, you're seeing how clear the water is here, and it looks really, really nice. We're seeing the police boat, but, and telling me to pull over. Like, yeah, sorry, we're not pulling over for no one. And the houseboat's getting knocked down. And the boost will move, by the way, on certain courses as you go along. Yeah, for that GameCube edition, yeah, it runs better, for sure, and it loads better, but there are other things where it runs worse. And the next game's going to be a case of that. I just love the totally out-of-control nature of this, and also, as I mentioned, I was mentioning specific, the water's clear and reflective in this version. On the Midway Treasures 3, they make it totally deep blue, which looks like it kind of catches your eye a little bit in terms of certain things. Also, the shortcut going through the waterfall. But it also doesn't look as nice, honestly. So there are definitely some weird concessions. You think, oh, that'd be a straight element as far as porting that, because it is a port of this Dreamcast version, but yeah, they didn't completely get it. You do get the yells going on, I think, when you go up. Actually, no, the next one, because, yeah, there's the biggest jump in the entire game is coming up. Yeah, if you can get all the boosts going and basically keep that boost going the entire race, that's you're going to win and knock down the helicopter. Boom. I'll try to do the jump, but I don't remember how to do it. I think it's the break and then that. All right, yeah, the police are here. Yeah, we're stuck, right? No, we're not. We are boosting over the Hoover Dam. And off we go. You get that Yahoo! Going and boom. Yeah, it just feels so good. All right, out of my way. All right, I got third. Not bad. Yeah, but my days of really being good at this game are a bit behind me. That being said, I do love it, and I said my favorite version would be the arcade game, but now that I found out the PlayStation version has the dual analog controls, I would think maybe that one. And it's cheap. It's the cheapest version of these games, or of this game, I should say. The N64 version is the most, like, $60 about. The Dreamcast one's like 30, 40, and the PlayStation one is about 25. But it looks the worst, although from what I've seen, it seems like it runs okay. Better than the Midway Controllers 3 for Xbox. I'm pretty sure the PlayStation 2 is going to be the same way as far as that. Alright, let's show the New York disaster. I think this is going to be a case of this. Is the apocalyptic element of New York. So you ever seen Escape from New York by John Carpenter? This is going to look a bit familiar. We'll run the Rad Hazard there. I said, I think there's nothing else is also reflecting what I really like about Midway as a company, or liked about them. Because, of course, they are no longer in business, but Warner Brothers has most of their stuff. Well, mostly, but one thing they don't have is they don't have the sequel to this game, which is by Microsoft. It is on the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation... Oh, no, it's only on the Xbox, because Microsoft published it. It's on Xbox One and Xbox 360 as far as playability, and also the Xbox Series S and X. It's Hydro Thunder Hurricane, which is a really good game. I definitely want to show that, because that's another fantastic one. Oh, shit. Yeah, but my time's running low, and I'm not doing well going around the curves, and the Rad Hazard does not turn very well. And it'll give you much time to get to the end of everything. But yeah, it does look really nice to blast through. But yeah, the turning is very wide on this thing. I'm realizing now why I was not good at running this boat. Okay, you sort of bounced a little bit. And this is also where you're noticing to slow down more, because there's a lot of stuff going on the screen. So yeah, this is not a perfect port, but it definitely did capture the element of playing in the arcade. But yeah, there's nothing like playing in the arcade. If you can play this in the arcade and find a version of this around, I cannot recommend you play it enough. As well as its unofficial successor in the arcades, which is H2 Overdrive, which is by Raw Thrills, which was Eugene Jarvis's company, who worked at Midway, by the way. Which has the element of that, and yeah, there's the Coast Guard saying, like, hey, we're trying to save lives here, for crying out loud. Yeah, sorry, we're going down the way. We gotta get ourselves out of here. It's like, yeah, you're trying to save lives. We're not saying, no, don't do that. We're saying we gotta survive, too. Alright, we're almost there. Those are the boats. You do get the sense as far as how the waves are really affecting them, and also the attributes of the boats themselves. Alright, definitely, I don't know if you're hearing this, I have the jump pack inserted into the controller, because basically every game we're going to play tonight has support for it. So at that point, you get to hear the rumble going on. Alright, so there we go. There is the Statue of Liberty that way. I guess a touch to Planet of the Apes specifically. You maniacs. There we go. Yeah, we did escape from New York, effectively. And there also is 2-player in this, although the frame rate is not very good. I don't know how the N64 version is with its 4 players, but that is an option as far as it, and I do like the fact there's more multiplayer stuff going on in Hydro Thunder, and the arcade version had 4-player when you linked the machines together. Alright, so we'll do one of the bonus tracks. You know, I think I should show Nile Adventure just because I said Nile Adventure is so much of an annoyance that I would just show it. And then we'll go on to the next game, which is also going to be Midway. Alright, so Nile Adventure, let's do this. And we can definitely come back to this game. By the way, one thing, I don't know if I've indicated this specifically when it's come to the showcase shows. Just because we're playing a game for this does not mean that... let's show the Chumdinger specifics so we get the dog barking. Just because we're showing a game on the show does not mean we're not going to touch it again. This is more of a showcase case, so there are definitely games that I would like to show as far as a full episode of the program. And Chad, if you have anything you're seeing here that you want to see full treatment given to, let me know. We can make it happen. And I can think of a couple things.
3, 2, 1, go, go, go!
Alright, so yeah, we got the fisherman here with his dog. And when we get close to the boats, the dog's gonna start barking. Which I do love that touch. Alright, whoa.
I'm running.
Yeah, they keep saying the time running low, and I just missed the boost. Okay, yeah, I barely got to the checkpoint. Damn. Yeah, the dog is definitely, right to bark on this one, because, this level is annoying. And actually, I have not raced this level in quite a bit of time, so... yeah, if it's looking like I'm rusty on this game, I am. But the lighting is really nice, as far as we're seeing. It looks like something out of Indiana Jones, but also the wind here, it is a little piercing. Alright. I'll say, okay, good. I did the jump up. Fantastic. When you do that, you get the boost going. Yeah, this is your easy way through. But even if you run a perfect race almost on this, chances are you're still not going to win. And I'm not expecting to win doing this run through. Yeah, the way I did the jump, by the way, is you have to hit the brake and then you hit the boost specific. It's easier to do in the arcade version, but on Dreamcast and maybe in the other versions, it's not as easy. As I said, now that I found out, and I only found this out when I was doing my research, that PS1 edition has a right analog method of controlling, I kind of want to get that one just for the purpose of how it plays. Alright. Yeah, dogs going nuts, which, as I said, is a totally understandable reaction to all this weird stuff in the Nile adventure. Well, and also it's very dark in here, so yeah, only the sort of light of your boat is lighting the way until you get to, like, fire coming up. Whoa. Yeah, and they will warn you, like, tight turns ahead. Oh, shit. What happened? Oh, wait, that's where one of the shortcuts was. Okay, okay, now I remember. Now it's all coming back. Whoa. They look quite a spectacle, including here. Is like, I guess there's flashing lights in here a little bit as, I guess, Neptune, the god of thunder specifically, or I guess, yeah, I think he's the god of thunder. Feel free to correct me if that's not right, Chad, or correct myself in a few days when I edit this. Yeah, he's causing trouble. Which I guess it goes to what the Crusader 64, who's going to be on the show next week for Shadow Hearts, his third part, has been playing. He's playing the God of War game from 2018 quite a bit. This is definitely more in line with something like that. Whoa. Yeah, okay, I'll try to do the jump up to get the 9 boost. Oh, I got a 4 boost. Yeah, because some of the boosts are invisible, by the way. Alright, out of the way. Boom. Although sometimes you can hit them ahead and it doesn't really help because they're still going to be ahead of you. I'm trying to get to the end. Alright, we're almost there, I think. Yeah, I think this is also the longest track, and I will put flashing light warnings by the way of this. You think of Jupiter, Zeus. Neptune is the god of the seas. Okay, thank you very much. I knew I had that wrong, sort of. I didn't remember. It's like, and flashing light warning I will have indicated when we upload this. Thank you for that, for sure, Ortholocus. I appreciate that. As I've said multiple times before, not everything I'm saying is right or 100%, but that's where all of you in the chat help out, and I appreciate it very much as we are getting out to the end, and now we are at 6th. I'll take that, considering how long and difficult this course is. Alrighty, so there we go. That is your experience with Hydro Thunder. I love this game, and we'll definitely come back to it for sure. We're going to show the Midway Controllers 3 eventually, but I will also show one of those other versions. I might get that PlayStation edition just to get a sense of if the way that controls is one-to-one with the arcade, because that's what I've been looking for years. I'm saying, what's the way to control this game that is exactly like the arcade? Because those arcade cabinets are massive. You're not going to necessarily have one of those in your house, unless you're paying like $10,000 or something. It's like, yeah, no. You have to really get your house situated to get that running. But all right. So there is Hydro Thunder, our first of 2 shots of Midway. Let's take a look at the next one. All right. Also, before I start the next one, we'll make sure I'm actually watching the volume levels, because I have to change the game audio on some of this stuff. And I have to remember to do that. I didn't do that on Hang On. Okay, so I'm going to turn this up to... I have them written down for what they are. Yeah, it was 43, because here's the thing. Some of the ways that these games are running outputs of their sound are different. Some are quieter, some are louder. So I took the whole week, basically just kind of do checks to make sure that, okay, where they sound good in combination with my voice and also with the game audio, so you're not missing anything. And fine, Hang On, I forgot to put it up to 49. I had it at 46. Hopefully you still heard that. This next one I want to turn it down, because this game gets pretty damn loud. Alright, so there's Hydro Thunder out. And next is a game that was donated by the Crochet Nerd 64, and I thank him so much for donating this one, because this is a terrific game that costs quite a bit of money, actually. This is San Francisco Rush 2049, which came out in the arcades in 1999, and it got versions on Dreamcast here, as well as Nintendo 64 and the Game Boy Color. And this was also in the Midway Treasures 3 release, where the Xbox version runs better than this one, and the GameCube version runs worse. And this is going to get loud as it's going in here and saying, Rush! Yeah, and any memories of San Francisco Rush, 2049 or any of them, let it fly, because, yeah, this is a great one. It was developed by Atari Games, or Midway Games West, as they were known later on, who also made games like Gauntlet Legends and Zybots and California Speed and every one of the San Francisco Rush titles. Yeah, as I mentioned, this is not a cheap game. The price of this one has fluctuated, it seems, over the years, but I was saying, okay, we're going to do this showcase show. I think I asked the Crochet Nerd 64, I said, what do you have racing-wise on the Dreamcast? Because he's the other big Dreamcast person of the people I know, as far as having a lot of games for it. As far as racing games, he said this is the only one he had. It's not a game he bought, because he's not necessarily huge into racing games, but I told him how much this game tends to run for. I mean, I've seen it online for about $50, $60, $70, but I'm also seeing listings that are over 100. And given how great this game is, which, by the way, is brought to you by Slim Jim and Dickies, yeah, I said, hold on to this one, my friend. And he said, okay, this game is worth a lot. I didn't know that. I'm glad I have it and hold on to it for sure. I will hold on to it. And he said he'd be willing to let me part with it for a week or a couple weeks to get ready for it. But I do have it for him, and as I said, he said a couple months ago, he said, if the game is gone, I'll know where it went. He's like, yeah, he's getting this back next week when he comes in for Shadow Hearts for the next part of it. But all right. Yeah, we have the music here. There is online for this, sort of, in the sense that there was a website. I don't think it had online play. Actually, no, it didn't have online play. It had... I think it might have had a leaderboard support. I think you could kind of get maybe some DLC stuff for it, sort of, kind of. I don't remember specific. Also, you do have player options up to 4 players. And on the Midway Treasures 3, the music you're hearing here is pitched differently. It's way lower in terms of how it's pitched. So it's like, yeah, there's issues with that version. Although, actually, in that case, it's the flip side of Hydro Thunder, where the GameCube version runs worse for this game, but the Xbox version runs better. Alright, yeah, you'd also have your VMU settings. I have this in another VMU. I have another controller off on the side, and thankfully this is a game you can load from any VMU instead of the one in controller 1. So I have this ready to go with what I got, of what I've been able to play of this. And you do have a bunch of modes, which I'll tell you, one thing, my first experience playing this game was with the demo disc that came with one of the Dreamcast magazines back in 2000. They gave you a demonstration of every mode in this. To the point where, yeah, for a demo, it was insanely heavily packed with stuff. So you could keep playing it quite a bit, almost not exactly having the whole game, but kind of getting there a little bit. And you do have your practice races, ghost races, circuit races, and stunt mode. I'll show the stunt mode later on. You have your single races during a futuristic time in San Francisco. There are a couple of courses. I don't have them all unlocked. There's Marina, Hyatt, Civic, Metro. There are 2 other courses. And the Nintendo 64 version has all these courses as well, though you need the expansion pack to get the last one, and you also need the expansion pack in order to run with music during the races. Dreamcast, you don't need that. We're going to run with the first course. Let's run with Marina. And you have a bunch of cars, some futuristic, some Formula 1. This is the F1 car from the first San Francisco Rush game. Super GT, the Bruiser, and the Rocket ZX. And you can change stuff with handling, so it's normal, advanced, extreme, or going back into San Francisco Rush 1. It's dangerous! But they don't say that on this one. As well as tire choices later, frames as far as weight. Wings. Okay, yeah, let's talk wings. In fact, let's put the stunt wings, or the large wings on. do paint job and do the rims how you want. I think we're good. Let's go. Also, load times are shorter on the Xbox port of this. Rush! Alright, when you hear that, you start racing. Right trigger is your acceleration, and A is your reverse. Use that sort of the fishtail. You go down a lot of different paths to find hidden coins. And get those to unlock stuff. And this game is pretty damn smooth as far as how it runs. It's an uncapped 60 frames per second. Admittedly, it does slow down in places, and that Xbox port actually does run a little better. But given some of the other concessions of it, and some of the graphical glitches, I'll go on those a little bit for sure. Also, B button is wings. You did not have this in the arcade version of this, which actually, interesting story. You'd think that with this being an arcade game, that you go in and take the shortcut to open that switch, hit that, go up here, decide to get the coin, and go up here. There are a lot of hidden paths you can go in the San Francisco Rush titles, and that's why I love them so much. It's almost like exploring an open world a little bit. Find a bunch of coins, and going over the loops. Make sure you keep accelerating, otherwise you're going to fall and crash. They also help for shortcuts, for sure. Yes, I'll show off, or I'll indicate what some of those elements as far as the other releases. But yeah, from what I've understood, the Nintendo 64 version is pretty comparable to this in some ways, although it does look better on this system. And yeah, this game is quite a rush. As I said, my first experience playing this was with that Dreamcast demo, and I played the arcade version, which has a lot of the same stuff in this, although it doesn't have stuff with the coins. It doesn't have the wings here. Just put the B button, by the way, to pull out. And you can kind of turn the car that way, so it makes it easier to adjust when you're going off a jump. But it also had something that this doesn't have. It had joining Team Rush, which what that is that they had a like a touch-tone phone pad, or like an ATM, pin number pad on the machine. You put in that, and basically you could save your data as far as how far you've driven, courses you've unlocked, and other stuff. And it was pretty cool, actually. I remember I used to have one of those machines, or there was one near a bowling alley I frequented, and I used to go in there all the time to play that when I was doing bowling. So in that case, it was really a lot of fun. And then actually, when it came to the home ports then, as we were on the final lap, they all based on this one, or they all took from this one, although I guess the N64 version was, I guess, sort of based on this a little bit, in the sense that it came out at the same time and was mostly the same. I mean, it doesn't run 60 FPS, but it still runs actually pretty fast. I guess Nintendo 64 is pretty good as far as the Rush games are concerned, of which there was Rush 1, or San Francisco Rush Extreme Racing, and Rush 2 Extreme Racing USA. And this is another good one, especially on this system. Yeah, if you can get any version, I'd say get it on the Dreamcast, but you have to do it in a pinch. I guess the Midway Cartridge 3 is going to be the best one, or maybe that N64 version. I do have my memories with San Francisco Rush itself. The first experience I had was with San Francisco Rush, the first one on N64, where the idea of like going off of jumps like this and just kind of flying like that, I was like, oh my god, I felt this real sense of adrenaline going on with it, and it really was exciting. It made me really get that sense of adrenaline out of a racing game that I don't think I'd really had up to that point. Right, so I got second place. I got my best lap times as well. I'll show another course, and then we will definitely go on to something. Oh no, we'll do the stunt mode, and then we'll go on to another course. In fact, I'll show Metro off, because there's definitely some interesting shortcuts going on in Metro. And that's the other thing I love about San Francisco Rush. They're just these big environments. And I gotta remember that the loading is better in this than the GameCube port. Also, D-pad is your change of camera. You can look back. Okay, up is your abort if you crash. I actually have not crashed yet. But I'll show that in the, in the stunt mode. Which is quite fun. It's kind of like a take on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which actually had just come out on the Dreamcast at the time this was around. Yeah, in this case also using the fishtail when you do the brake when you're doing a turn. Yeah, because turning in this is actually not easy. You pull the analog stick all the way, you're not going to be moving much. I mean, it's better in this one than it was in San Francisco Rush, the first one. But you definitely have to use that reverse thing in order to do it. And also, yeah, if you're in this version, if you're not careful, yeah, you can get yourself crashing. But when you launch and you're kind of going off and flipping, you can use the wings to get yourself back into a right place. Enjoy the futuristic look at San Francisco, which I guess this is what San Francisco is going to look like in 2049. So it's about... Oh, whoa! Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, whoa, look at that. It just is really, really exciting as you're going along. Like, whoa, turn the corner, but don't crash. Yeah, if you do, you explode. And if you have death mode on, that is the end of the race, and you're not coming back. But if not, you're good. I think I mentioned that when we played F-Zero X, because of the fact I had a case with that game when we played it, where all of the other players basically died, for the most part. Alright, there's a big shortcut here. I am going to take this. Not that I'm going to win doing this, but... Alright, right, versus on the A button. Just because I want to show this big jump. Yeah, if you're going fast enough in order to get this, you could use this as a massive shortcut, but because it's going up a hill, yeah, it's going to be going a bit slow. Whoa. Yeah, and you can find a coin up here. Oh, shit, no, I shouldn't have done that. I tried to turn the the wings there. Alright, fine, they just put me back on the track. Yeah, definitely have a good time with this game, and as I said, this is a fantastic title. It's one of those things I do wish San Francisco Rush would come back. Unfortunately, it's been a while since we had the last one. Actually, the last one was LA Rush, which was on PlayStation 2 and Xbox, which was actually not a very good game. They're pulling out of a lot of open-world racing games, and chat, let me know if you played LA Rush, or if you are familiar. They went open-world with it, but it was kind of pulling off a bunch of the games, but it wasn't nearly as fun. It kind of lacked a lot of the identity that the San Francisco Rush arcade games had, which was definitely a disappointment, and with Midway gone, yeah, I don't know where that IP is, or if other companies are going to say, hey, we want to have a piece of that, or if Warner Brothers has it, because a lot of the Warner Brothers stuff went to, or a lot of the Warner Brothers games now are stuff of Midway's. Like, they have Mortal Kombat, they have other stuff, but, yeah, I don't know about San Francisco Rush, and it's too bad, because I love these games. This is definitely 90s racing games in the arcade, done to quite an exciting degree. And this one being a fun, I guess, what-if element to about, I guess, what, 27 years will be in line with what this game was. I guess we'll then see how accurate were we, or was this game in terms of guessing what would 2049 be like for San Francisco. Or maybe that case like when Back to the Future 2 came out, since it was set in 2015. We looked when it actually became 2015, we said, yeah, this isn't exactly what we had in mind. We didn't exactly have the hoverboards. I mean, we sort of do, but it's almost like skateboards, sort of, kind of. Well, sort of on wheels, and they set on fire. Or as the Crusader 64 said, specifically saying that, yeah, it's just like a damn fire hazard. And I said, you know, that may be true, but that gives you more incentive to get to your destination fast, otherwise you're going to immolate. Alright, yeah, in this case you do want to take the turn here, or go down the, go down here. So yeah, the courses are very open, so you do have a lot of different ways you can go to find shortcuts, or maybe long cuts, or have the car crash into me. Yeah, he needs to pay for that. And this is not like something like Burnout, where I can necessarily make him crash into the wall, and then say, oh yeah, you got that revenge takedown. Like, yeah, no, not in this game. And some people definitely do stuff with Burnout, but I have to figure when we're going to do that. Ow. Okay, fine, I did take him out. Fine, I crashed, but he crashed too. And when you do crash, just hit up on the D-pad, and you can abort pretty quickly to get yourself back in line. Oh shit, unless I get hit by the trolley or the cable car. I do have that sound, the ding, ding, ding. So yeah, it definitely feels like, yeah, this is San Francisco for sure. And also, the other thing that's nice about this game is that there really is not much in the way of pop-up, which is very impressive. As we're going to see tonight, there's some games that definitely have a lot of that. I mean, even, well, I think Hydro Thunder sort of have that. And it does run better than Hydro Thunder as far as the frame rate, although, as I said, it's an uncapped 60 FPS, but not always holding it. But it still runs plenty fast, and you're only going to really notice that in areas where there's a lot on screen. It's still plenty fast. So it's not that big a deal, although there is one game I do have tonight that is 60 FPS the entire time, and I will be sure to indicate that when we get to it. Alright, and then I'll also show the stunt mode when we're done with this. And what you really want to use the wings for, as I said, for the purpose of this version, is to pretty much straighten yourself when you're in a jump if you're kind of going off-center. And also then sort of use it in stunt mode, although they actually do give you incentive not to use it, and I will indicate that when we look at the stunt mode very briefly. Alright, so come on. Also, I want to try and see if I can't show going over that building correctly. So let's slow down a little. Also, don't hit into the tram that's coming here, because I had that happen. I was like, oh, I want to get into this, but then I wasn't watching where I was going. Alright, perfect. And I won't do the stuff with using the wings. I'm just gonna let myself launch. Although, in that case, I do want to angle myself downward so I hit the road just right. Okay, that went well. Whoa! Oh, except I crashed in that way, so that didn't help. I mean, either way, it was a bit of a shortcut, but it is a bit of a risk because you do lose speed when you go up the hill. Also, not all of the I guess, signposts are going to be cases where you crash into them. Alright, we're done. Yeah, fine. Yeah, you're dying. Wait, did I take out 2 of them? Okay, fine. They're all dead. Alright, there you go. That is that. Let's take a look at the stunt mode, because this is definitely a unique one. And not many other racing games I can think of that have something like this. You can go to a bunch of areas. I have the rim. We'll hold the rim. You want to change wind. You know what? For the fun of it, let's turn wind on. Let's make it foggy as hell, just because. Let's do the rocket. I think. Let's just see about anything else. You know what? We're gonna be extreme. We're going extreme. Alright, fasten your seatbelts.
3, 2, 1, rush!
Actually, maybe, you know what? I'm gonna go back, because honestly, the fog does not look that hot. It was easily just darkening the screen. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn the fog off. Fine. Wind can stay, though, because, like, yeah, it doesn't look so great. Let's do this. There we go.
2, 1.
I think it looks better probably in the races, but I guess for this one, they're just dimming the screen. So, like, yeah, it's not necessarily a hot effect. Okay, so, how the stunt mode works, you go off a ramp. If you do the spin-off like I just did by doing the brake, and then you land, and if I land this without putting the wings out, but if you do put the wings out, you can kind of get yourself stabilized. You get partial wing bonus for that. And there are also coins to pick up here, by the way. If you do a flip, there you go. You do get more points if you don't use your wings. That could be a bit of a tough thing. But in this case, yeah, if you use the reverse to kind of do the spin around, you should be good. Oh, shit. Yeah, if you fall on the bottom. Yeah, I'm skidding along almost like a sled or something on the back of that. But if you land upright, you'll get points for it. But you can, as I mentioned, manipulate it specific. Oh, whoa. Yeah, but if you land right on your head, yeah, nothing's happening. Yeah, so you gotta be careful, and it is not easy to do this. It's also not easy to do this without wings, I should say that, because, I mean, this is not in the arcade version. The arcade version didn't have the stunt mode. But in this case, yeah, not doing with wings. Alright, no wings bonus. You get 7 times your points when you run without it. You also just be totally cavalier, so like, fine, I'm gonna spin completely, so it's like, yeah, there you go, whee! And see if maybe I survive this. Okay, I did. Yeah, you get a triple point for certain things. You can do spins, you do flips, and other stuff. So it does judge you as far as that, and I believe there also are things you can do for getting more points. Also, there's one thing I didn't indicate, and I don't know if we'll show this off specific. There's a battle mode in this game as well, which actually plays like Twisted Metal a little bit. So there weren't many Twisted Metal-like games on the Dreamcast, with a couple exceptions, which were Vigilante 8 Second Offense, Star Wars Demolition, which was by the people who made Vigilante 8 Second Offense, which was Luxoflux, who made the true crime games. And, I think that was it. And I guess this one, oh shit, alright, fine, I hit the side of that and just, yeah, my car is a smoldering wreck. Yes, there weren't many car combat games, so in this case, it's kind of filled a nice void for that, too. So there's a lot of things this game offered, and it has a lot of value to itself. Which I guess makes it so that, yeah, you know, even if you're spending a lot of money for this thing, you're going to get your money's worth for sure with how much content is here. And it being one of the best arcade racing games on the system, yeah, it doesn't hurt either. And a great reminder of Midway's, you know, dominance of this kind of game. But yeah, I'm not doing well as far as getting myself to crash. You know what, fine, let's go into that. Also, there are the boosts on the ground. You go through that, you go faster. And some of the courses have those on them, too. Like, okay, yeah, there goes the flip. Oh, shit. I thought I'd be able to land, and it's fine. I should probably just use my wings. Enough's enough, because otherwise I'm not going to be getting any points. Yeah, and the partial wings, by the way, is if you don't use them much. If you use them a lot like I am right there, and you land, you get the 2 bonus for everything, but you don't get the other bonuses for the purpose of everything else. Whoa. 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 Yeah, that's always the tension there. It's like, wait, I could make this, yes, but, no, not always. Nothing necessarily that great with this, because I mentioned the only version of this I own is that Midway Cartridges 3 version, which is that. I have two. I have the GameCube version and I have the Xbox version. The reason for that is because I bought it when it came out on Xbox thinking, oh, the Xbox controller is exactly like the Dreamcast. It'll be the best way to play it. And then I realized, yeah, this is not a great collection, honestly. And then I heard the GameCube version ran stuff better, so I bought it as well. And it runs it better for certain things, but not this game. So in that case, yeah, no, GameCube didn't do San Francisco Rush better. Or at least this San Francisco Rush. I mean, when we play those games, I'll get a better sense of how to do the other San Francisco Rush that's in that, which is the Rush the Rock version. And that was weird, because that was by Digital Eclipse who made that. We were mentioning earlier Atari 50, which they just released, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection that came out. Yeah, those were great. But Midway Cartridges 3, not really, in terms of how the ports were of stuff. And they did the other Midway Cartridges games we played, which were mostly really good. So yeah, that was definitely a little bit of a problem that way, and too bad, because there's stuff on that hasn't been released other places. But if nothing else, I think the other thing also is this, that hey, if we bring attention to certain things, we might get remakes or re-releases of it somehow, as we're running out of time. Whoa! And we run out of time, it will let you land your last jump, or crash. Okay, I was wondering how did I crash. I hit my front of my car in the ground, so that's what happened. Alright, you do have your scoreboard as far as it for backflip, front flip, left and right rolls, spins, twists, two-wheeling, wheelies, endo, which I guess is endurancing, I guess. I can look at the manual just to get a sense of this when I edit this, and then airtime. Alright, so yeah, there you go. That is San Francisco Rush 2049. This is a great game. And Crusader64, thank you again for letting me borrow this. Yeah, you got a gem on your hands, I'll tell you that right now. Alright, but we're going to stay in San Francisco with the next game. This is definitely going to be a much more obscure one, and don't worry, I opened the tray, I was like, yeah, it's staying on screen for a little bit of time. There's some games on the Dreamcast that do transition out weirdly. Actually, Namco Museum is one of those, but they didn't do that when I did it. Alright, so as I said, we're stepping into San Francisco again, or staying here a little bit. And that's going to be for a game I don't know if you're familiar with up there in chat, but I'm going to let you know what it is. Well, almost. I'm going to take a look at my sound settings. I just got to remember to do that every time I go into a next game. Alright, for this one I set it to 47. Alright, so I think we're set. Alright, next on our list is Super Runabout San Francisco Edition. This came out in 2000 for the Dreamcast. It was published by Interplay, and it was developed by Climax, the people who made, on this system, Virtua Athlete 2000 and Time Stalkers, and it's powered by Windows CE, and when you see that, you're like, oh shit, that's not a good thing. Because usually it's like, yeah, it runs through like garbage. But not quite with this one, although it does look like it's kind of held together with duct tape and glue, but there's kind of reason for that. To go back to Climax, though, they also made Landstalker on the Sega Genesis, which is a game I love. They did Virtua Athlete 2000 and Time Stalkers on this system, and they co-developed Shining Force on the Sega Genesis. Okay, here's the deal about this one. This is part of a very weird series of kind of open-world racing games. The Runabout franchise, if you're familiar with them. This was the second game in the franchise, behind the first one, which was called Felony 1179. It was on the PlayStation. It's a game I have. It is totally nuts, and I want to show it off, for sure. And then there was this one, and then there was Runabout 3, which was on PlayStation, and did not come out in the US. And then I found today, when I was doing my research, there's a fourth game in the series, which was on 3DS. That was Crash City Mayhem. Here's the easiest way to put this game. Yeah, we need a memory card with 12 blocks, we have, and the jump pack is operable. Yeah, if you've ever played a game like Midget Club, or I guess LA Rush to a certain extent, or especially Midtown Madness by Microsoft, either the two on the PC or the third one on the Xbox, this might look a little familiar. And hit the start button, get the dogs barking, so it's like, yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's getting serious, and go, woohoo! This is bizarre, but I kind of love this game in its weird way, just because it's so strange, and it's so, I don't know, it is just so unafraid to be totally insane. Like the other games in this franchise, I have to show these other ones. And that's why I got this one, which, by the way, was not exactly a cheap one. to get. Although, actually, I lucked out. I found this for 30 bucks. But I'm seeing this like 40, 70. So, yeah, this is not a cheap game to get. And it's not one that tends to be known. But, Chad, if you know of this game or any games in the Runabout franchise, feel free to go into it. Or just shout stuff out randomly of like, what the fuck am I seeing? And that's going to be a right answer to get on some of this stuff. All right, select my file, which is right over here. Okay, so for this one, as I mentioned, it is open world scenario-based racing. Yeah, we're in the police office. There's also another mode. I will show off one mission off of that and the cutscene that goes with it, because, man, it's weird. You also do missions by going on the phone, look at your results, system settings, which is a Dreamcast on the desk there, as well as replays, which take up a lot of the VMU for that. So sound settings, elements of the garage, and other stuff. Also stuff with music. This game technically does have licensed content in it, though when I was doing my test plays of this, I took one of my test audio checks for this. I uploaded it just to see, would they pick this up? Because this is very obscure. It's this Japanese band called The Surf Coasters. Very much like Dick Dale, if you're familiar with Miserloo. Which, of course, if you ever played Rayman Raving Rabbids, it's in that, so we'd have to mute it when we play that game. Or saw Pulp Fiction, the opening of that movie. Yeah, that song. It has this very, like, surf rock sound to it, but when I uploaded the test check to the YouTube site we have for Super Old Game Saturday as a private video, just to get a sense of, are they going to pick up a licensed content on this? They didn't. So I think we're going to be okay with this, but if not, I guess I'll have to figure something when I edit. But alright, let's do missions. Yeah, you have a scenario change. I'll look at the other scenario in a second. But first we're going to take delivery to a VIP. Alright, we're going to start the work, and off we go. You do hear the disc grinding, by the way. I don't know, I hope you're hearing that. Just it is so weird as far as how that's operating. Alright, yeah, we have to deliver ketchup and mustard. Okay, that is bizarre. Like, wait a second, why are we doing that? Oh, yeah, because it's Super Runabout, and this franchise is very weird, and it is totally unafraid of being weird. Alright, so you have your selection of vehicles. I don't have much unlocked, because I've not gone through, so yeah, a lot of this you're going to find out. As well as, I guess the ATV. I'll have to do something about that later to unlock it. And we can come back to any of the stuff as I mentioned. We're going to run through... let's run the Cyber Hatchback. An automatic manual transmission, and off we go. Alright, so what we gotta do for this one is we have to get ketchup and mustard for sandwiches for a bunch of foreign dignitaries. And get this wonderful, surf rock music as you go around. A fully open case of San Francisco. It definitely is running slow a bit, though, I'll say that. As you go around, find on the radar where the mustard and the ketchup are, run into them, and, yeah, get the rest of them out there. Just fishtail all around. Like, whoa, it is very weird. This game feels totally out of control, and if this looks like Crazy Taxi, yeah, it does. And we do have Crazy Taxi. I mentioned that before, as far as that being on the show. We'll definitely do that. But you also have other things. You have to be careful not to fall in the water, otherwise your mission instantly fails. So be careful doing that. As you're seeing this, there's a ketchup. And also here the sea otters. Yeah, look at that. That was weird. And it was going backwards. Alright, B is your reverse. I don't know if there's a look back. There isn't. It's just, D-pad is changing your... Oh, shit! Whoa! Oh, shit, I'm stuck! Uh-oh. Oh, right, right. If you do get stuck, you do have a, reset. It automatically resets. I've never seen that happen before. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, great reason to play a game like this live, just because, yeah, you never know what weird shit you're gonna see. Yeah, you also get more points or more money for causing damage, but you also don't want to damage your car too much, because if your damage gets critical, your car busts, and the mission's over. And there's tons of pop-up, by the way, in this game. I will not lie in this. But yeah, frame rate is very, very pokey. It's still better than Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Yes, I went there. But it's the truth. And this came out 22 years ago. But either way, as I said, before I piss off Pokemon fans with that one, we'll probably get into that again in the future. Let's keep driving down the road, finding what's going on here. Whoa! Yeah, you do have damage modeling in this. It's just that, yeah, you gotta be careful with it, otherwise you're gonna be in trouble and you're gonna lose the mission. Also, if I fell in the water, I would have lost the mission, I was gonna say from earlier. You basically find on the radar where everything is. Okay, I got one catch-up left. So it's kind of like a precursor to something like Grand Theft Auto, but as I said, as well, it's also very much like Crazy Taxi. And like Crazy Taxi, you do have a time limit. Alright, so let's see what's next. You have to kind of read the map as well, so I hope you're good at that. Oh, shit. And you fishtail like crazy. Whoa. And, yeah, reverse it there. But there's the 67 gas station. You can't do anything with that. A takeoff on 76. Which, interestingly enough, there was a game that has 76 gas station in it, which was Warpath Jurassic Park on the PlayStation. Yeah, fighting game with dinosaurs has product placement with 76. Who knew? Alright, so there's the next one. And okay, got all the catch-up we need. We gotta go get the mustard. The mustard is the yellow areas. Oh, shit. It does look nice to see in this weird destruction, even if it's... As if this game looks like it's held together with duct tape and glue. And the pop-up is insane. I'll definitely say that. Okay, whoa! I gotta see if I can find the... Oh, Christ, I have to go up Lombard Street. Yeah, we jumped over it in Rush 2049, but for this one, I gotta slowly drive up the road. This is always known. If you've ever been to San Francisco in real life, you know this is one of the most notorious roads ever. It's curved as hell, and usually gonna be a case where, yeah, you go fast in this, you're gonna crash and get yourself hurt. Or if you go up at the top of this hill too much, you'll fly off, and that'll be a problem too. Yeah, they tell you don't try this at home, kiddies, for a reason. But I guess this is not a kid's game. It's rated teen, although the only indication of the teen rating is for mild animated violence. There's this stuff in this that suggests that, okay, maybe it's for other things. Although, yeah, the horns are honking like crazy. Yes, fuck them. Whoa! Ah! Yeah, I'm actually doing pretty good considering. Yeah, stop right there, my friend. Okay, got all the mustard. Okay. So we gotta go to City Hall. City Hall is this way. Also, there's not a full map. If I can show you this start button. You can change stuff and controls of stuff and display, but you can't change where to look at the map like with the Grand Theft Auto. But you do have a map. Oh shit! All right, my damage is critical, and it's for certain parts of your vehicle. So in that case, my left tire is in trouble. If I hit that area again, I'm probably gonna lose. But if I hit other areas, I might not. Shit, no! Yeah, like that. Yeah, so staying in control on this one is a bit of a struggle. But yeah, okay, that arrow up there, the one on the up in the sky, like that. Don't hit me! Okay, yeah, the taxis are going, the cars are going. I don't know if I've shown this, the Not USA Today mailboxes, news boxes are there. Let's see, where is it? Just being careful. Like, yeah, I'm almost at the end of my rope. Alright, where is it? It's here. Okay, this is it. Just being very careful. Wouldn't this be horrible if I hit here and I lost? Alright. Alright, yeah, down there. That's it? Wait, where is it? It should be here. Oh, there it is. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait, that's one of the catch-up. Oh, crap. I'm not in the right area. Alright, yeah, where is City Hall? Yeah, okay, this is where the map would be really nice to have. Shit. Alright, I'm gonna lose. Or, okay, not. Fine, we'll just cause destruction. That's kind of the name of this game, honestly. Where is City Hall? Oh, it's there. Okay. Alright, fine. Gonna make this? I don't know, if I floor it, we might make it. Yeah, I'm not making it. It's too far. Alright, it has goal up there, so we're not making it. I'm not gonna make it in time. Alright, fine. There you go. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm at 0. I'm still able to go. I've actually never finished this mission before, so I'm curious as to what's going on here. If I could still survive this. I wonder what happens if I get there now that I'm at time limit of nothing. Is I don't get a bonus or what? Alright, so City Hall is here. Okay, at least I showed how the mission's supposed to go, except the fact that I didn't get there in time. Whoa! Okay, I think this is it. Is this it?
The party's ruined.
Alright, we're here. Where is it?
We'll have to order all new.
Alright, there we go. Made it. And that table disappeared. And just bouncing right there. Okay, that is weird. Alright, so what happened? I didn't get there in time. Do I get docked something? It didn't say I failed. Alright, let's... Okay, I'm curious. Let me see something here. Okay, it didn't count. Alright, fine, whatever. I do want to show one other thing as well before we go on to the next game. And that is the other scenarios. You have two scenarios. You have that one right there. Wait, oh shit, it's 86. What's going on here? Yeah, sorry about that. Let me turn this down. Let's see. Okay, that's good. Yeah, scenario change. Yeah, I don't know what was happening there. I basically was checking some of my stuff with tech. I don't have to actually go back and forth with certain things. Alright, so there are two scenarios. We were doing this one, which is Bad News Has Wings. There's also this one, The Poor Have No Leisure. And you get a very weird cutscene that is not voiced, by the way, in this one. Alright, Russian Hill San Francisco Motors with the C capitalized. Yeah, these are very weird looking characters. Like, yeah, do we have work? Yeah, we do have work, maybe, but there's nothing here. Which reminds me of the Team Chaotix thing from Sonic Heroes. Yeah, it was sent to a girl named Shirley. Yeah, Shirley, it could be work. Yes, it is, and don't call me Shirley. Yeah, but there's a loud crash. Yeah, with someone who's driving a Honda Fit, I guess? Which I don't even think that existed when this game came out. Yeah, this girl. Nice meeting you two. Oh, hi, Dad. Yeah, this is Shirley, by the way. Yeah, she's staying with Uncle Joe here. And he's like, wait, what's going on here? Why are you driving the car here? Why do you have a suitcase? What's going on? That is just bizarre, let me tell you. Yeah, I have to go to school. Like, you have an empty room, right? So, like, she's saying, like, oh, I have to go to school. I'm staying with you. I guess my parents are out of town or something. I can't spare anything, so yeah, get out of here, kid. We can't hold you. Yeah, but she's going to take management of the company. It's like, wait a second. So it's a 12-year-old girl, I guess, doing a hostile takeover. And then saying, well, I'll handle the rent. Don't worry. I'll find you work. Yeah, so there you go. That is, you never seen a racing game like this, probably. Also, yeah, do you have a license spelled with a C? Yeah, she spells it with an S. It's like, oh, no. I don't need that shit. Yeah, so as I said, it is a mission-based game or a scenario-based game. I'm going to show one of these missions, and we'll go on to the next game. Same deal, you have your missions there. Yeah, go to the party. Actually, you know what? Fine, let's carry the bomb.
Let's go.
Yeah, there are bombs in the city. So yeah, we have to go find them. They're in the trash cans. This game, by the way, did come out about a year before 9/11. It's worth pointing that out. So that might also be another reason why they might not re-release this. Alright, let's take this Italian Motor Company car and go out. Yeah, so this game is rough, you're seeing it. But as I said, that's also kind of the appeal of the Runabout games, and same with Felony 1179, which, unlike this one, is a game that is extremely short. You can finish in probably about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. But it's just so insane, and it doesn't care about really impressing anyone in the sense of saying that, oh yeah, this is to be the best racing game ever. It's like, no, we're just gonna have fun, we're gonna go nuts. And that's what's happened with this. And it's funny, because when I played the demo of this, because this is another one that, there's a demo specific of this game that I had played when it came out, I kind of said, yeah, this seems not so great. Like, I compared this to Crazy Taxi. Crazy Taxi is a better game, and no questions, we're gonna show in a little bit. But when it comes to something like this, I kind of liked it better after I played with Felony 1179, just because I said, yeah, this game is rough, it's strange, but it's also something that just that style of it was very appealing. Or if you've ever played Reckless the Yakuza missions on Xbox, PlayStation 2, and GameCube, it's a little like that a bit. It's not part of this series. I think maybe some of the people who worked on it worked on this, I think, although I might not be right. Avoid the police. Oh, yeah, he crashed. Yeah, now he's going fine. Whoa! By thinking that way, I just love just the total insanity of this game. Whoa, and the frame rate going down to like 15 FPS. Yeah, as I said, this is not the most technically advanced thing, and when games were built on the Windows CE platform of Dreamcast, yeah, they tended not to run very good. Ow. Yeah, in that case, I'm stuck in the shrubbery. Whoa. Okay, where'd he come from? Okay, yeah, I mean, this game is so insane and so... I guess you could say this game is buggy. As I said, hey, the game is still working and does not crash. It doesn't crash, by the way, as far as I know. I get sort of impaled on this. But yeah, can I get back on the side, please? Alright, yeah, eventually they'll let me get back on the side. Yeah, one thing I guess I'll say is that I will not exactly sit back and defend this game and say this is the best game you're ever going to play on this, or even necessarily say that it's one of the better games we're playing tonight. But I want to talk about Super Runabout, or the Runabout franchise, and I said this is the time to do it, and we may as well do it with this one. Oh shit. It's like I thought I was going to hit the bus. Or I'll hit that. Oh. Also, here's the other thing, is that, yeah, I'm trying to pick up the bombs. I guess I get bombs in my trunk, but yeah, they're not exploding when I go and crash into cars. And they won't, thankfully, so at that point you'll be safe. Also, yeah, you can't hit the people. The cars around will run through them. Oh. Yes, there's the Not USA Today knocking over. And where is it? Yeah, so yeah, there are the bombs in the trash can. I gotta get the other ones. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get them all in time because of how much time I wasted going through the park. Alright, yeah, just keep going for this. And then soon enough, we'll be off to the next tape. Yeah, we do have a little bit of a alley here. Ugh. Yeah, and clipping. As I said, just keep telling yourself it's more stable than Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, which is the truth. I'm sorry to say that. But, and that'll probably, hopefully, be my last time mentioning that. For tonight, at least. Oh! Yeah, my damages are critical, and I gotta get myself out. Oh! And it's still the same area. It's always the front left tire. Ugh. I mean, I'll tell you, I guess maybe one of the ways I also see this game is that it's one of those cases where, have you ever seen a movie where you're just going through, crashing through everything, crashing through the fruit carts, crashing through the towns and all that? It's a game like that. And just totally... Oh, whoa! Okay, yeah, I lost, as far as cannot run. I guess I ran over something that blew me up, and I lost my tire. Yeah, it's quite a way to end that, for sure. Alright, I think we've done enough as far as the Super Runabout, but I at least want to show that because... yeah, it is something. It's an experience. At some point, we'll play Felony 1179 because, yeah, that's also an experience, too. And it's a unique one that I think deserves a little bit more love. And there is a guilty pleasure love I have on this one. I will definitely tell you that for sure. Alright, with that, we're going to go to the next game. Alright, so with Super Runabout done... and maybe the brains of everyone in chat exploded, perhaps. Let's go to something else. Let's go to a game that I've kind of wanted to talk about for quite a bit of time. And one that is tied to a franchise I've wanted to talk about for quite a while now, too. I also got to check what my audio is on this one. I'm putting this at 49. Because this is a case where there's music in this that is nice to hear. And it is not licensed. It's going to sound like it is, though, for sure, just because it's so high quality. And it's a game I kind of want to come back to just on the basis of its music alone. Alright, it's 40... yeah, what the hell, 50. That'll be fine. Alright, this is Metropolis Street Racer. This came out in 2001 for the Dreamcast. It was published by Sega, developed by Bizarre Creations, the sadly now defunct company behind games like Fur Fighters, which was also a Dreamcast game, and was on the PS2, Geometry Wars, and 007 Bloodstone, and of course, they made Project Gotham Racing for the Xbox, which this game actually is the spiritual successor to. So yeah, we're going back to Shadow Hearts for Part 3 next week, whereas Codelco was the spiritual successor to that. This is the spiritual successor to Project Gotham Racing, as we're having this full FMV look of this driving experience, and it's intercutting footage of the game, and we're going through this, and it is kind of a mix of a simulation, but also more of an arcadey racer, in the sense that it's pretty forgiving in some ways, but not as much as Project Gotham Racing, because this was the kind of the first element, and just like Project Gotham Racing, it runs on the kudos system. So when you drive and do turns and curves and near misses and stuff, and do drifts around the corner, you get kudos points that you actually use to unlock stuff. But unlike Project Gotham Racing, you don't see the kudos points on screen when you're racing. And also when you hit the walls, you lose points, which they thankfully took out of the later games, or the Project Gotham Racing games at least. Also, you quit a race, you also lose kudos, and you have to start the race over again for the purpose of going through the unlocks, which I have not been able to unlock much. Actually, I hit D-pad to skip that. I didn't mean to do that. I know D-pad skipped it. I probably will put in about here the rest of this cutscene when I edit it. But be careful not to do this stuff in real life, kiddies. Also, this runs on the internal clock of your Dreamcast, so make sure this is right. It is 8:41 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so we're going to make sure that's set. And you pick your time zone because, yeah, this has three cities. San Francisco. So we're back in San Francisco as well. It's like, yeah, we can't leave San Francisco until we're done with this game. And London, England, and Tokyo, Japan. So, as I said, this is an Eastern Standard Time program. We're running that. And the definition of kudos, so you can learn something on this program. I said that is the basis of Metropolis Street Racer. Which is quite a fun game, but as I said, it does have a bit of a learning curve. Although it is not as insane as some other stuff you've been playing. And there's Bizarre Creations. God, I miss them so much. They're a team, or we're a team out of, I believe out of the UK. They made a lot of really great games. And this definitely was one of them. There's also multiplayer. You can play with 2 players, I believe, up to. Yeah, Project Gotham Racing, we doubled that to 4. You have your loads of game, which I do have a load here. And there it is. Those are the kudos points I've earned. And you do have your options as far as your garage, where you go and buy a car. I bought myself that nice Mazda Miata. And you also have Quick Race. There is online in the sense of being able to download Ghosts to race, as well as online leaderboards. So actually, before Project Gotham Racing 2 added online completely on the Xbox, which it's turned off for, but before that came around, this game was doing that element first, but there was no online racing. There are online racing games I have here that we have not gotten to yet, but none of them have their online active anymore. That is, unless you find a way to do modern online, which people figured out for Fantasy Star Online, amongst other things. But alright, for this you have your quick attack, your quick race and time attack. Let's take a look at the street racing. In fact, I should show this, just to show what this is operating like. Alright, so welcome to Metropolis Street Racer. Yeah, we're set. You do have your challenges here. Yeah, you have timed runs, you have hot laps, so you go fast and you get a good lap time, you pass that. Yeah, we'll do the timed run. In this case, this is your career mode. You have a ticking clock, and you have 2 minutes and 31 seconds to get there to complete one round of it. You can practice the race if you want. You can change the car if ones you bought. I only have the one, so you have to run the Miata. You can also, like Project Gotham Racing, change the target time. You can go a little lower and get more kudos for the purpose of that. They give you a part time for the car. I'm going to stick to this because I'm not that great with this one, despite my proficiency with Project Gotham Racing. And here we are. Our course is right there up in Westminster in London. And one thing you're also going to hear is the music, which is done by Richard Jacques, who did the music for Sonic R. And I also indicated him when we played Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, because he was involved in that. I'll see what music we come up with. And I also have a radio station I can put in. And you know what? I'm going to turn on one thing. We hit start, go to my in-car radio station, and we're going to go Let's see, change track. Let me see. Yeah, hang on. I just got a minute. Heartland. Oh, here we go. Oh, am I only dreaming? I want to play this one at least. And if you played Sonic R before, the vocalist you're going to hear on this one might sound a little familiar.
3, 2, 1.
But first, we got to get going. Also, I got to turn my volume up on my TV because, like, wait a second. I want to give an indication to this. So I can at least hear a little bit of it as you go along. Yeah, because I keep my TV down a little bit so it won't bleed over. In some cases, yeah, penalty. It hit the side of the walls, it's going to be troublesome to do that. Because it's going to be our Saturday Night Dance Party for sure for this game. Yeah, this is going to be this game specific. Also, yeah, I do horribly hitting this stuff. Yes, that is the one and only TJ Davis. This is our first time I'm talking about her on the show. Who did the vocals for Sonic R. And she did a lot of other stuff. She was... Okay, there you go. I did Way Hey, and you can change the text of that to whatever you want in the options menu, specific for it. Oh, it's the full run of the lap. I was like, okay, this ain't gonna be good. Yeah, so yeah, that Euro pop stuff as far as that, it sounds terrific. Yeah, in her case, also, yeah, if you hit the car, it's gonna be a problem too. And I don't want to quit out despite the mistakes I'm making, otherwise you get a point deduction. Yeah, it just sounds so good. And it is running on the internal clock, and as I said, it's going to take effect to where the actual locations are. So yeah, it's dead at night in London now, specific. So that's why it's night, and yeah, great night driving. Whoa! Okay, also it looked like I hit the side, but I didn't, apparently. They're dreaming. It's so good. Yeah, as far as the other stuff that TJ Davis has done, I will indicate that when we're done with the race. And like with Project Gotham Racing, you do have a little bit of a heavier feel to the car, but it is something that, unlike Gran Turismo, it's something that it is a little easier to get hold of. But you do have to practice, and this one is definitely harder than Project Gotham Racing. I'll give Project Gotham Racing this. This may have been the first one, but that enhanced so much to the point where that's definitely the one to go for if you have an original Xbox to play it. If you have a 360, it plays on it, but its frame rate is not very good. And then there's 2, 3, and 4, and 3 and 4 are on Xbox 360. All right, we made it. Yeah, to go back to the TJ Davis thing. She was a backup singer starting for Gary Newman and the Tubeway Army did Cars. Which is like a game we're not showing tonight. Test Drive 6 that has on the soundtrack. As well as Blur, if you're familiar with Song 2. You know, woohoo! Yeah, that one. But yeah, she was doing that. She did stuff with Sega. A lot of the vocal stuff in this game. And also beep of the VMU for how that's operating. And they give you your points at the end, but I'm going to get docked because of the fact I crashed into the wall and other cars so much. You get points for your style, basically going around the curves and doing everything for that. But I got a penalty cut off, so I was like, yeah, 54-4 is what I got. That's my final, but I don't have enough for the next race, which is fine. I just wanted to show one of those, and I didn't want to quit out. Yeah, you also get locks as far as having enough kudos. So sometimes you have to do these races multiple times in order to have that happen. But what I will show is I will show the other cities specific. Yeah, we showed England. There's our set. Let's get a sense. You can also set the time of day. Yeah, real time. So in fact, we'll stick real time. We'll start the race, and we'll go to somewhere in San Francisco. Let's see. And you get your courses you can unlock here. In fact, we have right here. San Francisco, Fisherman's Wharf. Let's run that. Yeah, we'll go back to one last thing about TJ Davis. She also was involved in... She did the vocals of a song called I Believe by Sash. Not I Believe by Tears for Fears. I believe it's something else. And she was involved in an ABBA tribute band called Bjorn Again, which that'd be something I'd like to hear. Also, let me get a sense of the music. I want to make sure the music is set. There's Overdrive. Let's see. Change track. Time, Heartland, Am I Only Dreaming, Hold On, Push, Club Paris. Let's do I Can Still Believe. And remember, hit start, going through. Yeah, we're at the Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco, so it's also night, but not exactly, you know, late night. It's 5:49 p.m. over there. So yeah, I was saying they were taking advantage of that. Alright, now we're racing a bunch of other cars. I don't think you're gonna earn kudos, by the way, doing a quick race. So yeah, you may as well just crash into stuff. It says watch out and way. As I said, you can also go in, and this is how customizable this game really is. Because you can go and you can change basically everything about this game if you want. Even the text that comes up. By the way, this is brought to you by Swatch Timing. Yeah, Swatch Timing, probably the wrist watches that you want to have this holiday season. Yeah, we're definitely also going to be sort of selling out, I guess, when it comes to a lot of these games, because there's product elements also. Yeah, gotta be careful not to do this. Also, I believe the Y button is your look back. You get this great, you know, romantic song, and that's the idea of the vocals of TJJ, which we have not celebrated her enough on the show, because we haven't played Sonic R yet. At some point, we'll definitely play it. But yeah, she has one hell of a voice. She definitely... I mean, I remember when I played Sonic R for the first time, played the PC version to start, I said, oh my god, there's vocalized music for this game, for Sonic the Hedgehog. I was like, that's cool. I mean, fine, we had that with Sonic Adventure, but for that one, it's like, oh wow, that's cool. It's these very soulful kind of ballads, but also these very upbeat, peppy things like Can You Hear the Sunshine and Diamond in the Sky, and then Supersonic Racing. You're hearing that like, oh my god, this is great stuff. As far as it, or I believe, there's a website I follow, a guy out of Maryland called the Video Game Critic. He does like his own independent reviews of stuff, of games every couple of days. I'll put a link to that in the link list. He said when he reviewed Sonic R, and I think the collection that had it, which was Sonic Gems collection on GameCube, he said, quote, that woman can sing her ass off. Yes, she can. She's an insanely talented vocalist. My god. In fact, I think she was even at the Sonic Festival 2008. She did sing a couple songs from Sonic R, and I think she did a cover of Dreams from Nights for that. And knowing her skills, there's something to be said about that. Definitely a great talent there, and one that, yeah, if you know games, you probably know who she is. It's also something that I remember when I was at MagFest a couple years ago, there was an event they're going to have, which is going to be a Sonic R sing-along. I don't think she was going to be involved with that as far as her being there. Maybe she's been to MagFest for all I know. But they canceled that. I remember I was really mad about it. I was like, I want to get my singing of Sonic R on, everybody. It was like, well, I can't. So I had to figure something else out. Like, fine, I'll do something else for it. But I guess this is going to be the ode to that, of having, you know, the celebration of that. I guess of this kind of, I mean, it is not necessarily an 80s style of music as far as, like, her vocal style, but there is that passion she gets. I get a little bit of a, maybe I'm also thinking about this because, unfortunately, she's no longer with us. I get an Irene Cara vibe out of her. Unfortunately, Irene Cara, she passed away today, who did the vocals for Fame and for Flashdance, as far as the songs that were done for those. And she was in Flashdance specific. This is basically going to be the tribute to Irene Cara. But that's that style, that idea of that kind of, you know, soulful music that also has this great beat to itself, and it is terrific. And I kind of get that out of T.J. Davis, and with this soundtrack, I also get this as far as the idea of all these options as far as what they give you for the music, how rich it all is. And also, we'll show, let's show Tokyo. We've not shown Tokyo yet. Let's go to Shibuya. Do a short run on this. Yeah, driven by me. We'll keep a day. Let's run with some rain. Same deal, Makar, and no Joker, because I don't think you can run it, and we'll start. But as I was saying, I just think that idea of, I mean, we mentioned this sometimes before, actually, with a lot of the Sega stuff, a lot of the stuff on the Saturn, the idea that there were famous people in the music industry that they were working with, but also the idea that some of the best stuff they've done kind of comes with that. Also, let me change the music one more time. Oh, no, I don't want to quit the race. Because actually, one thing I'll show this, radio mode. You also get Yamamoto broadcasting, Yamanote broadcasting as far as that. You can also run your CD player as far as those. You can change CDs, change tracks, you can go into your own custom playlist. I'm going to do that. I'm going to follow Fallen Angel, which is kind of a rock thing. Because here's the other thing. There's some soulful tracks in this game. There's also a lot of hard rock and jazz and fusion. And despite the name, that is not Fallen Angel by Poison. At least I don't think it is.
3, 2.
Wait, is that playing? I think it's a build up to it specific. Alright, let's get going. We show the idea that, yeah, it's a rainy day in Tokyo. Yeah, this is another really good one, even though it is hard. I'll say that, but if you played Project Gotham Racing a lot, yeah, you're going to be right at home with this. And I have, for sure, and I do love that idea of it. Actually, wait a minute. You know what? This is bothering me. I want to listen to the... Oh, I didn't play it. There we go. That's why I wasn't hearing anything. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. There's our rock element. Boom. You ready to rock? Yeah, absolutely. I am. It's amazing. See, that's the thing about this game. I'll tell you, with some of the games we're going to play tonight, I said to myself, we're going to run to cases where there's going to be licensed content. I'm going to mute a bunch of this. I said, does this game have that? Because actually a lot of the Project Gotham Racing games do have that. But no, it doesn't. It sure sounds like it does. This is quite a soundtrack that Richard Jacques came up with, as far as in all the talent that they got. Other elements of Sega, I believe, were involved, not just T.G. Davis. But it just sounds so awesome. And it goes to what I said. I think one thing I'll give Sega credit is that when it came to stuff with music, Sega is always one about saying that we want to put this effort into our music. So it sounds like something you hear as far as real bands sometimes have real, major music talent involved. I mean, we had that Michael Jackson stuff with Sonic. We had Eric Martin of Mr. Big with Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition. We had Danny Calitri and I don't remember who it was for Knights, who did a lot of stuff as far as big in the industry. Yeah, one of the backup vocals for Bruce Springsteen for that one. Not her, somebody else. It's kind of amazing. It really gives this sense of like, oh yeah, it really gives, and we're going to see this as a through line a little bit later, the idea of Sega games that, as far as racing stuff, that has so much character to itself. You think that usually with you do need a kart racing game to get that much character out of a racing game, but not with Sega. Sega tended to just do this really well, and it's the kind of thing I do miss that when they, as far as them not making games that much like this anymore. But yeah, Microsoft picked up the mantle for this one with Project Gotham Racing, and then it stopped. Project Gotham Racing 4 was the last one. That was 15 years ago. And since then, it's just been Forza Horizon and Forza Motorsport, which I like. Forza. It's not a bad game. It's fun. They're all fun. And Forza Horizon is kind of like open world of this sort of, or Project Gotham Racing. But it's one of those things. I played this when we played Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transform. I said, I'd love to see this back. I would love to see that return to it as far as a franchise. The feel of Project Gotham Racing, and same with Metropolis Street Racer, which started the whole deal with it. Definitely, there's something about that just is so special. Even to the point where with Project Gotham Racing, when the Xbox launched, that was the system I started with. I put more time in that than even Halo and Dead or Alive 3. That's how much I love that game, and I still love that game. And some people will definitely show that, for sure, and if you had any memories you got on this one, for sure, or Project Gotham Racing, or anything else you're seeing of what we got, feel free to hit me with it, because there's definitely a lot here, and a lot more gaming to get to. I think with that, we're going to go on to our next game, but thank you, Metropolis Street Racer, thank you, Richard Jacques, and TJ Davis, and everybody else for your great music. We'll come back to this game for sure eventually. Next, we're taking the disc out. Okay, so this next one, I'm cheating a little bit when it comes to this, because, yeah, we've been doing racing in cars and boats and bikes. We're going to race on a snowboard now. Yeah, so we are playing a snowboarding game, but there is a big emphasis on snowboarding when it comes to this one. And I will show it in a minute. Also, by the way, yeah, this one is, I have a cracked case, or I kind of cracked the case I had with it. And this is a game that doesn't cost a lot of money either, so it's not much of a problem. Let's get the volume down. This one I need to put down because I know it gets a bit loud. Put it down to 46. Where is it? Alright, I probably should just use my damn mouse for this instead of my touchpad. Alright, there we go. So, with 46 volume, let's go to our next game. Which is the only snowboarding game that came out on the system. This is Rippin Rider Snowboarding. This was developed by UEP Systems, the people who made Cool Borders. In fact, in Japan, this was called Cool Borders. It was called Cool Borders Burn. But Sony had the ownership of that, so in the US, they said, we're changing the name. I guess in Japan, it didn't matter as far as that licensing element. It was 989 Studios who had that for Sony when it came to the US. But yeah, UEP Systems, who made all of the Cool Borders games, including the Cool Borders Pocket game that was on the Neo Geo Pocket Color, which I didn't know existed until just today with doing my research. And they also made a game that cost a bit of money, but one I want to try and show because it's another one that's insanely weird, kind of the way Super Runabout was. which is, and chat, feel free to let me know if you have experience with this one, Rising Zan, the Samurai Gunman, which is on PlayStation. Basically, this Western game where you're this main character who has to go around and save the land from all these demons and things. Your character's named Johnny, but as the game indicates, he says, by the way, my name's not Johnny. It's the super ultra sexy hero, Zan. And then the guy nearby says, like, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah, it is weird. It also costs a lot of money, and from my understanding, it's not a great game. But it's always one I was very curious as far as, like, that strangeness, which we're going to get to when we go back to Mystical Ninja starring Goemon in a couple of months. Yeah, with this, we're going down the mountain with this one. Yeah, with the closest you're getting to cool borders on this system, but it does run really smoothly, as you're seeing as far as the in-engine cutscene here. I mean, there are definitely snowboarding games that came out after this on more advanced hardware that don't run this well. I'm thinking specifically of 1080 Avalanche on GameCube, where that one does not run really well at all. We have a cast of characters, including Tia, DJ Ken, Bob, Monica, and many others. And Ronnie, who is voiced by David Nowlin, by the way, who we heard when we played Space Channel 5 as Fuse. And he was also Sam in the Sam Max games. Do you want to play? Yeah, absolutely, we do want to play. This game is also dirt cheap if you're liking what you're seeing. This is like a $10-15 game, if that. And as your only snowboarding option on Dreamcast, it is not a bad one. And they do put the emphasis on the speed for sure. Let's get going. Alright, go, 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 go! Alright, we're gonna do the free ride, and you can also tell this is like a Cool Borders-like game because of just how insanely excited and, I guess, totally gnarly bra that the announcer is. Alright, you have your main characters. There are a couple unlockables I don't have. You have Tia, Axel, Ronnie, Bob, DJ Ken, Monica, and Jimmy, who doesn't have a picture for some reason. I don't know what that's about. Oh, we're gonna play as Tia to start. Alright, let's do it for sure. We're hearing this music, which is by Atsunori Nanba and Yoshishika Shimamura, who did music for Cool Borders 2 specific on the PlayStation, which is actually the one Cool Borders game I have, and Rising Zan, as I mentioned earlier. Alright, I'm gonna take this way and go. You have your options of freestyle all around and Alpine. Alpine is the fastest, but turns the worst. Freestyle is the slowest, but turns the best and most stable, and all around is in the middle. We're going all around. And it's going to look a little washed out here, but there is regular and goofy footed as far as how your stance is. And courses, there are 5 of these. Actually 6, counting some of the stunt courses. Actually, no, it's 7 counting the stunt courses. But we're going to do the ones I've unlocked. Let's run Mountain Review. Alright, so let's get going. I hear the music, which there's a weird thing about this. The music you get is specific to your character. As we go. It's great music, though. Here comes the trick point. Get ready for it. Bomb that cliff. Yeah, you want to use the D-pad or analog stick to cook your jump when you're holding it, which is on A button. And then basically do turns, and then grabs are on right trigger and the B button. As you're going along and seeing it running at 60 FPS, it sometimes drops, but it is pretty smooth. And whenever you hear that, make sure to get your airtime going to do stuff, or get careful not to hit stuff. And if there's stuff in the way, hold Y button, and you protect yourself. You put your hands out, and you're all good. Also, when you're on the ground, use the left or right trigger to switch your stance. So yeah, if you're in opposite mode, or fakey like that, that's the case. And here's the deal as far as getting tricks. This is a racing game, yes, but you want to try and get tricks running as much as you can, because every time you do tricks, you get extra time. So when you get to the next checkpoint, you're able to you have more time as you're going through and hearing the sheep going on. I love this kind of flourish here, it's good stuff. Although, as I said, it's only for a specific character. All right, here's the trick area. When the trick area comes, make sure to get ready to bomb that cliff, as they say. Yeah, and sometimes he'll give you trouble as far as how it is, and you pull back to slow down a little bit, forward to go faster. And X is your edging. Use that to make tight curves. Also, don't go too slow, otherwise he will give you a question for that. It definitely is getting you into a good spirit this way for it. You do have sort of scripted events like the train going on there, but compared to something like 1080 Avalanche on GameCube, which has a really horrible frame rate, and it came out 4 years about after this one, yeah, it's definitely better. Oh shit, yeah, be careful not to crash into stuff or you're gonna knock down. But if you have stuff in the environment, just hit that Y button and you'll block yourself, and it'll say like, Fender Bender. It's like, yeah, this is definitely 90s. End of 90s specific as far as how it is. Alright, here we go. Checkpoint, and here's the trick area. There we go. Alright, so I'm getting more time to this, which is what you really want to do. And the environments are pretty big. Not that you, I mean, you sometimes have hidden areas or paths you can go down, but not always. Yeah, it was getting gnarly up there, as you're saying. So yeah, there are the rocks. Don't have to worry. Just hit Y button and you just bash right through them. Yeah, your hands are basically like steel. You just punch the damn rocks, basically. So you ever played Resident Evil 5? That's the joke everybody loves to make about Chris Redfield. And oh wow, I can't believe I actually landed that. It looked like I was kind of going off. Ow, yeah, and if you're not straight, you're gonna fall. All right, get ready. I do love it. He says, "Here comes the trick point. Get ready for it. Bomb that clip." There you go. Well, I cooked it. I don't think I'm gonna make it in time though, because yeah, I'm at the end. Ah, crap.
Time's up. Too bad.
Oh, yuck!
Yeah, and she's like, "Yeah, that's not cool." Alright, that being said, I will change course. I'll change character as well, just to show something different, because otherwise you can hear that same music, which is a great piece of music. It is my favorite piece of music in this game. But I'm going to show somebody else off.
Welcome,
Let's show off Monica.
Monica.
She's fast and has high jump. You know, let's also get ready as far as, you know, being in appropriate attire, I guess. Or just having the Macy Gray perspective, which fits, I guess, because remember, Macy Gray was in SSX Tricky for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. Alright, let's go to... Let's take a look at the forest. I always try and get through one of these courses. Yeah, that's kind of the importance there of going through and doing tricks. That's one thing to keep in mind.
Here we go.
Alright, here we go.
Ready? Go! Here we go! Everyone's watching. Show us what you
Alright, so yeah, the whole world's watching, so yeah, be careful.
Get ready for it. Bomb that.
Let's cook the turn. You see, so it's like SSX that way. As long as you hold the D-pad or analog stick for a while as you're holding the jump button, you'll spin faster. And you can get some really insane spins doing that. And you can also do it while you're just racing. Because it means you get to build up your speed a little bit, or your time that you'll get at the next checkpoint, you might want to do it. And also keep an eye on where the environments are, where the path is. Which sometimes be a bit hard to see, because there are certain areas where they don't really have much texture. But you also have other elements here where they'll give you a sense of, oh yeah, follow the arrows. You also jump a little bit to get yourself going. Alright, here comes the trick area, but also you gotta go straight this way. Alright, oh yeah.
You're good.
Alright, so we're going okay on this, and there's the castle. You can go in different paths. Sometimes they don't have anything in there. I believe that doesn't have anything in there, so I'm gonna just avoid it. Whoa. I do like this music, but as I said, it is a weird choice saying that, oh yeah, you can only listen to the specific piece of music when you're playing as the specific character. I don't even know how the multiplayer works for that, because this game does have two-player support for itself. So I don't know if how it defaults to music, or you can change the music, or what. Alright, but yeah, in this case, yeah, it is very... Oh shit!
Go, go, go! Keep moving!
Ow. Yeah, I just missed the spin there. It's not hard to land this, though, so in that way, it's not... This is more of an arcadey kind of snowboarding game to a certain extent, but it does follow some of the expected elements of your stuff with snowboarding. Right, here's checkpoint. Here we go. Alright, yeah, I'm doing a little less advanced tricks, admittingly. As I said, you can use the right trigger or the B button to do tricks. I tend to just focus on B button because I'm usually focusing on the idea of using the R, or the right trigger or the left trigger to switch my stance. If I run into a case when I do something like that. Alright. Oh, there you go. Yeah, also if you chain them together. Yeah, I'm not doing a good job chaining them together. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, solid walls are nothing to Monica or any of the characters in this game. I do love that, for sure. Whoa.
Hey, you know this corner's pretty gnarly.
Yeah, this corner's pretty gnarly, so use the edging. And also keep your speed up enough, otherwise he'll complain. Which he hasn't yet, I'm surprised, because usually that runs into a case where he'll do that.
Whoa, you can really crank those.
Right, also he will give you encouragement if you crank those turns correctly, as they call it, with, you know, the X button. So yeah, I guess you're learning your snowboarding lingo. I'm not necessarily someone who did a lot of snowboarding, but I do have experience with snowboarding video games. Stuff like this, stuff like, Boom. Or, stuff like, SSX.
You're good. Keep it up.
Ah, just to the end, damn.
Too bad.
What? I don't believe it.
Yeah, or I guess the Sonic Adventure perspective. No way! I can't believe this! Alright, fine. I think we're set to this. I'm going to show off the stunt mode. And I think we can go to the next game. Not that there's not a whole lot of content to this, because there is, in the sense you unlock tracks and things, and stuff with the trick system, which is pretty good. Kind of a little bit of a precursor to SSX, I was going to mention. That was the snowboard game I played a lot, as well as the Snowboard Kids games, and the Amped games on the Xbox in particular. Those are terrific. There'll be more snowboarding stuff we should be showing for this program. We're going to take Tia out. Yeah, hi. Okay, so for this one, we're going to run freestyle, because for the purpose of stunt in the Super Pipe, it's not going to matter. But there's not the Super Pipe from SSX3, where that thing is massive, and the linking of the tricks is fantastic. I mean, it's pretty good in this, especially compared to something like 1080, the original, where it is a little more of an afterthought, admittingly, which makes sense. Yeah, and I guess sort of with this one. Yeah, that's the thing. Also, with the way this works, you have to really crank it as far as the turns. And also, yeah, use the other directions to kind of go in line like that. Oh shit, it looks like I hit that Misty 720, but apparently not. Whoa! Okay, there, I hit that Misty 540 at least. So yeah, we're getting that element going. Or just do spins. I always love just doing that. Like, yeah, go that way. Whoa! Ah! Yeah, I was trying to land that trick, but I did not land it, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, you do see, I guess, artifacts going through. Alright. Good news is, when we get to the top of the pipe, you do go a bit fast. You launch up higher. So even though you're not going to necessarily go fast when you get up there, you still sort of get that way. Whoa. But if you land specific, it'll also be better when you come out. Which I'm not doing a very good job of. Although, in that case, yeah, I got the B-side S720. Let's do a flip. Oh, God, I almost had the backflip. Alright. I want to show the backflip because it's just cool to show that. I always love that, the idea of doing flips in a game like this, but yeah, it's not easy. Whoa. Especially when I'm not cooking the jump enough. Ah. That was too much. Yeehaw. Yeah, not wrong. Yeah, you keep saying the same thing. Alright, stop it. Let's try to do a flip. One more flip. Alright, there you go. There's one. Let's get to the end. That's not massive as far as the score, but I'll take it. Alright, so yeah, we're at the goal. And you get judged a little bit, but yeah, I didn't get that great stuff. But then again, I've not played this game recently that much. I played this actually by renting it when it came out. But for now, that was about all I got. Alright, so there you go. I think in that case, we've been in good shape as far as the Rippin Rider snowboarding case. Definitely is a fun one as far as your only option of snowboarding on this console. It's a pretty good one, I'll say. Alright, with this, let's get to the next game. Also, our next game is going to be a case of something that there's a pretty intense flashing light warning on the intro. I'm going to warn that right now. And also one, I found a new copy of this for $20. That's how I own it. And I was kind of amazed to find that way. So it's something that's pretty common. Let me see. What's the setting here? Same as Rippin Riders, so the 46 is going to do. Okay. So with that, let's get this baby out. Alright, next on our list is going to be Demolition Racer No Exit, which came out in 2000 for the Dreamcast. It was an enhanced version of Demolition Racer for the PlayStation. Let me see what I got in my notes on this one. It was Infogrames who made this. Also, as I said, flashing light warning pretty bad in this intro. I will indicate this. It was developed by Pitbull Syndicate, who made the Test Drive games, specifically Test Drive 4, 5, and 6. 6 is on the Dreamcast, by the way. We're not showing that one off tonight. And they made the 2002 Test Drive game. And they also made Wheelman under Midway. They actually were bought by Midway. They were Midway Newcastle before, unfortunately, they went out of business in 2009. But a lot of people who worked at this went to Ruffian Games, or Rockstar Dundee as they're known, who worked on Crackdown 2. You're also getting this element as far as this combat racing game. Before Burnout and games like that, or Split Seconds we mentioned last week, there was Demolition Racer, but yeah, this is definitely the better version of the two that are available, or the other ones are available, because it's on the PC. And flashing light warning is going to start now. Be careful on this. And don't worry, this is not licensed content. It looks like it is, but it isn't. I did check. There is licensed content in this game, and I made sure to mute the music for that. But this one, it didn't pick it up when I did the upload of this, because, like, hey, I have to be sure, but they're giving you the element of, like, yeah, if we're all safe, we can enjoy driving. Yeah, but if not, yeah, that shit's gonna happen, and you're gonna have a fucking seizure. Yeah, this is the idea of the insane, you know, new metal element of your music with all those weird filters. I guess the avid fart, as people call it, as far as the camera cut. And that is the idea of all the explosion there for Demolition Racer No Exit. Which is definitely a weird one. It's kind of like Test Drive a little bit if Test Drive was insanely demolition-based. Alright, beep. There's the beep. By the way, it's saying down there, it's playing music by the Fear Factory. Yeah, that is why I cannot play this music. That's why I have the music muted. It is not... You're not hearing that whatsoever. At least I don't think you are. Yeah, because I made sure to turn off the music. I have to turn off the music just to give an indication. You also have your options. I will show this briefly. Here we go. Oh, no. Not screen config. Yeah, because you can basically put it anywhere you want. Actually, the next game we have has a widescreen option. I will show it off for that game. Yeah, so yeah, you have music in this game by Fear Factory, Sirius, Empyrean, Junkie XL, that's a band I kind of know. Them, Fear Factory. I was with Brugeria, the Coffee Boys, and that's it. Yeah, and it is all licensed, so I cannot play it for you. But alright, let's get the show going as far as what Demolition Racer is. We'll continue the league I have. As I mentioned, this game is like Burnout a bit, in the sense that you're driving around, crashing into other opponents. But the idea is to kill them. Crash into them to get points, and kill them feasibly so you can win. And there's a little bit of strategy this way, because the idea is that, hey, you can win without winning the race. If you get rid of people, or cause damage to them, and you can win on points specific. Alright, there's our car there. It has an uncapped frame rate too, but it's not always going to be holding that 60. But alright, yeah. Because the idea is that when I hit somebody, yeah, you get a hit point. If you hit him fast enough, you can kill him in one shot. You can wall him. If you jump on top of him, that's a death from above, and you hit him perpendicularly, that is a T-bone. I did some of that on my test play stuff, and if I can't show it as far as the play of this now, I will absolutely edit it in. That'll come later. Also, you can find pickups. Yeah, be careful also hitting the explosions, or the explosive boxes on the road, because they can hurt you, but some of the other items can help. And you have emergency brake, which is on the A button. Left and right trigger is your accelerate and brake. And you get that box there, which I believe is invincible. Yeah, in that case, I can blow it. I can crash myself into those explosion boxes and be safe. As long as my bar is in blue. This game is definitely nuts. Yeah, hopefully I can see if I can't get a death from above or something. Yes, it's like a Destruction Derby a little bit. And actually, there is the Destruction Derby option for this. Yeah, in that case, yeah, he's getting blown into that. So, boom, he's going away. Well, I'm trying to get him going away. Yeah, this game can be pretty nuts. It's pretty fun, though, as far as the kind of thing it is. I mean, since there's no burnout on this system, this is as close as you're going to get. I mean, I'll bet if the Dreamcast held on a little longer, Burnout probably would have come to this system, because it was on the PlayStation 2 the year after this came out. So I think they probably would have wanted to spread it around, because Acclaim did do a good amount of stuff on this system, and I got a game of theirs a little later that I'll show off. I'll definitely show off the Destruction Derby element of this, because that is pretty fun. Although one thing I will say is that, even though the racing is pretty good, it is a little wonky in some ways. It's also something that oftentimes you're going to be in cases where your hits are going to be a little weird in the sense of, okay, did I really do that much damage for stuff? But yeah, nobody's died yet. And you'll see that based on the position. You have 16 cars driving around, but if that number goes down, it means it's dead. And be careful not to let that happen to you. Okay, fine. Somebody did die. Oh, there's shortcuts you take. I'll go down this way. If you can get yourself to be launched in the air, that's going to be good, because then you can feasibly land on the opponents. But you have to land on them very specifically, so the hit detection's a little wonky. Okay, a lot wonky. I played this as demo again when I was growing up with the Dreamcast magazine. I have a bunch of those Dreamcast magazine demo discs, because if you ever want to see maybe a night's worth of going through a bunch of those, we can definitely do that. And I actually am going to use one of those for the purpose of introing when we do Shenmue, just to go to that right now. Right there, there's 3 laps, so on the final lap, yeah, try and get the cars out of the way. But I also need to get some health, and there are pickups, actually, I think on the side of over there. Boom. Well, oh yeah, he did explode, so he did crash into me, and he's dead. Alright, yeah, it's that red one there, I believe. Okay, that makes me invincible. So, alright, it makes me invincible, and when I hit cars, it sucks their energy back, and I get that as far as my health. Alright, I missed hitting him, which is probably a bad thing. Whoa. I might not get through the race. Okay, I hit some... Oh, yeah, that's a point box. Right. So you hit point boxes on the course as well and get points that way. You're getting points more than anything for just crashing into stuff and making enemies die. Which there are a lot of enemies that are dead, and my car is almost a smoldering wreck. But also, you got to take into effect that, hey, when you crash this stuff, you're going to get damaged too. So if you're low like I am, you got to be careful and very specific on what you decide to crash into. Make sure not to get yourself killed. Okay, fine, I got killed. Did not finish. Alright, so yeah, I got destroyed. And I believe you also don't... Yeah, you don't get points if you do not finish. Yeah, I have to win to do this. You know what, we'll do one more race, then we'll do the demolition thing. We'll go on to the next game. Because this is a pretty good game for what it is. It also has one of the weirdest unlockables I've ever seen in a game like this. There is a mode in this called Big Car Hunter. It also is disc grinding like nuts as far as the Dreamcast is concerned. As you're probably hearing. Yeah, but the mode Big Car Hunter, it uses the light gun for the Dreamcast. You can get one of those things to work on this thing because they're not reliable. I will indicate that. But basically you shoot the cars and kill them. It's very weird. It's one of those things, yeah, I remember buying this game. I said, wait a second, there's light gun support. I was like, what is this? And I looked that up. I said, yeah, apparently there is. Also, one other thing I guess to go into is the idea that the cars kind of are a little lacking weight to some degree. Well, I guess it makes a little bit of sense. So in that case, you'll still kind of fly around and you'll be okay with them. All right. Whoa. Yeah, he almost, death from above to me. Yeah, and if you do get, yeah, so here's the thing, yeah, winning is not necessarily, you know, a matter of getting first, as I mentioned, so that's kind of unique. Although I'd be lying if I said that this was on the level of something like Burnout. It's not, but for the best you can get on Dreamcast, this is not a bad choice, and it's a cheap one, as I mentioned. Good news also, I guess I'll go into this, a lot of the racing games I'm showing, with a couple exceptions, are ones that don't cost a lot of money. There are tons, you think that, okay, on an old system like this, there's stuff that costs a lot, and there are a couple. I can think of, one we showed, which is Rush 2049, and two other ones in particular that are quite a bit. But even then, they're not the most expensive games on the system. I mean, they're not Capcom games on the system, where they're usually like $400 for basically anything they've made, with a couple exceptions. Yeah, those things are insanely expensive as far as, Capcom is concerned, but they didn't make a racing game. I mean, if they did, it would probably cost like $500. So, good news is that, yeah, if you're liking what you're seeing, you're not going to break the bank too much getting these, or getting these for other people, or maybe yourself with money you get around the holidays, which I guess, I don't know if I indicated this at the start of the show, but the thing about this showcase I do every year, the Thanksgiving showcase, is I see this as a bit of a, almost as a weird holiday buying guide. Because look, anybody could say, oh, go buy these great new games that came out, the stuff you can easily go into stores and find. Whether it's God of War Ragnarok, whether it's Pokemon Violet and Scarlet, whether it's Bayonetta 3, whether it's Persona 5 Royal as far as the new version of that came out, or anything really. But I said, well, okay, hey, if you like retro gaming, you're on this show for a reason to be involved in that. I thank you for that. But also, hey, there are some things in here that are a little off the beaten path, and some things that also have gotten re-released in some cases. This one, not so much. Though it's on PlayStation. This is a cheap one. As I said, I got a new copy of this for $20. In fact, I remember the retro game store I bought this from, they said, hey, we got this brand new sealed Dreamcast game. At first I looked and said, oh my god, this is worth a lot. And then I looked and said, oh, this is only worth like $20. So I wasn't as excited, but it didn't stop me from coming in. It's like, yeah, I'm doing a show for this, for the indication of it, to showcase all the stuff. I said, yeah, I'm going to take this one off your hands that way. And I gotta be careful, because otherwise I'm gonna die. Also, the coins will tell you what those do. When you collect the coins on the course... Oh, shit. Yeah, we slow down. Alright, yeah, off the way. If you get... I think if you win the race, or you get in the area that you need to be in... Let me go back. Yeah, I'm hanging behind, because I... Oh, they took the box. Yeah, the AI can take the boxes, by the way. Yeah, if you get those coins, you can upgrade your car. I have not gotten into a case where I've been able to do that yet with this one, so I'm not doing it. In fact, just for the purpose of being able to finish this, I'm going to stay behind. I'm not going to hit anything, because otherwise I'm going to crash, and it's going to do not finish, and my points are for nothing. But, hey, yeah, I was in 12th place, but there were only 10 positions, so yeah, they died. So yeah, maybe them do not finishing might help me. We'll see, and we'll do a element of the Destruction Derby, which is what this is all about. And this does have two-player support for the purpose of that. Alright, yeah, I got multiplier for my points. I believe it is based on position, so I got 6,160. Yeah, so Grandman, Palmer, Weebkey, Daze, Snake, Mikey P, and then me. So yeah, Snake, I guess go to the Metal Gear Solid thing of, Snake, respond! Snake! Snake! Alright, yeah, most suicidal, most boring. Surprised I wasn't the most boring. And then most kills Webkey. Yeah, I got 10th. I didn't go. Which is fine. Let me show off the Demolition Derby mode. And also, as I said, I will also stitch in, if need be, I'll stitch in the stuff I saw or was able to get happen when I was going with this. Alright, we're gonna do the ball element, because hey, what's one of the fun things to do as far as like going to like see racing in real life? Well, the stock car stuff, that can be fun. But also just going to the Demolition Derby, seeing all the cars just crash into each other. Alright, so yeah, we got the Marauder. We're gonna run the Marauder. Okay. This is fun, for sure, and especially when you're playing with another person. You're just gonna bully, just crash at everybody and live. So yeah, Sunday, we have the race and the demolition race to end all demolition races and go boom! And everything is just bashing. It is fun. But you do have to also, you can do special kills here. I'll see if I can't do them. You have to be very specific and hit them fast enough to do the special kills. I'm trying to do the T-bone. You do it on the side. And they might die, but you have to be careful about how that operates. And you have to be going fast enough to do it. I did on my test play, so if I can't show that happening, it'll be editing fodder. Actually, I have some editing fodder for the purpose of what I did. Alright, so let's see. Actually, wait, it's 16. Like, they're all still alive? Or maybe not. Okay. Okay, yeah, he... Oh, no, there's only... Oh, it's starting car. Sorry, yeah, where is he? Alright, there you go. Alright, so I started a fire. So that's good. Oh. Okay, I think I killed him. I think he's dead. Oh, okay, I got destroyed. Alright, that was too short. Let's do another run of this, and then we'll go on to the next game, which is also going to be a little bit of a destructive racing case. A little bit. Yeah, let's do this again. Because this is pretty fun, as far as how it is. It definitely is better than the PlayStation version of this, from what I understand. I'm hearing the PlayStation version looks really bad. And there's no exit mode, by the way, we're running for this. There is Destruction Derby elements in the PlayStation game, and I think this was on the PC, I believe, as well. Yeah, it was. But this is probably the one you want to get. Whoa. Yeah, there you go. All the cars just getting smashed. Alright, so yeah, he died. Okay, so yeah, something died. I don't know if I was responsible. You get more points if you're the one responsible for killing them. Alright. You know, I might have to just show off the stuff from the edit. You know, I think I'm going to run out of stuff of this. Yeah, I'm already totaled. Almost. So, you know what? I'm going to restart the race. Unfortunately, you have to reload when it restarts the race. Not the loading is long in this game, it's just that it's a little bit of a pace breaker, especially because that's to load the race I already have loaded. But I think it is shorter. Alright, fine. You know what? I'm not going to run into them this time. I'm going to let them all run, and I'll see if I can't pick up the scraps. So they crashed in that way. Yeah, fortunately, I didn't go fast enough. I could have T-boned that guy, but I unfortunately was not able to. Alright, stop. Oh, he went right through me. Okay, that was weird. Alright, come on. Yeah, it's one of those cases where, yeah, it's the recording curse. That I did this on the test play just fine. Oh, actually, accidentally. You'll see that. Because I'm absolutely going to stitch that in. But it's also one of those things, I haven't necessarily played this game as much. I only got this a couple months ago. For the purposes, because I said, hey, Dollyfin wanted to see the racing games. I said, let me go pick up some stuff I don't have. And get donations as far as certain things like... Oh, I got T-boned. Okay, so I showed it one way. But I'll show the happening as far as me doing it about here.
Controlling the movement of traffic with rules and laws makes driving orderly and safe. Ignoring or breaking rules is doing the unexpected. And suddenly, you become a threat to others.
Go!
Alright, so yeah. In the ball and everything is getting... Oh, whoa! Okay, I'm glad I got the footage of that. That just looks weird. And emergency brake is on the A button. The only thing is that I think, yeah, you have to hit him in so fast in order to get some of the specific... Oh, I T-boned him! Okay, so never mind. No, I don't. I'm glad I got to show that. If nothing else, I'll have something to put in the footage for. Oh, I got two! Shit. What was that? Kill car? I don't even know what kill car is. Alright, where's the last couple? Yeah, he crashed into me. Just let it go. Where is he? Where's the last one? Oh, cool. So I was the last man standing. Wow. And we're back. And we will go on to the next game. Yeah, sorry I couldn't show it specifically, but fine. I got T-boned. At least I got shown it happen somehow. But then you also got the edit stuff showing that, which is... That's why I do the test checks. Not least of which so I have everything in line for the program when we run it, but also because I want to make sure that everything is going to be in line. Alright. So with Demolition Racer done, let's take that out. We're going to stay with Infogrames for another minute or so, or a little bit of time. Alright. So, to one destructive racer of Infogrames to another. Actually, I have two more games. Actually, no, I have three more games of them. We're going through two of them next. Alright, this next one is going to be a bit of a blast from the past. So, I'm going to check the volume on this. I need this to be 49. Right there. Alright. Now, I don't know if you remember this from television, because this is a licensed game. It is a kart racing game as well. One of 4 kart racing games the Dreamcast had. We're showing 3 of them tonight. This is the first one. This is Wacky Races. This was released by Infogrames as well. But it was developed by Infogrames Sheffield House. Which, this is an interesting one looking into this, because this is the team that was known as Gremlin Games. They made Top Gear for the Super Nintendo. We played that on the show already about a year and a half ago. Yeah, they made this game, and they also made other stuff, including Zool. They actually did all the Top Gear games, Top Gear 2 and 3000 on the Super Nintendo, as well as Loaded on the PlayStation, and they also made the PS1 game based on Monopoly and Superman Shadow of the Apocalypse. Here we go, we got the Wacky Races. So yeah, if you remember this Hanna-Barbera cartoon from 1968, we have all of these, basically it's a takeoff on the Great Race from what the idea was about. You have all these cartoon characters racing around, and this was cel-shaded. This was before Checker and Radio came out, actually. I guess Infogrames got wind of that and said, yeah, let's do this before this game comes out. And, well, I guess it helped. Fine, it definitely helped as far as the look of this. But as far as sales, it's a question, because actually, well, fine, I'll level with you. Most of the stuff we're looking at from Dreamcast didn't sell well, with 2 exceptions. And you'll understand what those are when we get to them. But of course, yeah, with all the races, you also have Dick Dastardly and Muttley. Of course, you do have to unlock them. I have the code set up already for that. And we do have some of the voices sort of from this show, or actually, well, okay, fine. There's only one voice from the original 60 series. But for Dick Dastardly, and that weird thing with the loading screen, for the purpose of that, yeah, he was voiced on the TV show by Paul Winchell. This game is voiced by Jim Cummings, which is interesting because Paul Winchell also voiced Tigger for Winnie the Pooh in the 70s and 80s, and then Jim Cummings took over. So fitting that they had him, voicing Dick Dastardly in this one and all the other characters as well. One thing I'm also going to do is this game does have native widescreen. So what I'm going to do is I have the widescreen mode on. I'm going to get my remote for the RetroTink 5X to show one other thing I get to deal with this. Yeah, I'm running S video, by the way, for the Dreamcast, so it does look really, really nice. Okay, I'm not changing the resolution. It is 1080p, but I'm changing the screen mode. So I hit this button. There we go, 16:9. This is the only game we are playing tonight that has a native 16:9 option. Also, I guess you can turn the black outline off. Let's see. I don't think it does anything. But yeah, this does have native 16:9. We are running it that way. Alright, so let's load game. Okay, so yeah, we have our racers. Let's go through them. We have the Boulder Mobile, run by the Slag Brothers. We have the Creepy Coupe, run by the Gruesome Twosome. We have, it's going in a different order. This is the Compact Pussycat, run by Penelope Pitstop, who, worth pointing this out, this is the only case of the original voice actress from the TV show reprising her role. It is Janet Waldo voicing Penelope Pitstop. She voiced her in Wacky Races and in The Perils of Penelope Pitstop, going back to the 60s, as well as Josie and Josie and the Pussycats, Violet Bentley on Petticoat Junction. Yeah, you're not going to get another stream that's going to talk about that. And in my case, one of my nostalgic elements as far as Christmas, Yogi's First Christmas. I don't know if you've ever seen this. I'll put a picture of what this is. It's basically the idea that Yogi Bear, his hibernation is interrupted somehow. Instead of killing everybody like bears tend to, he's like, oh my god, what's this Christmas thing? Why do we have trees indoors? Why is there mistletoe here? Let me celebrate Christmas and try to stay awake for it. While there's this holiday festival going on at this hotel, and this person, Mrs. Throckmorton, who's coming with her annoying nephew, Snively, who's saying that, oh yeah, I might be selling this. I was like, yeah, if we can convince her that this is really worthwhile, she'll keep the lodge open. And you've all the famous Hanna-Barbera characters going, specifically like Huckleberry Hound and Snagglepuss and things like that. And Augie Doggy and Doggy Daddy, of course. I do love them. But Janet Waldo voiced Cindy Bear. I was like, yeah, I want Yogi to kiss me under the mistletoe when she learns what that is. And Mrs. Throckmorton, she did voice her as well. And that is an interesting case for that. Yeah, this is the only voice case as far as somebody original from Wacky Races. She is here. And there is the Army Surplus Special Sergeant Blast and Private Meekly. The Anthill Mob has the Bulletproof Bomb. The Arkansas Chug-a-Bug, run by Luke and Blubber Bear. Peter Perfect, who has the Turbo Terrific right there. He's like the vain, heroic guy who always wants to be nice to Penelope Pitstop, because clearly he wants to get in with her, I think. And then the Buzzwagon, which is written by Rufus Roughcut and Sawtooth. You're also probably wondering, where the hell is Dick Dastardly and Muttley? Well, let me tell you. I have the code for you. You have to unlock them when playing the single player. But also going to run handling style. There's kart handling and advanced handling. Kart handling means that you basically have an element like Diddy Kong Racing as far as how it has. Advanced means you have a handbrake. We're going to do the kart method. Also going to back into the sign. You can change game type and things, but yeah, you have cheats. I put the cheats in off screen for the purposes of going to code collection. You can turn in all tracks and challenges and all cars. So I'm turning that on, and then I'm going to hit the start button. We're going to go reselect cars. What you have to do this as far as getting Dick Dastardly and Muttley. Oh yeah, and Red Max, the Crimson Hay Baler, I forgot to indicate that. And Professor Pat Penning in the converted car. Actually, wait a minute. Oh wait, they're unlockable too. So yeah, alright, there they all are. They're all the Wacky Racers, but yeah, there's one we want to have if we're going to be running this. Although I'll show Penelope Pitstop as well. The Mean Machine, run by Dick Dastardly and Muttley. But unlike the show, where they try and, stop everybody, you can basically try and win the race with them this time. And you'll even have, like, the announcer guy, the narrator, saying that, oh yeah, keep going. He's basically cheering on Dick Dastardly. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Also, this is a racing game, unlike some of the other games based on this franchise, which were, there's one on the NES, which is by Atlas, where it's insanely expensive. It's like a $400 game. And then there was the Crash and Dash game that was on the Wii and the, I think it was on the DS as well. It's kind of like a Micro Machines-like game. But it's basically just constantly driving on your own. You're not even accelerating or anything. I've heard that game is not very good. Or I think as the reviews on the Run program indicated that, it's like, yeah, we're reviewing the Wacky Races Crash and Dash game, and they said, yeah, it's from Warner Brothers Interactive, Hanna-Barbera, and, yeah, I don't remember who developed this game. Who developed this game? And then Tommy Tallarico just said, flat out, some asshole. They're like, that's not nice. Yeah, I know it's not nice. And that was it. But all right, we're going to run through the course. I do have all the courses run. We have Tombstone Pass here, Los Angeles T-Square, Railway Canyon, and Manic Mines. Let's do the Manic Mines. I've actually not raced this track before. And you do have a limit of 8 characters on the track. It is another case of a uncapped frame rate of 60 FPS. It's not holding it much, admittingly. I'll indicate that. And same with our next game. Wait, actually, that doesn't even have an uncapped 60 FPS. Also, it's kind of like, well, the car racing game we'll look at 2 from now, where you're basically picking your gadgets. And there you go. You have, like, we have to take care of this Muttley. And then he's going, By the way, Muttley in this game is voiced by Billy West. We're going to see him in the next game, or hear him in the next game as well. Yeah, you have your power-ups. You basically pick these up, and you use these specific. They are character-specific. You assign them to the X, Y, and B buttons. And we'll do the glue pool. Alright, let's get going.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting one. Although, as I said, the other thing is that, the physics are very weird in the sense they're very cartoony. Yeah, and there's a potential to be pit stop getting stuck on the ground as you're going into the mine. It's a game that's actually very hard. You'd be surprised on that. Where actually you have to go through a lot of the races winning first each time, and the AI is pretty relentless. I guess they kind of have a catch-up element. Also, you get stuck in the water, and yeah, that's going to be the case. Actually, I've never driven this track before. I'm not going to lie. Oh. No, I don't know. We're going to make this canonical in the sense that Dick Dastardly and Muttley are going to be dead last. I mean, fine, I guess we're going to say, like, Penelope Pit Stop, sorry, we love you, but you have to get going. And what did I get hit by?
Player 1 needs to do some catching.
Also, yeah, you use your items, I believe, by collecting the coins.
That gets him every time.
And I think the Mad Helmet is basically just knocking the enemies off, I think. Although, I gotta be honest, I'm not an expert on this game. And actually was able to get this game cheaper than I tend to see it. I've seen this, like, $50, $60. I found this for, like, 30. So, like, yeah, I wanted to take this, and I want to have an opportunity to talk about Wacky Races. Because I mentioned the car racing stuff on Dreamcast before. And I said, well, okay, we can at least show off most of these. In fact, we're showing off all of them except for Walt Disney World Magical Racing Tour, because I don't have that one. But yeah, that means I kind of tip my hat at what the other ones are. Although, actually, going back to past shows, I mentioned before what the other ones are going to be. For the kart racing stuff, anyway. I got the magnet, which, okay, it's like the magnet, the triple magnet in Diddy Kong Racing. Well, yeah, the bomb is getting in my way, damn you. As you go in the water, you just bounce off the water. It's a duo of that touch, which actually is something the TV show has. Where they were driving off the water and they just bounce right off of it. But yeah, like Diddy Kong Racing, that magnet there, you basically pull the enemy back towards you when you have it fully powered up. Yeah, I'm winning, and yeah, the announcer's saying, like, oh my god, thank you to, or good job to Dick Dastardly. Yeah, okay, we're gonna totally fuck the canon of Wacky Races here, I would think. And they do give you an arrow to kind of keep you on track, which I guess makes sense, because it looks like these courses are actually a little more open than anything. Also, there's the creepy coop, which actually, that's the other thing. They were paying attention to the detail of the cars, but so much so the creepy coop is massive, and based on how the camera is, unless you adjust it, you can barely see the road when you're driving it. So, yeah, there was some weird stuff they did with this game, which, by the way, also, it is on the PS2, but only in Europe. The Game Boy Color version came out here, which is something totally different, and it was on PlayStation 1, which is not the same version. That's a weird thing with a lot of the Infogrames racers, and we're going to notice that with the next one, and one of the other ones I'm going to do. Where Infogrames was and is, as Atari now, a European company, but there were a lot of games that came out here on one system and then not on other ones. And yeah, we fucked the canon of Wacky Races, because guess who won? Dick Dastardly and Muttley. So it's like, yeah, they don't have to cheat anymore. Just have Cam Detroit control them in the Dreamcast game. That's how that's going to work. So yeah, I wonder how that's going to go as far as, yeah, we win.
Congratulations, you cleared the challenge. Here's your reward.
So I guess going into the element of Dastardly Muttley, I guess with Muttley is like, if you've ever seen the Dastardly Muttley cartoons, the one where they're trying to catch the pigeon, or stop the pigeon, as is, I do love that. As far as it, so this gives me an opportunity to talk about that. You get Gold Star, it's always the idea that Muttley, he doesn't want to work for free, so he's always saying, as far as like, hey, he wants accommodation for what he does, and then Dick Dastardly says, you want a medal? And it's like, yeah, he gives him a medal. He's like, I'll do this first, basically, before anything happens, and then when it fails, like, he gets stripped of the medal right away, and then, of course, Muttley goes the, yes, fighter. I do love that, for sure. I'm going to change another car, though, so yeah. Dick Dastardly won. So, yeah, there you go. In fact, you know what, since I was mentioning, Janet Waldo, let's pull out the Compact Pussycat. So here is Penelope Pitstop. Yeah, she has the perils that way. And you know what, I'll show... No, I'm not going to show the advanced. I'll tell you what the advanced is. The advanced is, instead of having the drifting, which is on the A button, by the way, you have a drift. So it's like Diddy Kong Racing. You ever play Diddy Kong Racing? It's the same drift mechanic as that. You also have the Ballerinas and the Golden Muttley Challenge. You have to collect Muttley tokens or Muttley trophies and get to win. Let's just do individual tracks. This is going to be just a little bit of a taste of this. As I mentioned, there's going to be games we can come back to, and this, I think, would be one of them. Let's do the Ice Caverns. Alright, so let's see what good old Penelope Pitstop can do. And you do get the announcer that way, so it is kind of going the same way as the TV show. Alright, so we have the Lippy Shell, let's put on the X button. The Parashield Power, which I guess is kind of flight, and then the hairdryer. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Alright, let's get going.
And the Wacky Racers are off.
Yeah, and those do cost coins. Basically, you pick up the coins. Oh, right, she has a shield. Okay, so I have my umbrella over the entire car. So I guess one of them is shield element, one's an attack, and then one of them is a maneuver element, I think. As long as you collect coins, which I believe they're on the course, or you crash into enemies, I think, for that. Going, okay, that's the other thing Penelope Pitstop has. When you go off of a jump, the parasol lets you go down slower. So it's basically like the Princess Peach from Smash Brothers in this game. Ow.
We're in the lead.
Alright.
Hey, son. It's the second lap.
Alright, so yeah, this is totally nuts. And it is interesting for sure. I mean, there's flaws to this game, I'll definitely say that. But of what I played of it, I do kind of like the style of what this game does. And I guess giving attention to this underrated TV series, which didn't last long, actually. It was only on for about a year, I realized. But then they tried to replicate it or revive it in the 90s, I think. And then also, yeah, the Dastardly Muttley show, which, as I mentioned, I love that show. In fact, actually, that kind of forms my earliest memories of the Cartoon Network. Back in 1994, when it first came on and when it first was available to me growing up, I was able to watch that. It was on in prime time. They had all these old cartoons of Hanna-Barbera, even like Warner Brothers, stuff like Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, and things like that, or Droopy Dog and things like that with Hanna-Barbera. At that point, I saw Wacky Races that way, and they had Dastardly Muttley in prime time. They used to call it Dastard Muttley's Fly By Night, so it's like, which it kind of was as far as the operation for them to catch the pigeon or stop the pigeon. I gotta say that. I still remember that theme song, even the Stop the Pigeon, Stop the Pigeon. It's good stuff. Or even just the idea of like it's like a World War I carrier pigeon, basically going in areas and trying to avoid getting caught by them. But he always has outrunning, so it's like Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote a little bit. And he has the horn thing, which is always off tune with the last blow of the horn, the doot, which I do love that. All right, we're almost there, and yeah, there we go. So yeah, third place for it, and we lost to Dastardly. Damn. Okay, so yeah, Dastardly's not fucking around with this game. So at least I got third place. I'll take that for now. And also there's replay, which is... Oh, you have a replay mode. We can run on different cameras. You can have her close up. You have bird's eye, your side camera, front camera, and the cinematic mode. So at that point, yeah, you do... I mean, as I said, I think they wanted to show off what this game was doing with the graphics. Because as I said, these are cel-shaded graphics. I think this is the first game that had something like this. It beat Jet Grand Radio even out by a couple of months. At least in the US it did. I don't remember if it did for Japan, but I'll put it out here to indicate if it did or not. But it was a brilliant idea saying that, hey, this cartoon is here. Let's adopt this style for showing it in a video game. Hey, smart idea. It definitely is interesting, as I mentioned, to get the sense that, yeah, the Top Gear team made this. But I can kind of see it in terms of certain things. And I've had a great time playing Top Gear, the Super Nintendo game. I want to thank Electric for that one specific. Because, yeah, he gave an indication that saying, I want to see this franchise. I picked it up. I'm very happy I did, and then we played it the way we did. And we'll definitely do Top Gear 2, which I have. 3,000's a bit of money. I'll see what I can do about that one. But, yeah, we'll definitely do that one. Yeah, in that case, I think we're good with the Wacky Races. One thing I'm going to do before I forget, I'm going to get the display back. And remember, also, the RetroTink 5X, I think I mentioned this, we played Mischief Makers. It has options for specific consoles. Dreamcast didn't have anything specific as far as their setting. So generic 4x3 is what we're running. And that's the only time we're running widescreen, by the way. So, yeah, there you go. Alright, well, with that, let's go to the next game. This is also an Infogrames joint. It's also a kart racing game based on a license of cartoon. Alrighty, let's go to this next one. Yeah, so far we're going pretty well on these, but I am going a little slower on some of these than I would have thought. Yeah, but either way, that's fine. Alright, so next on our list is Looney Tunes Space Race. This was Infogrames as well, but it was not Infogrames Sheffield House who made this. It was Infogrames Melbourne House. I'll just put my volume up to 55 for this one, because the game is actually surprisingly quiet. Okay, so this came in 2000. It started as a Nintendo 64 game. They did not finish the Nintendo 64 game. They moved it to the Dreamcast. Later it came on the PlayStation 2 under a totally different name, Space Race, no Looney Tunes element in it, as far as in the name, but it's still based on Looney Tunes. It also has an exclusive championship mode, and the music is totally changed from this version, as with menus. But yeah, but Infogrames Sheffield House, that was Wacky Races. Melbourne House was formerly Beam Software. If you remember your NES days, and maybe before that, there are a lot of games they made under that name, including Family Feud for the NES, which I'd love to show off. That's a great version of that. As well as Back to the Future 2 and 3 on NES, the Super Nintendo version of Shadowrun. Also made Radical Rex, which got a remake, re-release, modern. I cannot believe that happened. I think I saw that. I think Q-Byte Classics did a release of that. I was explaining to my coworkers saying, there's this game called Radical Rex that Activision published and Beam Software made, where you're this dinosaur that's on a skateboard, and the Sega CD version of it is like a $400 game. It's like, this is not a real game. You're making this up. I'm like, no, I'm not. Let me show you. I think they learned that whenever I say all this weird shit about gaming, there's like, yeah, he's probably not lying about this. It probably is real. And then they see it, like, it makes for something funny and interesting, if nothing else. Especially some of those reactions. I'm going to love that when we get back to Shadow Hearts next week. And actually, a lot of the guest appearances we're going to have going into the next year. But all right, let's get started with Looney Tunes Space Race. Also, Beam Software, they made the Nintendo 64 port of Hexen. So they've gotten around. And they also made a game we're going to show off at the end of the program tonight. Well, almost at the end, anyway. As I mentioned, the start is a Nintendo 64 game. They moved it to Dreamcast. It's also a game that costs a bit of money, I'll admit this. On the Dreamcast, at least. On the PS2, it's like $10, $20. It's cheap. On the Dreamcast, I'm seeing this like $50 to $80. And it's one I don't see this often in the wild. Whether you're going on eBay or even going out to retro game stores, I rarely see this. I saw it back in the day when I bought it when it came out, because I love my Looney Tunes stuff, for sure. If you love Looney Tunes, this is absolutely the way to go for enjoying them on this system, and it is the best kart racing game on the system, I will say that. Unless Walt Disney World Magic Racing Tour is better. I doubt it is, though. You do have options of language. You're doing German, French, and English. It does focus on the spoken dialogue. Go in English. Because, hey, we want the element of Looney Tunes with the character voices we know and love. Some, unfortunately, are no longer with us, including Joe Lasky, who is Daffy in this game. Actually, a lot of other characters, too. And Billy West, who is Bugs Bunny. But we're starting off with the idea of this, where it's kind of like a Wacky Races case, where you have the alien Martian bird things there, and there is Foghorn Leghorn, voiced by Maurice Marché, who is Brain and Pinky the Brain, and Pinky, actually, as well. And also Orson Welles, the critic. Yeah, he's saying, like, yeah, let's have a roll call for the races we're going to see in this game. It's absolutely the best car racing game that you can get on this console, without a question.
with our on-the-spot reporter, Lola Bunny.
And yeah, Lola Bunny from Space Jam, voiced by Kath Soucie again, or Kate Soucie, I think it is. Yeah, she's the announcer as far as, like, the roving reporter of that, and he's, like, in the newsroom. We're on the Acme Corporation, because that is how things operate. Because Acme is everything in Looney Tunes, and with that, here it is. Alright, I have most everything unlocked in this game, going back for quite a bit of time, so let's do a load on this. Yeah, as I mentioned, this game is kind of quiet. You're probably not hearing much of the music in the menu here. That being said, I'm going to check some stuff. Also notice the loading, which is not good in this game. Yeah, you have gags. That's your weapons, by the way, as well as turbos on the B button. You can also toss weapons when you pick them up. And you have a rear view element as well. I believe they're totally customizable. And cheats, as I mentioned. I think you can put cheats in for certain things. They don't save to the VMU, by the way, but I had unlocked a bunch of stuff as it was. And the gallery where you have stuff of things you've unlocked, including blueprints, characters. Let's look at one of them. Let's look at good old Bugs Bunny. Favorite of many people I know, and hey, rightly so. And you can also look at, like, video footage of him and hit button to have him speak.
Step aside, son, you bother.
Alright, there you go. That is Billy West, by the way, as Bugs Bunny here. As I mentioned, it was Muttley and Wacky Races we just played, as well as Fry and Futurama, Stimpy on the Ren and Stimpy Show, and Roger Klotz on the Nickelodeon version of Doug, amongst many other things. Alright, we're going to do races now. There was also 4-player support in this game, and Wacky Races had 4-player as well. I probably should mention that. I don't know how it runs with 4-player. I've not run 4-player on it, but we're going to do solo on this. Yeah, where are our characters? We have Daffy Duck, Marvin the Martian, Yosemite Sam, Wile E. Coyote, Bugs Bunny, Elmer Fudd, Porky Pig, Sylvester the Cat, and I think you can unlock Granny in this. I know she's on the side as far as certain things. You know, let's run Bugs Bunny. What's up, Doc? Like, there you go. I do love my Bugs Bunny. We get to show Bugs Bunny, finally. We've said for a while, can we show stuff with Looney Tunes? Yes, we can. I know Dolly Finn wanted to see this game specific, so yeah, we're filming this. And we have our racing areas. You can go to Planet Acme, where the frame rate actually is not great, I realized. I probably should show that. Those are the Pyramids of Mars, the Asteroid Belt, Off-World City Limits, the Wild West Quadrant, the Nebula, and Galactorama Park. You know, let's show Planet Acme off just to show it. And you get these load screens, which are long. This game has pretty long loading, and the PS2 version is not much better on that. But I do love how the pictures look. It's like, yeah, Planet Acme in Technicolor. So it's like, yeah, if you love your old element of Looney Tunes stuff where they first came out, it's like, yeah, Technicolor. Yeah, there you go. It's just like that. And the great artwork. Also, like the other kart racing games we have, you're on rockets. But it's basically the same. And yeah, this game runs at 30 FPS specific, but yeah, this series slows down pretty massively. I didn't realize that until I did the test play. And here's how it works. You're racing, doing the acceleration. You also have the 4-leaf clover. It's the A button, your item. That is your star from Super Mario Kart, or any Mario Kart, really. You pick up the Acme cannons. You get 5 of those, hit the B button, you get a boost. So actually, in a lot of ways, it's also like Wave Race Boost Storm, which came out the year after this. In that you basically do stuff to get your power up, and then you can earn a boost. And you also have items, the Acme items. If you don't want the one you have, you can hit the X button to toss it away. Yeah, as I said, the frame rate is not good in these areas where there's a lot of things like, yeah, they'll knock you off. And they might, oh yeah, they almost disintegrated me. Also, let me get close to Wile E. Coyote. Yup, boom. You knock him off and have him fall off the course. That's the other thing. You can fall off the course in this game. And there's the stormy weather cloud. Boom. All right, bye-bye, Yosemite Sam. Yeah, you get the rockets. You get all of the Acme stuff. All the gags, as they mentioned. Yeah, just destroy things. Yo. Yeah, I was like, yeah, Lola Bunny, you're supposed to be on my side. Remember, you're Bugs' love interest, at least until Space Jam 2, where they kind of went too much in the opposite direction. Ow. But here's the thing. I'm getting hit by everything, so it's like Mario Kart. Like, you think, like, oh yeah, this is pretty awful as far as Mario Kart. It's like, we're talking Mario Kart Wii, which, channelists, you have any objection to this, I think is the worst Mario Kart game there is, especially in terms of AI. Yeah, disintegrate him. But you're noticing, wait a minute, I caught up really quickly. Here's the thing about this. This game has catch-up AI to it, which a lot of kart racing games have, and if you're not aware what that is, it means that the enemies are artificially given a speed boost as you go along, so they'll be faster to make the race closer. And usually it's an awful thing. You think, like, wait a second, why would they ever do that? So it's basically not based on skill anymore. This actually, though, is probably one of the best cases of catch-up AI I've ever seen, because on one hand, you're running a perfect race, they'll catch up to some degree or they'll be close. Oh, and I avoided getting hit by the safe. Thank God. But it also works the other way. It's like, as I said, you can fall off the course. You keep falling off the course and keep getting in these cases of that, you'll still be in the thick of the race. So in that case, they were smart how they designed this, saying that, okay, fine, yeah, if you fall in the hole, the Acme hole, like Marvin the Martian did over there, you'll still be able to recover. So it actually is pretty good that way. And yeah, get the, you get that. You drop the elephant onto Daffy Duck. Yeah, it's the remote. These are hard to avoid, so yeah, when you get on the receiving end of those, yeah, you're usually not going to avoid it unless you turn away at the last minute or if you have a boost. Boom. Yeah, this game is totally nuts, though, and as I said, it fits for Looney Tunes, and despite what we're seeing with the frame rate, I think part of it is because this area has a lot of things going on. It's almost like Ratchet and Clank level in terms of the idea that it's this spacey area with a lot of moving cars and elements in the background, including the bird Martian creatures. They have a name. I don't remember the name of them. Chat, help me out if you know, or I'll put it down below. About them. Okay, and the for the clover makes you invincible, by the way. Or hitting into other things. All right, there's the. Oh shit. Yeah, no question. Yeah, coming through. It's like, yeah. So yeah, with Bugs Bunny, like, yeah. Remember, Bugs Bunny is getting you know, hit like crazy through all of this, but yeah, he still is going to be able to find his way out. Yeah, that's what happens with Bugs Bunny. He always does make it. And the Acme cans will replenish on lap, by the way.
It's curtains for you.
Whoa! Yeah, in that case, I saw the shadow of the safe, but I got hit by something else. All right, so there you go. Oh. I don't know, this is gonna be close.
Yeah, your brother drinks pickle.
All right, so there it goes. There's an item hit, and oh. So, ain't I a stinker? Like, yeah, he is. But, yeah, we gotta win. Come on. And what a maroon. So you get all of the voice stuff you want as far as Looney Tunes. It is awesome. Alright, bye-bye. Out of the way. Right, come on, come on. Okay, now I'm gonna win, yeah, because I have the invisibility. There's no way I'm losing. I believe it also is sort of random kind of when the items come up. But, there we go. We win. Alright, yeah. There we go. That was clutch. Yeah, as I said, the catch-up AI thing is weird that way, but... Look, if you're going to put catch-up AI on your racing game, this is the way to do it. I will say that.
Hooray for
So you will still have a fighting chance. And hey, if you have a problem with it, also, there is the 4-player multiplayer. So yeah, play this with other people. It is a lot of fun. If you love Looney Tunes, yeah, absolutely the way to go. Alright, so we'll do another race. And then we'll go on to... I was going to say the next kart racing game. I'm swapping the order out of those, though. So, next we're going to do is...
Who's gonna race this time, boy?
Let's take Porky Pig.
a nice choice.
Yeah, so, yeah, Porky Pig, of course, has the stutter. Or if you've ever seen Looney Tunes back in action, he's saying that... They're telling me to stop making the stutter. It's a pain in the butt being so politically correct. And then you have a sullen Speedy Gonzales next to him saying, "You're telling me." It's like, yeah, he's right about that. Yeah, that is an amazing movie, by the way, if you've never seen Looney Tunes back in action. Definitely goes in that Looney Tunes element while also having a lot of fun with certain conventions of movies. Yeah, we have him. He does have the speech impediment, but hey, say this about Porky Pig, he doesn't let it bring him down. But then you also get in the case where you get the notorious PIG in Space Jam: A New Legacy, and the less said about that, the better. But where he's not stuttering, he's like, wait, it'd be funnier if he was. But like, yeah, that was the jump the shark moment, for sure. But good news is that movie bombed. And it wasn't awful, but it was not great. I was about the guy who made Undercover Brothers, so yeah, it should have been funnier. We're going in the Wild West now, and yeah, Porky's ready to go, and yeah, we were riding on our thing for this. You do have bombs, yeah, you can toss the bombs out. Whoa. Oh shit, but yeah, he got crushed. Yeah, that was bad, and also, yeah, this is not the Porky Pig who is saying somebody's a son of a bitch, like one of the cartoons. I'll have to dig out which one that was. I don't remember which one. Oh, okay, fine. His steering is bad. So this is like when I was doing test play, actually, on this course with, what's his name? With Marvin the Martian.
Stay out of my way.
Whoa. Oh, what happened? I fell through the environment.
That wasn't altogether.
Okay, editing fodder.
Watch out.
Yeah, Yeah, Porky is being a little, you know, polite as far as it. But yeah, that's Porky's thing, you know. Alright, I got dizzied. Oh, right. I guess I also think I should have fallen off the course. Yeah, if that happens. Oh. Okay, I was surprised it didn't happen right away, because usually when you're off that way, you'll fall off. And that happens a lot, especially when you have characters like this where they have heavy weight to them. Yeah, so you kind of have to slow down. You have to kind of use the brake specific. All right, yeah. Yeah, bye-bye, bugs. Ow! Okay, fine. I didn't get disintegrated. I just get shot. Yeah, there's the bomb. Ow!
Here we go.
All right, there we go. Yeah, I forgot how heavy Porky was. I mean, he's a pig, I guess, but then again, that's weird that way, because I never got the sense, that Porky was super heavy that way. Or have you ever played, there's a game with Porky Pig in it, Porky Pig's Haunted Holiday for the Super Nintendo, where he actually is kind of light and kind of floaty in terms of how he plays. Oh, shit! Yipe! So, like, that's the Bugs Bunny thing, I guess, for that. It was like, yeah, I fell through. Alright, come on, Porky, we gotta win. I think he is pretty fast, though, from what I understand. Whoa, shit. Yeah, this one I'm basically just stopping when I go around the curve. This is where I'm loving the fact that catch-up AI is fair, in the sense that, yeah, I'm getting hit by everything, but I still have a chance to win, even though I'm, you know, sliding all over the place. Oh! I don't think there's an emergency brake in this. I mean, I think it's just, no, there's not. It's just the accelerating and the braking.
No, we're dying.
Alright, so yeah, unfortunately, yeah, Porky didn't win. You know what, I can't end like this. We have to, let's, oh, no, I don't want to watch the replay. I want to change racer. We'll do one more, and then we'll go on to the next game. And then, actually, that's going to be the end of VMU 1. Because I have to switch VMUs and switch controllers specific. But we will do that in just a second.
So who's gonna race this time?
Alright, fine, let's play as Daffy Duck.
Geronimo!
Alright, so yeah, that is Joe Lasky, by the way. The late, great Joe Lasky as Daffy Duck.
Where are you gonna race?
Let's go to Galactorama Park. You know, this is the loading, but they do give you different pictures as far as the load screens, but they're a bit long. As I mentioned, it's a little shorter on the PS2, but not by much. And if you're getting this game and want to get this, you probably want to get it on the PS2 because it's way cheaper.
On your mark.
Yeah, I probably should have mentioned, yeah, Tweety Bird is your flagman specific. Right, there we go. So now we're going to take care of this. Yeah, because remember, what's the idea about Daffy Duck? He's the wild card. He's the crazy guy. But of course, when I fall or something bad happens, I mean, well, you know what he says. He says, "You're despicable." Yeah, we'll get to that when we get to other stuff with Daffy Duck. I got to get Duck Dodgers on the Nintendo 64. At some point, we're going to show that. That's a game that costs quite a bit of money, though. It's like almost $150 now. But I absolutely want to invest in that. That game is really interesting. And it really captures the Looney Tunes spirit really well, like this game did. So actually, 2000 was kind of a bit of a banner year for the Looney Tunes, when you really think about it, in terms of some of the stuff with games and the way Infogrames are doing them. Even to the point where there are games that didn't come out here, including Taz Express, which is on PlayStation. I think it was on PlayStation. I know it was on N64, but we didn't get that game here. I'm trying to remember who the company was that made that. And then also other stuff like Sheep Raider, which is on PlayStation, which I have, which is actually kind of like a, kind of a bit of a strategy sort of game. Or no, it's a stealth game, basically. Where you're basically, Ralph, the takeoff on, Wile E. Coyote, trying to get the sheep away from, Sam the Sheepdog. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm invincible, so, hoo! Yeah, you're not getting me. But yeah, Infogrames really did good stuff with Looney Tunes, honestly. So actually, some of these are pretty interesting that way. Some of them, not so much. I remember one, and I'd be curious to play this just because I want to maybe reckon with this, was Bugs Bunny Lost in Time, which is on the PlayStation, and it was also on the PC, which had absolutely awful camera issues with it. It was Behavior Interactive who made Jersey Devil on PlayStation as well. Yeah, you're going down. Yeah, I'll get your pet. I'll get your little red wagon going here. yeah, that case was the camera that ruined it, even though I love Bugs Bunny. The feel of Bugs Bunny is great, where you're, like, doing the battles with Elmer Fudd, going down underground to burrow down and then just killing him. Which is cool, so it captures the feel of it, but yeah, some of them are a little mixed, but as I said, I think probably the best ones are this one and Duck Dodgers, and elements of Sheep Raider, although Sheep Raider also has weird elements with its graphics, which is not that great to look at, honestly. Not bad, but it's something that I kind of wish it wasn't just on PS1. It was a late one on PS1, it was 2001. So yeah, they didn't do a Dreamcast version of that, they didn't do a Nintendo 64 version of that either, because, yeah, those systems were basically done at that time, too. So, yeah, it was definitely a little bit disappointing. So I guess the best way to play that probably be put that on your PS2 or PS3 and smooth the graphics out. But it's only going to go so far. Because, yeah, I do love the Looney Tunes. Hey, that's a great sight there. Like, yeah, the pirate ships there, just of the aliens fighting each other. Whoa. Yeah, I'm getting hit by a lot. So, yeah, this is Mario Kart Wii specific. And there is a pop-up, as I mentioned, and the frame rate is not always holding at 30. So it's not as smooth as Wacky Races, but I still think it's a better game despite that. Because I think it controls better, I think it's more fair in terms of its AI, and it has more options. And as much as I love the stuff with Wacky Races, I don't know, this is the way this uses the Looney Tunes license. It does it so well, I can't help but go for this one. Alright, boom. Yeah, so blow up Elmer Fudd. And the good news is that, of course, with the... Oh, piano! Oh, I avoided the piano. Oh, my God. That was amazing. It is not easy to avoid those drops. You basically have to swerve out of the way of the turns, and then, or use the boost when you have it. Whoa. Oh. And all the cartoony sound effects. So, yeah, if you love your Looney Tunes, this absolutely is a perfect encapsulation of what that idea is. All right. All right, let's get I gotta get an item. I gotta get them out of the way. Whoa. Ah, fortunately it didn't reach. Yeah, the Extendo Glove does go far, but not always far enough. Alright, there we go. And now, you do get a good amount of items going around each area. Yeah, so can I beat, Yeah, so I guess that's how Daffy Duck works, you know. He always is, you know, second banana against Bugs Bunny. How fitting. Of course, alright, fine. I guess that's how we end this.
Hooray for the red.
So yeah, look at Daffy pissed. Like, yeah, I'm thrice as popular as the rabbit is. Yeah, not in this case. But Daffy would still love you. And you had the better 3D action platformer game than Bugs Bunny did. I will say that in Duck Dodgers. Then again, being made by the people who made Pilot Wing 64 and the Spy Hunter remake will help that. Alrighty, so I think with that, we're going on to the next game. This is also one I have to be very, 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 very careful on how I handle the sound, because this is one that has licensed content, and if I do this wrong, my show is done. It's also a game Nocturne wanted to see, so yeah, Nocturne, this one's for you. It's also a game that she's a big fan of, but one also that I remember telling her, and there are a lot of people I mentioned this to as well. Yeah, you probably know this game. This is actually a very popular game, very well known. But you might not know it came on this system. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let me get the audio stuff set for this game, which is 47. And I'm going to mute it basically immediately when I turn it on. I'm going to mute my television too. If there's any bleed over of what we're going to hear, yeah, we're screwed. But I know exactly what I'm doing on this one. It's also the last game that's running the VMU I've got. Okay. So, next on our list is Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. This came out in 1999, May 18th, 1999, on the Nintendo 64 and the PC. Came out the year later when the movie hit VHS, and I guess DVD was around at the time, for the Dreamcast, where it's a straight port of the arcade game, and it's since gotten ported to the Xbox One, PS4, and Switch. And PS5, Series S, Series X have it as well, where it's downloadable for $15. So, let me close the tray. In fact, I'm going to also make this a little easier myself by muting my TV now. So you'll hear the bling for your end, and then also the intro, sort of. But I have to turn the intro off, and I have to turn the music down. And one thing I also will do, I'll do this when I edit this as well, I'll put in the music for this game as far as a link to it. But I have to wait very specifically for one thing. I have to wait after the LucasArts logo, because this is LucasArts who made and developed this. But the music is by John Williams. Yeah, he's going to have my ass, even though he is definitely a very old man now, but very talented man as far as his music. He has a movie, The Fablemans, by Spielberg, that's out now, that people aren't really going to see, but he did the music for it. So as soon as that's going on, I'm not going to get content strike for this. The next part I am, so I need to make sure that I turn this down right now to basically nothing. Well, it isn't nothing. So yeah, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Yeah, you're not hearing the... So yeah, the Star Wars music, it does play that right here. Also, I'm going to do something specific. I'm doing something I usually never do. I am communicating with the chat. I'm putting in the playlist right now so that you'll have the music available to you, because we can't listen to this music during this game. And unlike the Nintendo 64 version, which only had music in specific places, and there's also the intro that was not in the N64 version here, because all the FMV cutscenes from the PC version are in this one. For this one, yeah, you only heard it in the last lap. This game, you hear the whole race. It's actually kind of a bit repetitive, honestly, when you hear the whole race, because, yeah, they're not long compositions. And I don't know if the modern versions fix that. Though I do know that the Switch version has motion controls, so you can kind of control the pod specific for each engine, sort of, kind of. But I don't know how that operates. And the only other version that has something like that is actually on the N64. There's a code for that one. You can use dual analog for running the pod racer. It's basically controlling each engine with the right analog stick, or, well, fine, with a right analog stick, because you're running two controllers. And you can put them in controller port 1, 2, or we actually put 4 controllers in, give player 1 controller slots 1 and 3, and then 2 and 4 to player 2, and you're dual analogging the Star Wars Episode Racer game. Yeah, as I mentioned, this was on a bunch of systems, and there's also a Game Boy Color version. This was totally different. I never played that. And there's the old Sebulba. I did not unlock him, because unfortunately there's not an unlock everything code in this one. There is on the N64. That's the only version that has it. And we're not hearing the announcers here, by the way, who are, I think I have the names of who they are down on this one. I know one of the announcers in this game is actually Greg Proops, who's on Whose Line Is It Anyway, and actually he's one of the announcers in Mad World on the Wii. And there actually are some famous voice performances in this from the movie, including Jake Lloyd as Anakin Skywalker. Trying to remember the name of who it is, Sebulba from the movie. His name will be below. He's in this game as well as Eric Sakombe as Watto, and a couple other voices as well, big names like Tom Kane, who unfortunately is very sick and he had to be forced to retire. He actually did a lot of stuff with Star Wars, including the announcing of the next Star Wars episode racer game, which is Racer Revenge on the PS2 by Rainbow Studios, who made Splashdown. And also, this is one of the early performances by Dave Fennoy. I'm trying to remember who he played in this, but he also was Lee Everett in the Walking Dead games, the Telltale ones. And yeah, I love that element. We'll play those games for sure, because those are awesome. Yeah, this is a pretty long intro just to go into this as we're going into, yeah, the fact that, yeah, you're going through the Boon to Eve course. But yeah, Sebulba is playing 30. And he's on the tail of Anakin Skywalker. So it's like, yeah, Anakin has to use the Force. Yeah, because remember, in the movie, he has a strength as far as his reflexes that Qui-Gon Jinn says, oh yeah, these are going to be turning into great things. Yeah, we all know how that turned out, but still, hey, give him that much. And hey, maybe it's also because Liam Neeson played Qui-Gon Jinn specific. So yeah, when he's saying that he believes in Anakin Skywalker, when he talks about stuff with midichlorians and the blood test, which everybody makes fun of, Star Wars Episode 1, I'm buying it. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just a sucker for Liam Neeson generally that way. But also, right, this is still going. Shit, I forgot this is a long intro. But yeah, because remember, the movie was not well liked. It tends to be seen as the worst Star Wars movie. If you ask me, it's Star Wars Episode 9. That movie is fucking awful. And it makes this look like a masterpiece. Because, hey, at least this movie was made with some passion, for Christ's sake, compared to that one. But yeah, the one thing people tend to agree that came out of it really, really good is this game. This is a very popular game, by the way, on other systems. Not on the Dreamcast. On the Dreamcast, most people didn't know this existed. In fact, Nocturne, I said to her, I bought this on the Dreamcast. Like, wait, this is on the Dreamcast? Like, yeah, it is. It's not necessarily better on the Dreamcast, though, I will indicate that. And I do have to keep this muted still for a little while longer, because on the title screen, we're going to hear Duel of the Fates, which is that great piece of music, the which is fantastic. But until I load my save, I got to keep this muted. All right, and you do have a VMU setup. I have it in slot 1. There are only enough free blocks to save game. You will not be able to create high scores for internet. Okay, let's talk about that. Like the PC version, you can upload your best scores online. I don't think you can do that anymore. There's no online racing. And the other thing to indicate, this basically was a straight port of the PC version. So they didn't really take much advantage of it on Nintendo's over the N64 version, and really take advantage of what the Dreamcast is capable of. But yeah, that's over. We can go up to volume of 47. Okay. There we go. Okay. So here's my file. You have your characters unlocked. Of the ones I have, which are Temto, Pagales, Rats Tyrell, or Ralts Tyrell. Yeah, Rats Tyrell. Aldarbido, Arcrus, Juan Sandage, Mars Guo, who I always tend to play as if I'm not playing as Anakin Skywalker. Ebby Endicott, which I believe was Nocturne's favorite. Nocturne, feel free to correct me on this, or to, I'll put an edit in for this. Or she can tell me when we play Mega Man X4 in 2 weeks. Dud Bolt, Gisgano, Clegg Holdfast, Alan Mack, Nevaki, Bulls Roar, Odie Mandrell, which sounds like Ord Mantell, which is something totally different for all you Empire Strikes Back and Shadows of the Empire people. Fud Sang, Toy Dampener, who I believe actually, I think that was the character that Dave Fennoy played, I think. Bullseye Navoir, and that's all I've got unlocked. So, yeah, for the purposes, I'm going to run, we'll run Anakin Skywalker. And then maybe I'll show Mars Guo just because. Alright, so, yeah, the deal with this game, if you never played it, is that it is pod racing. You have a bunch of courses that go across 3 cups, and then you have an invitational that has some really, really hard courses to them. You unlock them by getting first place in races. And we'll start the Punta Eve training course with your best times, a track favorite. Yes, a Bulba, of course, because like the movie, he's the one who's going to win until Anakin comes along. So, yeah, the whole deal is that you also could upgrade your pod races. Let's go into buy parts. You do have load times to deal with in this, unlike the Nintendo 64 version, as I mentioned. Alright, so you can buy stuff to increase your traction, turning, acceleration, top speed, air brake, cooling, and repair.
They come here.
Yeah, and there is Watto, yeah, yeah, there's the stereotypical element, so yeah, if you're Jewish, I'm sorry, but, George Lucas made him that way, although, fair, I never really saw that question to it, specific, so I don't know necessarily to that, but yeah, he is the, guy who owns this. He's like, yeah, you're not going to win. He speaks in the foreign language that Anakin doesn't understand. So you can buy stuff to increase your stuff. You can buy it for coolant. You have to have enough triggers. You win these from doing races, by the way. And also, if you don't have enough for something, you can also do trade-in specifically for like a coolant pipe. But that's not going to help me as far as what I got. Also stuff for air brakes. Yeah, I don't have enough as far as that. So yeah, no bargain if you don't have the triggers to do it. But you can also, I'll show this off. And you know, I can afford something like air brake. Can I afford something that increases my speed? Yeah, I can trade the stuff I have in, and it also goes off from a cost for what this is. So, you know, let's buy the Plug's thrust coil. Alright, yeah, and that is Jake Lloyd, by the way, from the movie, and also from Jingle All the Way as young Anakin Skywalker. Yeah, and there is the Jawa. Yeah, that's angular as hell. Yeah, even though this is a Dreamcast game, they poured this straight from the PC, and unfortunately it looks it. This is not the best looking game you're going to be seeing on this console, unfortunately. But it still is pretty fun. You do have upgrades to vehicles. I'll show this briefly, and then we'll have race going on. Yes, you can also see this. You can have your upgrades as far as your pit droid, but I already bought them all. Usually what you want to do when you're playing this game is you buy all the pit droids right from the start. Also, you can't afford new parts. You can go to the junkyard and buy other parts that are cheaper, but the chances they're going to break. So yeah, there's the air brake and all that stuff. And the repulsor grip. And yeah, certain things you buy will take your stats away. And I believe you get money for... Yeah, I think you get trade-in money for taking it, but I'm not going to do it. Alright, but off we go. You can do that. As I mentioned, you have your options, which I'll go into that quickly. I turned the music off because I had to. There's also lens flare. I will keep that off. It's kind of a bit of an eyesore, honestly. Again, because I didn't really optimize this for the Dreamcast, sorry to say. Still a good game. Also, you skip that because there's music still on the cutscene. But yeah, you do get the FMV set up over the course for that. And you have loading, which is not bad, but it is something you don't have to deal with on the Nintendo 64. I don't know how it is compared to the other one. Yeah, this game is bright, even the way I have it running. And yeah, this does not look that much better than it did on the N64, I'm going to say that. But it's still as fun as it was, if nothing else.
It's the little human boy, born on Tatooine, Anakin Skywalker. Well, let's hope he can just finish the race.
You guys don't have much faith in me, but yeehaw! Now this is pod racing. Okay, also I'm going to go in first-person view. Use D-pad to do that. Yeah, you have to accelerate also, by the way, with the A button in this. I wish you could use the right trigger, but there's an alternate mode for this. We use the left and right trigger to do the tilts. And I love doing the first person, because, man, it feels great. Okay, yeah, driving around with pod racer. And you see that boost going up there. You hold up on the analog stick, because you're using an analog stick for that, and hit the A button when it's at the top. You have boost, and you're able to go faster. You also can slide using the X button, which honestly doesn't really look like much you can do that with. B button is your, what is it? Is your brake. Okay, yeah, I didn't tilt my way through there, which I probably should have. Also, you can get yourself hit, you can do repairs, that's on the Y button. Yeah, so this is like the N64 version in the sense that, yeah, there's no music here. There is when you're actually playing it, but yeah, as I said. Also, yeah, if you boost too much, your temperature's gonna go hot. And there we go, there's my lap time. If you do it well, they'll say, it's a new lap record! Although, honestly, there's a bit of a sound delay. So actually, that's one thing I'll say I don't like about this game. Seems like I'm being very negative at this, although I think the thought is that, hey, if we had to wait a year for this to come to the Dreamcast, and to be fair, the Dreamcast was not out in the US when the movie released. It was in Japan, but not in the US. I kind of wish this would look better. I kind of wish this would look incredible. Like some of the games we've seen so far. I mean, it just looks okay. It looks a little better than the N64 version, but you have to put them really right next to each other in order to tell the difference. Whoa! But it does get that danger going on. It does hold the 30 frames per second pretty consistently, if nothing else. Ow! You've also got to be careful on the damage there. Alright. And this is the shortened version of the Boot to Eve course. There is a longer one. I've not unlocked it, though, unfortunately. Now you can do the repair there. That's on Y. If it's down low, he'll, like, get a sense of, like, oh shit, come on, work! I do love that, and then he gets really excited when it does work. I'll see if I can't get that going. And you'll also show what happens when your temperature goes up. Yeah, your engine catches on fire. So you use your repair and try to put the fire out. And use the brake. So you do have ways to kind of mitigate it, but yeah, you gotta be careful with it. Yeah, this game gets pretty damn hard, I'm gonna say that. This is looking like nothing because of the first course. Whoa!
You're stinking up the course with that rat!
Yeah, I guess so, but who's he talking to? There's no one out here. We're far out in front. Hey, there we go. Yeah, let's boost our way to victory. And we win. Okay. Good job, Anakin. Yeah, you know what you're doing. One thing I am going to show, though, is I'm going to show off a more advanced course. Alright. Yeah, so it is the same great game it was on Nintendo 64 and PC, and that modern version as well, which is the easiest way to get it. This is probably the most expensive, not massive. It's about, I'm saying $30 for this game, about. Nothing compared to our next game, which might not be worth the price they're asking for it. You know what? Let's run one of the courses I don't have that. Let's run. Yeah, can I also show this? I have not run this. You do have an option as far as running your winnings. So you can run skilled, or you get more trinkets if you win, but you also have options to be able to get some if you don't get second, third, or fourth. Winner takes all, we have to win and get the maximum. Fair, where it's even out, and skilled. Let's do fair. Also, let's change our character. Actually, no, maybe I shouldn't because I put that into Anakin Skywalker, because that's the thing. When you put into that, you don't get to put it into other characters. And then again, Mars Guo is really fast. You know, fine, let's run him. Alright, let's get going. Alright, there's our intro with the music we can't play. Yeah, as I said, I'm doing this so we can avoid copyright, but as I said, I put in the link here, or in the chat window here, so while this stream is on Twitch for the next week, till our next show, it'll be there. And when I upload this in a couple days, I'll also have it in the link lists. It's going to be a tough one to put a link list for this, only because of the fact that I have to put in descriptions of sorts of everything we're talking about and the timestamps where it's played.
Human boy, born on Tatooine, Anakin Skywalker.
Wait, I'm not...
Let's hope he can just finish the race.
Oh, wait a second, I'm not Anakin Skywalker. Oh, and maybe he's saying that, because I think they do say the... I think they say the course favorite, so I think that's how it is. They do an announcement either of the course favorite, who holds the best lap time, I think. Actually, I run Anakin, it tends to be, for this game, and Mars Guo for certain degrees. So that's what that's about. Oh yeah, you do have that option for the third person, which can be helpful. Yeah, this just looks cooler, honestly, and it gives you a sense of danger. Like, oh my god, I am racing in my pod. I could crash in the mountain, it's going to be bad. And this is a long course. This is the other thing. These courses get pretty damn long, so I will show this and then now we'll move on to the next game. Ow, shit! Yeah, you crash. Yeah, if you crash, you are brought back on track. Oh shit, I went the wrong way. I do remember that Naboo! Get out of my way. Ow. Yeah. Wait, did I hit him? I was gonna say, did I kill Anakin on top of that? Like, I guess not, maybe. Yeah, this game gets pretty damn difficult, as I mentioned, so if nothing else, get to show that. Whoa! To the point where you might want to just... And there's the first-person mode fully, there's the far back, there's that mode. You might want to run this, but honestly, I'll tell you, I kind of just like being the first person, running first person, sorry. I mean, that's how I run... Fine, the first person as far as behind the vehicle. Which tends to be how I like to run this stuff when it comes to Star Wars. I don't know, just because I like to be in the mood for that. Hey, we get to show Star Wars on the show. I have to make some concessions for sure. And ooh, yeah, when your repair is low or you have like orange stuff and yellow on there, you slow down when you use the repair, but then when it goes green, you have it fixed and it's good. Or as Anakin says, it's working! It's working! I was like, yeah, I am not Anakin anymore. We are Mars Guo. So he'll still have the voice that way. There's nothing else. You do get the idea of the atmosphere here, the great sound effects as far as what it is. I think we hear like ATSTs and ATATs on the other is the cling, cling, cling. So you do get those Star Wars sound effects you want. And there's nothing against, you know, me playing those sound effects. Yeah, I won't get a content strike on that. On the music, I will. So I guess this is our answer to how we want to play Star Wars games. I'm going to have to probably turn the music down on most of them with the exception of maybe some of the 8 and 16-bit ones. Yeah, when I get the Game Gear situation set up, I'll have to get a Retron 5 for that. I'd like to show the Game Gear version of that off, which is kind of based on the NES version, but not entirely. And that's kind of ancient enough, I might be fine. It might be like when we did Aladdin, or like when Nocturne and I did Aladdin. So fitting, playing a game of hers that she wants to see for this one. Yeah, it's a long lap. It's like almost 3 minutes, so yeah. And I'm not going to win. There's no way in hell I win. And I believe also if you do not win, I don't think you have the opportunity to run the race again. I just don't think you do. Oh, fine, run the race again for tributes. But as I said, this is more just for the demonstration purpose. I think if we were going to come back to this game, I might involve Nocturne in that one. I might say, hey, we'll show the Nintendo 64 version off, and we'll put in the unlock everything code. Come on. Yeah, the jump pack does go pretty heavily when you're trying to do the repair, and when stuff hits into you. So it does give you that element. Whoa, shit, there's an explosion. Oh, what was that? Yeah, it is a scripted event, I believe. And also because of the way these courses are, you actually kind of have to use the brake for all of it. But yeah, my repair is going bad. So yeah, what you want to do as far as using the repair, you want to use it on areas where you have to go slow, because you do slow down when you use it. To get yourself all set. Oh shit, my engine is bad. Ouch. Yeah, and that delay with the sound, that is a pain in the ass, and that's something that, quite frankly, should not be happening with this version. They really should have taken care of that before they released it. So as I said, this is not the best version of the game. You'd think that on the Dreamcast it would be. No, it's not. It's basically straight porting to PC, but because of the fact that the dual analog thing is not in place, and the lack of some of the codes that make the N64 version interesting, that might be the better way to go. But if you have Dreamcast and you want your Star Wars fix, yeah, it's a good game for sure for that. The game's still good. It is one, though, like, I gotta be honest, it's a little overrated, maybe, in some ways, kind of. In the sense that everybody was, like, holding this up as one of the best racing games ever made. Like, I don't know if I'd go that far with this. But it definitely does some good stuff as far as Star Wars. I mean, I almost wonder if maybe part of it was because people, like, so angry about Episode 1. I guess they were sort of in denial a little bit with Episode 1 in terms of not liking it. I don't think it's a bad movie, exactly. I think it has its elements to it. As I mentioned, unlike Star Wars Episode 9, which was a cynical cash grab, there's no case with Episode 1 where you say that George Lucas was, you know, ow, I fell off, that's what happened. You get no element with Lucas where you say that he didn't put everything he had into it. He clearly, this is his passion project, he went into it, but yeah, just had problems with it that really made it not work in a lot of cases, or made it kind of dull. Even though it has great stuff, the end of the movie is terrific. The idea they're cross-cutting between 4 different battle scenarios, and the music by John Williams. I said John Lucas. No, not John Lucas. John Williams. The Duel of the Fates. That's awesome. And the good news is with the Star Wars trilogy, the prequel Star Wars trilogies, they got better. So it's not a case where, oh yeah, they stayed bad. I don't think they ended with a great one. They ended up with Revenge of the Sith. But personally, I think it's better than any of the Disney Star Wars things of any. Includes The Mandalorian, I'm going to go there. But, yeah, that was terrific. So in that case, they ended well. Whereas with the Disney trilogy, yeah, they didn't end well. They started fine, but then it's like, yeah, the ending, that was kind of what ruined the rest of it. Or, I'll go back to one anecdote that Nocturne and I had when we were playing Aladdin. We were talking about elements, Chat was mentioning this, with Beauty and the Beast, and she said, like, oh, I just don't enjoy the damn movie. I don't want to psychoanalyze it. But then I was this close to saying and putting an edit on that one, saying, yeah, if that was the Disney Star Wars film, you wouldn't say that. You'd absolutely be saying, like, oh, this movie's horrible. And I was the one who said it was horrible before she did, because I went the first day, and I think even my coworker said, you're going to see the Star Wars movie, right? It's like, I went last night. It's fucking horrible. So it's like, but of course, everybody's going to go see that anyway. So it's like, yeah, my saying it's bad is not going to help anything. It's basically critic-proof, kind of like the new Pokemon games. They're critic-proof in the sense that even if everything you say about it is right, in terms of being, yeah, not good for its franchise, they're like, yeah, people are going to see it because they love it. It's a built-in brand. I guess that's the idea with Star Wars, but even then with Star Wars, the thought that after that, people were then saying, hey, we like the prequel trilogy better. And they're right. I think it is better, honestly. If only because it got better and better as it went along, whereas with the Disney ones, it's petered out really badly with the last one. And then, of course, the original trilogy was just terrific. And so we'll have to do other stuff with Star Wars, so we'll figure what we can do with that. As I said, it's mostly the license thing, but a lot of those early Star Wars games will be able to do that. Actually, one of them I can sort of show is, I think I mentioned this 2 years ago, when we did the first showcase show on this weekend, was the Star Wars arcade game, which is ported into Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 on GameCube. And there's a couple other ones as well, so those are ancient enough. And Darth Loctus earlier was mentioning the Atari 2600. There's that Empire Strikes Back game on the 2600 that I hear is actually really, really good. And also their port of Star Wars Arcade, the old Star Wars Arcade game. Yeah, alright, so there's my repair. I am not going to win on this 8-minute marathon. Whoa! But at least I'm giving you the idea of like what Star Wars Episode 1 all about, or Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Now, that's good that way, so I'll take that. Yeah, this is where it gets really, really hard. So yeah, you better bring your A game. I guess it's like a lot of LucasArts games where they're insanely hard in places when you go along further. Actually, a lot of the Star Wars games, the Super Nintendo ones, are insanely hard as they go on. The NES one is not cakewalk either. All right, there we go. There is Mars Guo. Yeah, he did not do well. Yeah, the Force is not strong with him. But all right, it was strong that way. Okay, with that, we are about halfway done with our stack of games. But I'm going to turn the console off. I'll explain why in just a second. Alrighty, so, as I mentioned earlier in the show, I have VMUs that are set up with everything. So, I had to put another one, because remember, the VMU has 200 blocks total. For the games I was running, that covered all 200, basically, with that one. So, I have other ones. I have 5 of these. Actually, I used one of them for Rush 2049 and Rippin Riders that's plugged in on the side. I don't need that one anymore. or this one, but I do need the jump pack. Alright, so this is this one. This is for the next stack. There we go. I gotta say, I kind of just like doing this on the fly this way. This is a unique way to do the showcase program, I'll tell you that right now. Alright, we're doing the next one. It's the other kart racing game I have. It is actually surprisingly expensive. It's not well received, and there was a bug I think this game has that I saw when I was doing my audio check that scared the ever-living hell out of me. But I was able to figure it. Alright. So seeing the Dreamcast intro again, so yeah. At least you get to see that nicely. Oh shit, I gotta turn the volume specific. This one's 48. There we go. Alright. And since I have a load case, I can explain this. Hopefully it loads right. Please let this damn game load right. Thank God. Okay. Alright. This is South Park Rally. This came out on the Dreamcast in 2000. It also was on the N64, the PC, and the PlayStation 1. This is widely considered a horrible game. And, okay, it's not. I don't think this game is horrible, although I'm playing the best version. This is by far the best version. If you're going to play this game, do not consider this on anything else. Get on the Dreamcast, but it's like a $60 to $80 game on the Dreamcast, unless you're going for a loose disc, which you might want to, because it's like 30-something bucks. I would not say this game is worth 80. And also, let's be honest here, it's also, I guess, buttressed by the fact that this is on a console that does not have a lot of kart racing games. There's only 4. As I mentioned, we've shown all of them except for Looney... Oh, well, no, we did show Looney Tunes Space Race. We showed all of them except for Walt Disney World Magical Racing Tour. So this gets by a little better than the N64, which has Diddy Kong Racing and Mario Kart 64 and even Mickey Speedway USA. And the PlayStation had Motor Tune Grand Prix and Crash Team Racing. Dreamcast doesn't, so that's what makes this game fly a little bit better. I'll just explain one thing. There's a bug in this game, I think, where if your VMU is filled, it boots up, it does not show this. It does not say that your save game has been found. It says there's not enough save data to save a game, even though you have a save on the card. So yeah, that scared me. And I have most of the stuff that's unlocked, so I was like, okay, I want to make sure of that, but we're getting this ready. Beep. And there's the jump pack. Alright. This is posed by Acclaim. This is the third and final game that they made based on South Park. Our first look at South Park on the show, the Comedy Central series that is running 25 years this year. As well as Tantalus Entertainment. They made Stargate on the Super Nintendo. They did the Sega Saturn port of House of the Dead. And they've done a lot of ports of things recently, including the definitive editions of Age of Empires 1, 2, and 3, the HD versions of Zelda Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword, and the Switch port of Sonic Mania. And they also made Funky Barn on the Wii U and the 3DS. I was like, that's a weird one. But yeah, we're getting this. I'm not going to get content straight on this, I don't think. Yeah, this is the main theme of South Park, sung by, performed by Primus. And there is Les Claypool doing the bass stuff going on. It was seeing, yeah, the 4 kids, Cartman, Kenny, Kyle, and Stan racing all around this area in this kart racing game. Yeah, I was saying, I love to tell people. In fact, I remember when Twilight Princess hit the Wii U, I said to people, oh, it's Tantalus Media. Like, oh, the people who made South Park Rally. I was like, what? They made that? I was like, yes, they did. I always love to remind them that. But actually, nowadays, they do ports all over the place as far as certain things. So that's how Tantalus, who is out of Australia, by the way, makes their case. But they did develop a couple games, of which this is one of. As I said, if you're going to play this anything, play it on the Dreamcast. Also, you have farts on the screens when you go through. Okay, one thing I want to check. Yeah, VMU beeps are on the controller configuration. I set the controls very specific. This is not the default controls. Default controls are a little different. But I want to have the controls to the left and right trigger for my acceleration, reverse, and brake specific. And handbrake on the B button and items on the A button. And you switch between them with X. Yeah, thankfully you can customize the controls any way you want in this game, which is nice. And you have the audio as far as the music and other stuff, and the speech. Because yeah, this is a maturity game, by the way. I probably should mention that. For sure, as you would expect with South Park, so you have a lot of language and sexual content to this. But this is back in the day when South Park was censoring its language. They don't anymore, but back then they were. We can play this, though. But alright, let's go through and select our character and show off what the rally mode is. Yeah, you have a bunch of characters you have to unlock, and it's very weird how the unlocks work on some of these. Some of these you have to lose the race. Basically sit down, put the controller down, and do nothing. And that's it. And you get a character. In fact, you get a Bebe down here for doing that on the Cow Days mission, which is the second one after this. But yeah, you have a bunch of characters here. You have, and some are unlocked right away, like Stan, Kyle, Eric Cartman, Kenny, Wendy Testerberger. Don't fuck with Wendy Testerberger, of course. Chef, who is voiced by the late Isaac Hayes, who, of course, as you remember, left the show because he was mad they made fun of Scientology, even while they're making fun of every other religion under the sun. Officer Bar Brady, Uncle Jimbo, and they've random, which they put random here. That's weird that's that. But you can also unlock other characters, specifically Pip, Tweak, Tweak Brothers Coffee. Yeah, he's all tweaked up on his caffeine. Shelly Marsh, so yeah, Stan's sister, is always calling everybody a lousy turd. Yeah, Bebe, of course, her boobs will destroy society. Mystery character, which I don't know what that is. Mr. Garrison, who, of course, as we know in the show, became president a couple years ago, and then went through a sex change operation years ago, and sex change operation back, as far as how that was. Mr. Mackey, because Stone's bad, okay. I do like my Mr. Mackey, and yeah, he's that guy with the really big head. You can also unlock the Cartman cop from the Chicken Lover episode, so you will respect my authority! And, of course, Scuzzlebutt, I don't remember where he came from. It's weird, I haven't seen every episode of the show, so I'm not that insanely versed as far as some of the early stuff, because this was more of the early seasons, but I've seen a good amount of the show, especially later when it really hit stride, which was actually right when the movie came out, about a year before this, and then year after this game, really. You can also unlock Sheila Broflovski, I haven't unlocked her. Leanne Cartman, I haven't unlocked her either. Also Big Gay Al, Ike Broflovski, so yeah, Kyle's baby brother. The Visitor, the aliens from the very first episode, I do not have them. I have everybody but those three. Everybody else, Ned, the old war buddy of Jimbo. Mephisto, who drives the DeLorean, which is a great touch. I do love that. Terrence and Phillip, who are one car in that way. You can unlock Jesus, or to go to another animated series, Futurama, and I'm his friend Jesus. And to go to the Thanksgiving element, the one of the Thanksgiving episodes, Starvin' Marvin. Yeah, the poor child that they help out and basically are able to bring over and give him a new life, specific. Grandpa Marsh, he does have the rocket-powered wheelchair of his. Death, yeah, so I remember him from earlier in the show, and he's driving a hearse. Damien, the son of the devil. Satan, yeah, so Satan from the movie and also from later elements of the game are here. And you also get costume switches based on the Halloween costumes. Stanley's Raggedy Andy, Kyle's vampire, Kenny is football player for the South Park Cows, of course. Carmen's the homie, basically Carmen doing the Flavor Flav look, and Chef as Braveheart. So yeah, you'll not take our freedom. But alright, so with this, let's see who should pick up. You know, fine, let me pull Mephisto out, because I do love that DeLorean.
A wise choice.
Yeah, it was a wise choice. I do like Mephisto for sure. Of course, the leader of the South Park arm of NAMBLA, the North American Marlon Brando lookalikes. Yeah, you thought it was the other one. Yeah, that's the place that Rob Smith would be in if he was still alive for Mega Man Legends. But you do have items based on stuff in the show, like the Mexican staring frog of Sri Lanka, and you have the announcer, who is Mary McDaniels. And this voice intro is not in the Nintendo 64 versions. That's another reason to stay away from that one.
We have set up 4 checkpoints around the town. Each racer must drive over the 4 checkpoints in numerical order. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 for you dyslexic drivers.
Yeah, I'm sorry if you have dyslexia. It's like, hey, as I said, I'm not going to be saying that, you know, I think people are smart enough to understand the idea of, like, where the offensiveness element is this going. But yeah, that's the idea. Fine. McDaniels sometimes has her heads in the clouds and say, like, yeah, I think I know better than everything. But, like, yeah, sometimes, like, yeah, no, she doesn't. But yeah, this is how the rally works. It's a bit different. It's not exactly the Mario Kart clone you think it is, which is both a good and bad thing, honestly, because how this works is you're ready to go.
3, 2,
1, go. Alright. And sometimes she'll say, there'll be a bit of a pause and say, just go already. Okay, so it's checkpoint racing to start as I'm getting caught by Stan's dog, He Stops You, who is voiced by George Clooney in the TV show. Alright, and you can shoot him with the cheesy poops. Boom, and hit the bus. Alright, so there's Mrs. Crabtree, I believe it is. Drives the bus. Now you pick up your items, you have a bunch of them there. You have to go on the checkpoints on that mini-map. You're basically going to be paying attention to that the whole race. Really, because what you do is, and they can sometimes randomize this as far as where they are, you basically drive around under normal circumstances, going anywhere you want on this course, and crossing the checkpoints in the numeric order as the mayor indicated. But sometimes you get to cases where, okay, I made the wrong turn, you can use the emergency brake, which I have on the B button to make a quick turnaround. Ah! Basically pick the items up and toss them. In that case, yeah, Chef's chocolate salted balls. Oh, yeah, and I just got, quite literally fucked in the ass. Yeah, that is the anal probe. And you do have the sound of that from the TV show when that happened, which actually was, I believe, one of the first episodes of the show. And yeah, I just water ballooned Chef away. Ow. But I can also get that. Yeah, some of the enemy items are random. Oh, yeah, and I gotta hit the underpants gnome, which when you hit by that, it steals your items. Yeah, this is definitely a mature rated game, no question about that, for sure. But if you like South Park, there's some interesting stuff with the references to kind of make it okay. And I'll say this, as far as the South Park games are concerned, I'll take the 3 Acclaim made, which were the first-person shooter that the N64 had by people made Turok, Chef's Love Shack, which is on a bunch of systems, and this one over the 2 Microsoft made, because they made 2 downloadable ones, which were Let's Go Tower Defense Play and Tenderman's Revenge. Those games are awful. And unlike this one, they had the full backing of Trey Parker and Matt Stone. They hated these games. They went on record saying, like, these games are awful, and they should have never been made. And they only just were abusing the license. Which, maybe so. I mean, compared to Stick of Truth and The Fractured But Whole, yeah, they're definitely not as good as those, which are the 2 RPGs. Oh, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, you get flown around, and yeah, you gotta get stuck. Some of the physics are weird, and you have to wait to get yourself off that way, but alright. Also, yeah, fine, there's the disturbing context there of using the anal probe that way. Yeah, we also, yeah, Bad Kitty. Yeah, on Cartman. It's like, except he had a shield. You're gonna drop the cow down, and then that'll happen that way. Yeah, there's a lot here, so there's something to be said about that, but it's also something that, yeah, I got stoned, unfortunately. Yeah. Yes, you pick up a lot, but it's also the kind of thing that, I'll say this, I'll give this game credit for one thing, in the sense that they tried really, really hard not to make this a Mario Kart clone, and I'll show a couple of the modes to indicate that. But it's also the kind of thing that maybe they overcomplicate. Okay, fine, they definitely overcomplicate it a little bit. But then again, it's kind of a weird catch-22, I guess, in the sense that if they copy Mario Kart, people said, oh, this is just a clone of that. Oh, yeah, and there's Saddam Hussein, by the way. Yeah, who is Satan's old lover. But yeah, he's in this game because where else was he going to go? Detroit? But yeah, as I was saying, the idea that... Yeah, it's weird as far as how this is, the idea that they tried not to be Mario Kart, but then it also kind of hurt them a bit because of the fact of how it operates. So I have a little more sympathy for this game maybe than other people, but also because I played it on this system. I mean, if I played it on the PlayStation or the N64, I'd probably have no sympathy because it looks and runs horribly on that, but I won.
What a race!
Alright, so there we go. That's how it operates. For that, but also in championship mode, you do have coins, by the way. Those are continues. We're going to quit this because I'm going to show the courses I unlocked. And the other challenges. So I can specifically show how those are operating. Because they're interesting ideas and some stuff that actually wouldn't be put into Mario Kart until many, many years later. In fact, let's run... I want to run a characters unlocked. And we can come back to this if you want to see this feasibly again. Yeah, hey, he's on the cover of the game, but he's not playable until you unlock him. Let's run Cartman as the cop.
You will respect my authority.
And they do have all the voices from the TV show, so you do have Trey Parker, Matt Stone, as I mentioned, Isaac Hayes, and I believe this was before Mary Kay Bergman passed away. Specific. Wait, Pink Eye? I don't even think I've ever seen that item.
Citizens of South Park.
Oh, wait, this is a race thing. Okay, no, I don't want to do the race. Wait a minute.
2, 1, go!
Yeah, we're not doing this. I forgot. I want to show off a specific thing for this. Okay, I think I can do mini championship because you get to do specific events. Because they have different rules, which are interesting. But as I said, because of how this game operates, it's also kind of overcomplicating things. Yeah, mini championship. So let's pull out Karma Cop again.
You will respect my authority.
Oh shit, is that not it? Crap, I keep hitting the wrong thing. Okay, I guess it's arcade race. But at least I get to show what the enemies are, the items are. Yeah, Sparky, as I mentioned, he'll basically hold it down. Alright, so when this loads, I'll go back to the menu again. Sorry about this, I keep forgetting on... Yeah, there's also a little bit of glitch there.
3,
Okay, so that's
2,
that.
1, go!
Alright, yeah, we're going backwards. Bye-bye. And this time, I'll be righty. Yeah, because I guess mini championship mode is just races. Yeah, the spooky vision, which obstructs your view. So, alright, actually, that's one thing, I guess, to say, because this game, I guess, had their finger on the pulse of a couple things before Mario Kart had it. Because remember, the blooper in Mario Kart didn't exist until Mario Kart DS, I believe it was. Alright, let's do Valentine's Day race. Let's do it where it is in the story. Let's go to Big Gay Al's pad. Yeah, but I said there's certain things this does that Mario Kart didn't do for years to come. But then again, just because you're first doesn't mean you're best, so there is something to be said about that. Alright, so this is the Valentine's Day event. This is where it's kind of going to the keep away element of this game, which is that you basically get Cupid's bow, an arrow, you have to go collect an item, and then you just shoot everybody else, and the person who does it wins. There's other cases where you have to collect items. You also have to get into cases where you're holding an item for a while, and actually the cow days one's like that. You basically hold on to that because it's the only cure for mad cow disease, and if you get yourself completely healed, you're the one who survives. Alright, so let's get going. We're fighting off, oh, there's Leanne Cartman. So yeah, I didn't unlock her, but she's in this. As well as Ike Kenny, and I think I saw Death here as well. Alright, so here's how it also works, is that, yeah, you see the enemy, you see that item there, the arrow over the top of their heads. That means they have the item, but when it's red, you can't hit them. But when you bump into them, it comes out. So at that point, you do have a little bit of a brief element as far as how it is. Yeah, I can just drop the tacos for the explosive diarrhea. They'll go along. And I have one of the items, but I also got it set there. It's like, yeah, this is very weird how this is operating. Whoa! Yeah, and Leanne Cartman has the deadly arrow. So yeah, you have to combine the bow and arrow and then shoot everybody. Alright, so I got it. Yeah, and you have an item. Yeah, you have the item. Keep away from it and then hit A button to shoot him the way I have it. This is your item weapon. And you can't hold white items as far as this. So it looks to me, really, they kind of were paying attention to... I mentioned the South Park game on N64 and PlayStation, the shooting game. That was by the people who made Turok, Iguana Entertainment. So in this case, I think they were looking at that as saying, hey, let's do something different with this, I guess, mixing the battle concept that Mario Kart had. Okay, and I got the underpants gnome set. And they'll give you the indication of, hey, be careful if they have the item. So, as I said, I have some sympathy for it, but... Fine, I have more sympathy for it because it's on this console. I'm not going to lie here. If this was on N64, I'd say there's no way in hell you should play this over Mario Kart or Diddy Kong Racing. PlayStation, I'd say the same because it looks like ass, and I wouldn't ever say play that over Crash Team Racing or Motor 2 Grand Prix, even though Motor 2 Grand Prix needs Link for its multiplayer. Ow! Yeah, so yeah, that's the case. Yeah, Carmen's going to kick him in the nuts. Even though Kenny's his supposed best friend. Ow! This is kind of what it devolves to. It's interesting, but it's also the kind of thing that, hey, if you're going to get in a case of pick up and play with your game, yeah, it might be complicating it too much where people are not going to want to play it. Because look, everybody will play Mario Kart or some of these other car racing games if you ask them. But something like this, I don't know. I mean, they're big fans of South Park, they might. Or if it's like me, I always mention the Stop Skeletons for Fighting channel, the idea of people who are, quote, willing to put up with weird video gaming bullshit, which is, yeah, that is the show in a nutshell, for sure, as far as that, but I do love that, and thank you, for sure, for making it that way. Whoa! Whoa! Okay, there's Mr. Hanky. You were invincible, by the way, when you have him. Okay, yeah. Okay, I got a sense of who I've shot. Oh, wait, my mom's winning, or, Carmen's mother's winning. Ow, damn. Alright, Ike has it. Whoa. Oh, you get Beefcake. You were, sort of invincible in the sense you can knock enemies off the road doing that. I don't know if it protects you from getting stuff out for this. Oh, damn it, Satan. I usually back up pretty much. I think when I'm done with this, we'll go on to the next game. Actually, I think this is going to be way more than 5 hours, actually, now I'm realizing it, but that's fine. I kind of wasn't sure as far as how length was, but I said we'll go through everything, and then, Alright, you will respect my authority! Alright, yeah, we got him, alright. Alright, so yeah, there you go. Yeah, the best thing you can do in a situation like this is just try to calm everybody down. Alright, but yeah, we did win that. And that South Park Rally, it's not as horrible as its reputation, but it's on this system it isn't. On everything else, yeah, it is. And it does cost a lot of money, so if you want this, I'd say probably just get a loose disc. But if you're going to play it at all, play it on this. If you like South Park, it might do. But if you want the best car racing game on it, I showed it to you already. It's Looney Tunes Space Race. So, alright, with that, we will take our leave of South Park for now. Next on our list, I guess this is the eat your vegetables kids perspective because, oh my god, the next game we've got here. This is the most famous game we're going to talk about tonight. sort of. You're going to want to stay tuned for that one for the end. But also, I'm going to do something right now. I got to thank the Crusader 64 for this one. We're playing Crazy Taxi. You know what this game is. I'm pretty sure if you've ever held a Dreamcast controller in your life, you've seen this game, you've played this game, you love this game, or you might play it on other stuff, like Nikki mentioned. She played, what was it? She played the PlayStation 2 version she mentioned when we did the second part of Parasite Eve. A lot of people, when I mentioned Crazy Taxi, like, oh my god, this game is amazing. And yeah, it is amazing. So, here's the deal though. There's music in the first game, and we're playing both of them, by the way. We're playing Crazy Taxi 1 and 2. We're going with the first one. There's music by Offspring and Bad Religion on the soundtrack. I can't play it. But the Crusader 64 came through. He gave me links to the following YouTube links, YouTube sites that are in the chat right now. They'll be below when I upload this. That is for Crazy Taxi 1. And then for Crazy Taxi 2. So, even though I can't play the music for you, there's nothing saying you can't put it on when we're done here while we're playing. It's like, oh yeah, I want to hear the Offspring and Bad Religion in the case of this one, and then Offspring and Methods Mayhem in the case of the second. And here is for Crazy Taxi 2. Alright, let's get to Crazy Taxi for sure then. Close the tray, or get the disc out and then close the tray. Alrighty. I love this game to death, and I think anybody who's played this knows exactly where I'm getting at with this one. This came out in 1999 in the arcades. It was developed by Hitmaker, an arm of Sega that was originally, I believe, AM3. So I have my notes. Yes, it was. They actually did the Star Wars Trilogy arcade game, as well as Gunblade New York, Top Skater, Manx TT Superbike, and Virtua Tennis. And they did this driving game where you're picking up people and passengers in cabbies and getting away. So here they, hey, come on over, have some fun with Crazy Taxi. Yeah. You were not hearing that. That is the Offspring's All I Want, which is on the soundtrack. It does cut specific to this opening cutscene. You're driving around, not San Francisco, with all these crazy cabbies and the crazy cool music that you're going to be hearing only when you listen to the links I provided. Yeah, because there's a lot of licensed content in this. There's, as I mentioned, All I Want, which is the main theme of this, as well as Way Down the Line, and Change the World. Change the World is on the in the menu screens. So yeah, it's all Ixnay and the Ombre for the Offspring stuff. And then for Bad Religion, on the character select screen, you hear it. Over the credits, you hear Inner Logic, and in-game, you hear 10 and 2010 and Them and Us. As you're going along, and my god, this game is so good. I have too many memories of this game to count. I played this game with friends and family. It's also the kind of thing that with family, my family usually is like, hey, I'm the one who's playing games more than they are. They couldn't resist on this one. They couldn't stop playing this game. They're like, I want to play this. They played it, said, oh my god, this is fantastic. And they were not alone, clearly, because this is a huge sales hit. This sold 1.3 million units on this system alone. Probably sold about 3 million if you count all the other ports of this, which, by the way, were on a lot of systems. It was on the PS2, it was on the GameCube, it was on Xbox 360. It was not a great port. It's on PSP in the Crazy Taxi Fair Wars game. It's also on mobile platforms as well. And what else is on that I indicated? There's a Game Boy Advance port of this. I forgot about that, right. That 360 version is also on PS3. And it is on the Xbox, kind of, if you play Crazy Taxi 3 High Roller, which has content from this and the second game. Alright, we're going to show off the arcade mode. There's also Crazy Boxes, minigames. We're going to come back to this game as a dedicated episode. We have to. Specific, but starting in arcade mode, running through this. So, alright, let's go make some crazy money. I love this game so much. So go ahead and pick a car and driver. And you're going to unlock the bike, as I did hit up on D-pad to get that. But yeah, Axel, BD Joe, Gina, and Gus. My man BD Joe is voiced in this game by Kent Frick, who was then replaced for the later versions because they were concerned about some of the stereotypical elements of his and other voices. But he was also in the PSP game somehow, for some reason. They forgot that way. But either way, alright, you go around, drive along, and you stop at the areas to pick up the passengers. And when you go across certain areas, pass by certain cars, basically pass closely, and then do drifts, which is like this. You have to stop at the area to get more of a tip. And stop there, you get their speedy, you get extra time, and you get points that way, or more money. And they say, I didn't expect to get here so fast. Alright, so we're going to the market now. It's just insanity, as I mentioned before. You're seeing this on screen. Also, you have the boost, the crazy dash. hit the R, or hit the right trigger and the B button. So basically that's the drive specific. You hit them at the same time you do the dash. Also, if you go into reverse on the A button, before you do that right trigger and B, you go faster. If you do the slide, that is when you're turning, you hold the A and B button, so you're going to drive and reverse at the same time. Just pick everybody up and get going. Oh my god, it is so good. And it looks great. It runs at 60 FPS mostly. It doesn't slow down that much. And it just has such a great style of, you know, that insanity of arcade action of Sega. And it is, yeah, there's a reason this is one of the best-selling games on this console. It was a system seller back in the day. That's the idea of what this was. You want to talk about bringing the arcade experience home. This is a perfect port, including the fact it has all of the licensed content as far as the real-world locations, including Pizza Hut over there, Fila over there in the distance, and the original Levi's store. Hit the X button, by the way, to show where you're going. And boom, off you go. And she's like, yeah, that's too dangerous. Be careful. I was like, yeah, no, she's loving the ride. And Amico as well. There's not a place to go for Amico, but yeah, to the original Levi's shop. If you drift well enough, yeah, you get a big tip. Alright, so where are we going next?
Come on, get in.
Alright, she wants to go to the heliports. Let's go. I mean, it is just so rapid fire as far as the idea that, okay, you're taking one place, go to the next one. It is so insanely replayable. Especially if you put the another day mode on, which basically randomizes where the fares are going to be. So they are set when you're running normally, as I'm running here. You put on another day mode, it starts you a different area, and then you have randomized fares. And whoa, just make that pop, and there you go. He's like, yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, it definitely was. Whoa. Alright, where are you going? Alright, I'm going to the baseball stadium. Yeah, I mentioned that last week as far as the idea we're going to the baseball stadium. Yes, he is going to the baseball stadium. Yeah, I don't know if I even have enough words to just express how much I adore this game. Yeah, you're damn right I am. Yeah, I've been playing this game since it came out in 2000. And if you have never played Crazy Taxi, do not deny yourself. Although if you can, get on the Dreamcast. Or maybe the PS2 or the GameCube, because they're pretty comparable. Also, gotta find where there's a fair. Sometimes they're not in area, but there were the ones over on that other area. So let's see. Okay, here's one. And by the way, the colors of the fairs, if they're red, they will have a shorter distance to go. If they're green, it's further. Also, we have the preacher. Let's get him to the church. And hopefully he'll say the thing that I want him to say. Which also is the clarity of the idea of this. Alright. Alright, let's get going. Boom. And yeah, you're not gonna get anybody killed doing this. It's all fine. Okay, he didn't say that. I love when he just says, whoa, you're one hell of a driver. He's like, yeah, you are. Yeah, this game definitely has some elements as far as its language that way, but it is fun as far as the idea, like, they even say, like, you suck, look at the time. Or even, oh, fine, actually, the reason this has the strong language tag on the Dreamcast is actually, the music is not censored in this version. Interestingly enough, all the other versions censored way down the line. The line of, you'll fuck up just like your parents did, is uncensored in this version, but it's not in any of the other ones. Which is weird. Also, we're going to Tower Records. Rest in peace, Tower Records, by the way. Which makes me wonder, when it comes to later releases, do they still have to get the rights to that if they're out of business? Or maybe the people who made it are still like, alright, yeah, I'm gonna probably get my first not great. Or not speedy. Yeah, normal. You get a 2-second bonus when you get them normal. And also, if you hit them that way, or almost hit them when you pick them up, they'll say like, damn it! Or, hey, watch it, you idiot! Like, yeah, but as long as you get there, they're gonna be fine. Yeah, and you're probably also hearing the rumbling going nuts as far as this. Also the fact that, yeah, the engine is purring when you're stopped. As far as the idea, yeah, the engine is running, but yeah, just keep it going. Also, sometimes, even though you're gonna run into, like, a normal case like that, you might want to just go about it anyway, because then you get more of a tip. Alright, let's get going. Alright, I'm going deeper in the city. Let's go to the police station. Alright, and yeah, and they do indicate in yards for the longer distance for everything, whereas the later games and the arcade game did not. They went in kilometers when it got more than 1,000. Alright, yeah, pay more attention that way, but yeah, it's fine. We're going. And hit the highway. Yeah, and this map, oh my god. There's another map they added for this, which is the original course that is based on other areas of California, but I always thought it was kind of like Seattle, Washington, but I guess it isn't, from what I've understood. It's just so well designed. This is called West Coast, by the way, in the later games have this, which is, well, fine, the other ports of this and Crazy Taxi 3 High Roller. There's just something about this course that's just so well designed. There's so many places to find, so many interesting sights to see, and so much fun. All right, you're going to the hospital. Yeah, hopefully I won't put him in the hospital. I mean, you can't. You can't run the people over. Okay, well, let me also put it this way. I showed you Super Runabout San Francisco Edition earlier. Like, yeah, no, this is the game you wanted to see. This is the game that really did it right. Though I have some admiration, guilty pleasure on that game. Like, yeah, it ain't Crazy Taxi. There you go, thank you. Alright, off to the bank with you. Let's go. And just this insanely compulsive experience that is just so much fun, and it never gets old. I'll tell you. I've been playing this game for 22 years now. I've never gotten sick of it. This is one of those games you just put in. You just want to have a fun time as a quick escape. But you're also something you can feasibly be playing this multiple hours. I could see myself just playing this game pretty much the rest of the show. That's how good this is. That's how addictive this is. That's how exquisitely developed this game is. And I love it so much. I was going to go to the hotel, which is over on the side. And there's pop-up in some places, but you're going so fast and it's holding frame rate. And you know what? I'm going to give it a pass that way. Stop. Yeah, I can do better, but I don't think I'm going to last very long. Because if you run out of time, you're done. Yeah, I need to start driving for sure. Alright, so yeah, she wants to go to the theater. Hopefully I can get her there in time. Yeah, I do love that idea, like, hey, BG Joe's not necessarily going to take some of this shit. He's just like, okay, fine, you know what? You want to get there fast. He's like, shut up and move your butt. He's like, he's got it. It's like, yeah, BD Joe knows what he's doing, which also, I guess, goes to the idea of why, when we played Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transform, he was the representation of this franchise, not anybody else. All right. Well, he wants to go to the Borders Paradise. Let's get going. My time's running out. I was like, I should have indicated one of the other places we didn't see as far as the real world location, KFC.
You need a ride?
Yeah, I nearly killed you, but yeah, you'll be fine. Don't worry, miss. Yeah, all in a day's work for the craziest cabbie around. Oh my god, this game is so good, I can't stop saying it. That's how much I love this game, and is that we gotta have a dedicated episode to just this game. Because it's that awesome. And I will vary that up, by the way, whenever that happens. But alright, if you're in bad case, it's slow, and she's just like, you suck! Look at the time!
Come on, get in.
Let's see if I can get her to the bus terminal. Yeah, in this case, I have to use that super dash, which I mentioned is you hit the A button to go in reverse, and then you do the B and right trigger. I might be able to get her that way in time. All right. All right. All right, there you go. Time's up. Let's take a look at how you did today. Now, let's take a look. A Class S license. Man, that was some amazing driving. I'm sure you're going to come back and show it to me again sometime, right? Here we go. God, I love this game so much. And you're not hearing Interlogic here, but I do love that. You hear that guitar riff going, it's automatons with business suits, swinging black boxes, sequestering the blueprints of daily life. It is so good. It is a great capper to this great game as it shows you the replay of all the weird stuff you did. So that's the other reason why it's worth just playing this game multiple times, because based on how you played, it'll take the recordings of your stops for each location up to, I think, about 10 or 15 into this nice montage of all those great moments, including me almost going over the building. Oh my god, I'm so happy I got to show that. And yeah, he's going to Tower Records. Have fun, listen to your rap music or any kind of punk music. He's a punk guy, you know. Listen to the soundtrack of this game. And thank you, by the way, for playing, and thank you for watching, of course. Oh, man.
Ooh, yeah, that was unbelievable. I mean, amazing. Why don't you come back again and do it to us again right here on Crazy Taxi?
We will be back to this game. Do not worry. And we're also going to show its sequel off now. In fact, you know what? I'll show its sequel off right now just because I think it's worth to go into that. Yeah, we will come back to this game. This game is a masterpiece. If there's any game you're going to pick up for this showcase, and if you don't have this game already, go get it now. I don't care what you're doing. Just go, leave your house right now, or go on eBay, get it. You get it on the Dreamcast, that's probably the preferable way, but it's on a bunch of systems, and it will not break the bank. It's like $20-$30, usually less on some other stuff, but yeah. So, that's Crazy Taxi. I'm going nuts on it. But what was its sequel like? well, we're going to show off. This did not really have much of a market penetration in some ways, because this was at the end of the system's life. There's one. Now we're on to two. All right, and the audio volume, yeah, it could be the same, because as I said, in another case, we can't let the music play. So, Crazy Taxi 2, let's talk about this one. This came out in 2001, because the first game was so big, and such a big hit, such a great game, that we need a sequel. Well, we got the sequel, and it's taking it to New York City, baby. Or it's trying to, anyway. It's kind of a take on New York City. Alright, so here's our file running to go. It is Sega who published this, and Hitmaker developed it again. And I'll show the intro as far as how this is operating, too. Well, I'll take another drink of water, because, yeah, I'm parched this way.
We're back. It's Crazy Taxi.
And the original game, you're hearing... And you're hearing Come Out Swinging from The Offspring for this, if I wasn't muting it. Or if you're listening to the link while you're watching this. Yeah, this is mostly Offspring as far as the soundtrack is concerned. We're in sort of New York City of two courses, Round the Apple and Small Apple. For this game... For the music, it's mostly Offspring, as I mentioned. It's Come Out Swinging, which is the opening cutscenes music, and they do cut the camera specific to parts of that song, like with All I Want in the last game. As well as No Breaks, One Fine Day, Walla Walla, and on the option screen, you hear the intro of Americana. That's weird, because they had, like with the first game, they had changed the world on the option screen, but that was about it, as far as what you heard. And then there are two tracks from Methods of Mayhem, which are Crash, which is in Gran Turismo 3, by the way, the same year as this, actually like about a month, not even after this game, Gran Turismo 3 came out on the PS2 that had it. And also Who the Hell Cares, which they use in the character select screen, and they only have an instrumental element of it, because that song is insanely vulgar, I realized, because it's like a mixture of Methods of Mayhem, which was the band of Tommy Lee of Motley Crue, and Snoop Dogg, actually. So he just vulgars anything.
We're back and
yeah, they are back in Crazier Than Ever in the city.
The music and tear up the streets with some crazy driving. That's right, Crazy Taxi 2.
So here's Crazy Taxi 2. I'm going to say one thing, though, right off the top. I don't think this is as good as the last one. But yeah, it does have online, but that's for the purpose of replay sharing and leaderboard, so it's not in effect. One other thing they don't have is they don't have a difficulty option. I didn't mention this with Crazy Taxi 1, but when you went into the options menu, you gave options as far as being able to let some music, not music, well, actually no, well, you listen to music if you have it on, but change the difficulty option, so if it's too hard for you, you can turn up the time limit and the difficulty of the traffic and other stuff, or the timer, so like if you go, you'll hit the normal and the, actually, you'll just hit the normal time quicker. This one is only one way, so unfortunately that's kind of a problem. You look at the Crazy Pyramid mode, like Crazy Taxi 1, it's mini games. When we come back to both of these, we will. You basically go through all of them. I went through the whole thing just to give an idea of this. And also got a bunch of unlockables, including the bike and the stroller. I'll show the stroller off a little bit. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do 2 runs of this, specific for the maps. Yeah, I went through all of these, and by doing that, you get a couple things. I'll show you around the apple first. You get the course map. It goes to all the areas you're going to see, and you actually have to use this for the purpose of running the last of the Crazy Pyramid Challenge, which is insanely hard. I still can't believe I did it, but it took me quite a while. All the famous places we're going to go, like The Gap, F.U. Schwartz, HMV, the Hard Rock Cafe, and Burger King. Oh, there's Burger King right there. Mention that this way. Let's do normal rules. I'm not going to last long in this one because this is a lot harder.
Go ahead and pick
Alright, so we have our new cabbies here. We have Slash, Iceman, Cinnamon, and Hot D, and you can also unlock the old cabbies. Let's run with Cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
Okay, let's go for a drive.
Alright, I do like Cinnamon as far as that, and they also have unique elements of the loading screen as far as the colors of them. But alright, yeah, let's get going. I'll show you how New York City cabbying works. Which I said is not as good as the last one, but it's not a bad game. It's just that, yeah, the last one I think was just some kind of gaming nirvana. And I think the thought of, you know, going to New York City to do cabbies, like, that's the mecca of it. This one has some elements, including elements of the physics where the drifts are a little harder to pull off. You do have one new thing. You hit the Y button, you have the crazy hop. And you can easily get change going on that. And I somehow got speedy right away. That doesn't always happen. It's worth pointing that out. Also want to find a short fare quickly. Also, I'll show the carpool. That is new in this one as well. Alright, so he wants to go to the courthouse. Let's go. Also, this is a case where the pop-up is still a big problem, and the arrow, there is an arrow at the top. I should mention that with Crazy Taxi 1. I was just going nuts on how much I love Crazy Taxi 1. To explain that, the arrow pointing you to where you have to go, so yeah, she's going to F.U. Schwartz. Oh shit. Got to turn around. But the arrow sometimes, because of the way the city is designed, you can kind of get stuck in dead ends. And also, sometimes it won't point in the right direction, so even if you're going right where the arrow is pointing you, you'll be going the wrong way. It's like, hey, you're going the wrong way. Follow the arrow. I'm like, wait, what? I am going the right way. I'm trying to. But all right, we're going to F.U. Schwartz. But I'm getting just a normal thing. Yeah, it goes down way faster, and you don't have an option to turn that off. All right, I got to find a carpool thing. Actually, one thing I will go into F.U. Schwartz as far as this. I actually have an interesting memory when it comes to that when I went to New York City in 1998, actually. We were there on a vacation, the family and I. Well, where's the City Hall? That's the City Hall over, it's right in the front. It's right here. Yeah, I went with my family. We actually ran into Linda Hamilton from Terminator 2 Judgment Day, and I think Dante's Peak had just come out about a year before that. It was really interesting to kind of meet her. At the time, I hadn't seen Terminator 2, and I didn't realize how amazing Terminator 2 is, but that was something I kind of hold on to, and every time I think about it, I was like, yeah, we're going to F.U. Schwartz in New York. I was like, hey, that is a New York staple over at 58th and 5th, because I think it's still over there. Better damn well be. It's a institution. All right, back up. I gotta find a carpool fare. It's the blue ones with the numbers. You can get 2, 3, or 4 fares run. In fact, there's one up there. I missed it. But all right, fine. Let's go to HMV. Ow. It is still the same craziness as before, but as I said, they did up the interface a little bit. That looks nice. I like how it's kind of a digital readout of the drive in reverse. Even some of the logoing. But it's something that it is a little harder to kind of handle, although, honestly, I'm not making it look that way. All right, let's find a, maybe I'm not going to find one. All right, fine, we'll do another one. Because the, actually, if you're going to be going for high scores, you do want to run the carpool fares. Because you get more points based upon how many are in there. Specific. All right, so there is that. Oh, shit. And she says, damn. I do love that as far as how Cinnamon is. Yeah, Cinnamon is a very happy-go-lucky character as far as how that is. Yeah, but she'll like, yeah, it's not gonna work well. She'll admit that. All right, fine, we're running the mimes. I do love this, but they're all talking at the same time. So like, yeah, there you go. And we got quite a distance. Yeah, you get a massive timer on this. And when you do stunts, and you still have like the passes and everything you can do like in the last game. But when you do this stuff with the jumps, it's a quadruple. Fine, it multiplies based upon how many people are in the carpool. You have 2, 3, and 4, so it multiplies by that number. So in this case, I'm getting 4 combinations just by doing the hops. It actually is one of the easiest ways to do it. But yeah, but going over the not Brooklyn Bridge makes it a little hard to do that. All right, and the pop-up. Yeah, there's much more pop-up in this one because of how big the environments are and the way the frame rate operates. And it's even worse if you play this on the PSP. I have that Crazy Taxi Fare Wars on it because it was dirt cheap to get. And one of my portable Crazy Taxi, damn it. But for the purpose of that one, it does run really, really slow, and that's technically the only port of this. Not counting, let's see, what else? Right, Crazy Taxi 3 High Roller has the Small Apple course, and that was in this game as well. Yeah, Round the Apple is exclusive to this version and the PSP game, just too late to get that. Yeah, man, I'm getting huge fares by having 4 people in there. Yeah, he's getting excited by blowing up the balloon. Actually, I'm doing better on this than I thought I would, and as I said, I said this isn't as good as the other one, or I'm not as good as it, or good at it as the first, or that, hey, it has almost the physics, but yeah, I guess it's not showing. Even when I was doing the test play on this, or the test audio check on this, I thought I was doing really, really badly, but I guess I'm doing better now. Alright, okay, they're happy. Alright, we'll end the last one. And by the way, you do have to get all the fares to all the destinations, and if you don't, they'll bail and you get nothing. So it's very high risk, but it's also high reward, and if you're going to be getting high scores on this, you want to do this. Okay, I can't believe I got Speedy on this. I can't believe I'm doing this well. Alright, we're going to Burger King. Yeah, I mentioned the Burger King before on this show. I did an amazing edit, I think, personally. One I was very happy to do. Like, right there. Okay, I'm finding the thing with the arrow. It's saying going the wrong way. It was like, no, the distance is going down, and it takes some time for the arrow to catch up. So yeah, it's not cool. But as I said, I was talking about the Burger King thing for one of the edits for House of the Dead remake. But yeah, here Burger King is in its glory. Yeah, we gotta get over there. Whoa! Right, time for her to wake up with the king. And so here's the weird thing also about this. You could say, like, hey, this is kind of, you know, shilling for products, or like, yeah, it's like weird to have, like, product placement in games. But you know what? With Crazy Taxi, it kind of fits. Because I'll tell you, this is a game that honestly, yeah, it kind of gives it that element. It kind of gets you in the thought of, you know, it's just realistic enough to feel like, yeah, you're getting lost in this world while also being so over the top and crazy that you're loving it on that level, too. It's kind of this perfect blend of your realism and your other things. Honestly, I'll tell you, it's almost like we mentioned this last year when we did the fighting showcase. It said, hey, remember Mortal Kombat without blood and fatalities on Super Nintendo? Yeah, you couldn't imagine it without it. And when it's not there, you miss it. Same with Crazy Taxi, because a lot of the other releases of this one on PSP and then also the first one, don't have those famous locations. And for some reason, and they also don't have the Offspring music either. I mean, that PS3 and 360 version in particular, they have horrible audio problems. They have really bad audio mixing where you can put custom soundtracks in, at least on 360, but it doesn't mix well. You can barely hear it. But those things, they're like, yeah, people may be annoyed as far as the stuff with the music. It's like, I don't like punk rock music. I mentioned when we played Katamari Damacy, I said, my brother hates this kind of music, but he loved it in this game. Same deal, yeah, you kicked my cab, yeah, you hurt your foot, yeah, you got what you deserved. But even with that, like, when it's taken away, you kind of miss it, you know? So in that case, I think it was kind of brilliant for them to say, fine, we're going to have this product element. But it doesn't feel like it's taking you out and it's like, oh, go buy this item. It's just weird. It's like, yeah, I'm just, you know, doing my car against, you know, drifting against the wall of the Burger King and getting tons of money on the back of that. Delivering mimes with it. It's hilarious. And oh my god, I gotta class this. I cannot believe I did that.
Man, that was amazing driving. I'm sure you're gonna come by and show it to me again sometime, right? Here we
Yeah, alright. And if we're playing the regular game, we'd be hearing right here, Crash by Methods of Mayhem, the and they do have to censor that, by the way, for this release, just to indicate that. Okay, there you go. There's the music that we're not hearing, but with the links, you can hear it. Thank you, Crochetier64, again for that. Yeah, actually, I did better on this. Who the hell cares? And Crash, they're separate songs, but yeah, there you go. Oh, wait, and Crash? Is it mixed together? Actually, I'm not going to lie to you. I've never seen the credits for this game. I've usually haven't played it well enough to see this. Yeah, right there, as we're seeing with BD Joe. It is Daryl Harris who's voicing him in this game. And I'll voice him in all the later ones as well. It's at the PSP edition, instead of Kent Frick, who was him in the original. And actually every other port of the original game on PS2, Dreamcast, Xbox 360, and PS3. Yeah, I didn't have that voice. All right, there we go.
Wow, you're awesome. You're not gonna stop now, are ya? You better come on back, because nothing beats a game of Crazy Taxi 2.
All right, except Crazy Taxi 1 beats it. But this is still a good game. If you want more Crazy Taxi, it'll do. It's just not as good as the first. But then again, the first one was such an amazing case. Not many things are really going to top that. And the other thing also, since I did better on this than I thought I was going to do, we can hold this for coming back. I think it's worth showing both of these again. But yeah, if you want more Crazy Taxi, it is a good one to get. But as I said, play Crazy Taxi 1 first just to go into that, and then come back to this later. It's a little more also. It's like $30, $50. We have the PSP edition, but yeah, the frame rate is awful for the Crazy Taxi 2 portion. For 1, it's okay. All right. Next up on our list. We've got the Crazy Taxi games out of the way. Next is, this is going to be an interesting one. This is also one of the weirdest ones. We're talking about licensed stuff with the Crazy Taxi games. This is one of the strangest. All right, this is TNN Motorsports Hardcore Heat. Let me get my audio set on this. It's 47. We're running this way. Now 45, 47, 46. Yeah, I gotta do better as far as that. Okay, there we go. Got it. Okay, so TNN Motorsports Hardcore Heat. Yeah, it says I don't have enough space in VMU. That's a lie. That's just for the purpose of AI and replay data. We can save my game. I have a space for that. It's not that tiny. So yeah, they're tricking you with the VMU thing. Yeah, this came out of the launch of the Dreamcast on September 9th, 1999. It's only on the system. It was published by American software company, or ASC Games, and it was developed by CRI Middleware, as they're known now, but they're known as CSK. Yeah, the numbering on the acronyms is throwing me for a loop. Yeah, this team made the Airwings games on the system, as well as Surf Rocket Racers, the jet ski racing game I was thinking of maybe showing, but I decided against, as well as Zaxxon's Mother Base, which is a remake of Zaxxon for the 32X. But mostly they do sound engine work now. I mean, if you picked a game up probably in the last month or so, you've probably seen the CRI middleware thing when you boot it up. I mean, the Persona 5 Royal releases that just came out had stuff like that. I think the Final Fantasy Pixel series collections, like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on the PC had that. There's tons of stuff. You'll see that. They tend to do that now, but yeah, they did development specific as far as this one. It is an off-road racing game that is named and has some flashing lights, by the way. It's named after and licensed with the Nashville Network, as it was known at the time, and then it was the National Network, and then Spike Lee bought it up, and it was Spike TV, and now Spike. So yeah, we have a TV station licensing this game. In Japan, it didn't have this. It was called, I have the name of what it was actually called, Buggy Heat. In Japan and in Europe, it was called that. For the US, yeah, we're getting our America on with this one. And there's a file, and the beeping. Okay, also I'm going to put a code in. I want to show this off, which is left, right, down, X, X, X.
All set. Ready.
All right, there you go, ready. Okay. Yeah, that is something I will show off and unlock up later. But all right, it's an off-road racing game. I'll show one of these. And you know what? I think I'll show the time attack, maybe. And you know, I'll show this. Yeah, it does look a little sharp as far as the car details. Yeah, you have a couple of them. The Coyote written by David Tirada. The Avalanche driven by Carolyn Myers, or Carolyn Mayers, I think. Calvin Stewart drives the Reaper. The Matador driven by Alfred Gingham. Sylvie Vogue drives the Dune Hopper. The Girth 2000 driven by Henry McGregor. Sand Dragon is driven by Sal Lee. And Paul Blanc drives the Hammerhead. Oh, right, and this is the code I put in. Yeah, you can ride a jet. I will show that a little later. And you also can load AI as far as your VMU, but yeah, not doing that. All right, let's take Carolyn Myers out for a run. And I will show that jet. I put that code in very specifically for it. And in the championship mode, you do have a run of things. I'm going to show the first level in the USA, yeah, because we're getting America up in this one, that's for sure. Yeah, the Nashville Network, I don't have a whole lot of memories with that, except knowing the name of it. And then Spike TV came around, that was how I had familiarity with that. But alright, yeah, it is a racing game, kind of Sega Rally-like. And actually, that is the next game we're going to be looking at, Sega Rally 2. It's a bit pokey with its frame rate, I will say that. It's trying to go for 30, it's not holding it. But it still is fast enough. Also, some of the details, yeah, the dirt, that doesn't look so hard, the sand. You do have this hard rocking guitar, which is kind of interesting to see, as you're going across the bridge and doing the race. So this is one of the early racing games on the system. It was this, and it was Speed Devils, and it was Tokyo Extreme Racer that were on the list at the beginning of the launch, or the launch of the system. Which was kind of weird ones for all of them. And there was also Flag-to-Flag Kart Racing, which was by Sega, which had big problems with its frame rate. And there was also Monaco GP by Ubisoft, which actually was not too bad. Hard to play, though, with the steering, but not too bad. So it took some time for driving games to kind of get their start with the system. And so in this case, this is kind of one of the growing pains, but it's not an awful game. It's fine. It'll do as far as what it is. And it's cheap. I've seen this like 10, 15 bucks. So if you ever want to have a cheap racing action like this, or off-road racing action with weird physics, but it still controls well. Your cars are very heavy, though. I will say that. So that's one thing to keep in mind. But yeah, if you're able to be down with that, it's not a bad choice, honestly. But yeah, can you do better? Yeah, you can. Can you do worse? Yeah, you probably can as well. I would say probably Flag-to-Flag is a worst case, because it's fine, but it also runs at a low frame rate. It doesn't look that great, and there's pop-up everywhere. At least this game doesn't have pop-up, we'll say that. The frame rate isn't that hot, but at least there's no pop-up of stuff in the distance, at least nothing I'm seeing. Well, that there is the end of the race. And it's checkpoint-based, so it's pretty standard, honestly, as far as how that's operating. And in the championship mode, you do get points, so that what happens then is you have those, and you go along, and you have the beeping going on with VMU, you go to the next race. But I'm going to show off, we're ending the championship mode. I'm going to go into the time attack mode. And you have versus, which I believe is for 2 players. I think it is. Yeah, it's 2 players. You have AI stuff, because basically you can run AI data in time attack. So it's almost like, if you ever played Super Smash Bros. Wii U or Ultimate, when you build up characters in your amiibo, it's kind of like that. And there's also a practice mode as well to do that. We're going to do the time attack. And we're going to show that at jet off. You think like, oh, it's going to fly. No, it's not going to fly. It's going to be going on the ground. But at least it'll be funny to show this. And then we'll go, of course, yeah, you can go to France, USA, Egypt, Russia, and Peru. And that other one I don't have unlocked. Yeah, let's go to Egypt. Let's do 2 laps. Because there's not going to be a whole lot to say, really, on this game. And honestly, my memories of this one are kind of limited. I bought this dirt cheap. I bought this for like $5. As we have the plane. You think, like, oh yeah, the plane's gonna be flying, but no, the plane's on the ground, so it's like a hovercraft or something. Yeah, it's weird. Also, like the sand going off on it. Yeah, that's not a great looking effect. I will not lie. It's a bad looking effect. But yeah, it's okay. That also it's insanely heavy. But yeah, it's like you ever want to see an air jet, going across the ground like that? Well, yeah, this might be the game for you. But as I said, I don't have many memories of this one. I bought it when it was cheap because like I want to build the Dreamcast collection. I said, okay, this is cheap. Let me take it. I like racing games. Let's see how that operates. And there's no damage, by the way, on your cars. You just have the idea of going over gravel and stuff. But it's one that I played as it is kind of but it's not awful. I mean, I could imagine really, really bad games like that. But I was like, yeah, this is fine. Ow. Then again, also, what other game lets you race with a plane? So, yeah, we're on the ground with this Harrier jet going on. Yeah, we want to talk about your most American game as far as this. You're going on the sand dunes of Egypt. Yeah, it's this one. Oh, except you're kind of going in circles. Yeah, the physics are very weird. They're also very heavy. Although this is a heavy thing, and yeah, my wing is clipping through the ground. It's funny, if nothing else. But yeah, as I said, you can definitely do better as far as racing, but hey, you could also do worse. You could do one game of not showing. Not because I didn't want to show it, or it's like, oh yeah, the quality is too bad for this. But just because I said I want to run other stuff. Spirited Speed 37, which is the last game released by LJN. Yeah, if you remember them for the Angry Video Game Nerd element. It was Acclaim who resurrected that name, at least on Dreamcast. It's very pokey and slow, because it's a period racing game. But it's not as exciting as an idea as you would think. Like, in the Spirited Speed, you think, oh, it's these old-time cars from that era. But, yeah, it's not very good. It doesn't play well, and it looks like ass. And the loading is horrible. So, yeah, you could play that if you're, like, the worst racing game on the system, or one of them. But, yeah, this will do better than that, for sure. Whoa! Okay, I never saw that happen before. Like, yeah, I guess my ship flipped. Always think of The Simpsons when Sideshow Bob stole the Wright brothers plane, and then we have the Harrier jet saying like, yeah, we're going too fast, better get out and walk. So it's like, fine, we're not getting out and walking, we're just saying like, fine, we can't take this thing off, so we're just going across the dunes this way. Which is a hilarious sight, I'll say. Well, I found there was the code of this the other day, I said, we gotta show this. I guess as far as other bad racing games on the system, this is not a horrible one, it's fine, it's not awful or really that bad, just like underwhelming. I mean, we saw some of the best stuff, and we're getting a couple games. We're gonna see one of the best for sure. In fact, we'll start getting towards that right now. Yeah, and there's our jet fighter as far as the player. Yeah, but it's not a great game. I mean, as I said, Spirited Speed is worse. Jeremy McGrath's Supercross 2000 here is really bad. I think the Dreamcast magazine, the now defunct official Dreamcast magazine, said that was the worst game ever made on the system. I don't know, I haven't played it, but, yeah, maybe. Yeah, if you want something dirt cheap, here you go, but there's other stuff that's dirt cheap on the system. Including the next game we're going to play, which, honestly, given the pedigree, might be only about as good as this one, shockingly. Actually, no, that's 2 from now. No, the next one is something else, because we're getting down and dirty with our gritty games here as far as racing. Well, this one's got its problems in other ways, I will say that. Okay, next on our list is one of the late Dreamcast arcade ports of Sega's. And the next couple are going to be Sega. In fact, except for 2 games we've got left, because we have only 5 left, including this one. The rest are from Sega, except for the last 2. And you're not going to want to miss the last 2, I'll tell you that right now. Alright, this one is 18-Wheeler, American Pro Trucker. This is an arcade game released in 2000 about driving your trucks around. It was from AM2. It was Yu Suzuki who produced it. And it was an arcade game initially in 2000, and it came to the Dreamcast in 2001. And then Acclaim ported this to the PS2 and the GameCube, where it cost next to nothing, basically. I'm seeing like under $10 for both of those systems. Dreamcast is a bit more. It's like $25, $30.
Presented by
Yeah, this is truck racing, presented by Sega. Yeah, and I guess if you're like, hey, you know, you want your American, you know, celebration of your racing game. Yeah, here we go. Brought to you by Texaco, by the way, the star of the American Road. I don't know if Texaco's even still in business. I don't think I've seen one of those around in years. Same with Amico when we played Crazy Taxi. Yeah, but there's trouble afoot. Yeah, because we're going down the road across America with our trucks. We have Lizardtail, who is an asshole. Who's shrouded in shadow, so we never see who he is. Yeah, but we're going to take stuff down. We're going to take care of him, and we're going to drag our load all across America. So yeah, we're going to drive this trucking convoy across the USA. Yeah, that's what we're doing on this one. This has its problems, but there is stuff about that. Also, not Amtrak, by the way, over there. Those are probably the reason this has not gotten re-released, because there's actually a lot of licensed locations in this game. But as I said, this game is dirt cheap, because unlike Crazy Taxi, this is not something that people remember that much, and there's problems with this that Crazy Taxi also doesn't have.
18-Wheeler.
Alright, also the other thing about this is going to have online when it came out. It did not have it. There is the parking minigame. We'll sort of show that off with the arcade mode, as well as the score attack and options for stuff. I just want to make sure I have everything loaded. Yeah, difficulty I put to easy. You're going to understand in just a minute why. Because this game is cheap. That's the biggest problem with this. The AI is insanely cheap. Even for an arcade racing game like this, it is. But there's still some interest and some fun to be had in this game. But given its pedigree, you'd expect it to be better. Yeah, you have your options of characters. Streamline, Asphalt Cowboy, Longhorn, Highway Cat. There's another one you can unlock running Asphalt Cowboy, because he runs speed decent, toughness, and torque, which you need to go up hills. Yeah, we are a rival trailer. We have to beat him at the end, or we have to crash into the not Chevy Astro over there and get a time bonus. Alright, so yeah, we're going to be doing trucking. I like the idea of how they set this up. And there's also a sequel to this that apparently is even worse. It's called The King of Route 66, which got a PS2 port, which actually costs more money than you'd think. Alright, we're going from New York City to Key West. And this is going to be the shortest run from New York to Florida ever. And this game is really short. There are only 4 levels, by the way. I could sit here and finish the game if I wanted to, but I don't think I'm going to. Ready? Go! It kind of plays a little bit like, I guess like with Hang On and, not Hang On, with Pole Position we played earlier. Also in your first person mode, when you steer around, the items go across the dashboard, which is pretty fun. Basically, you wait till you get to about almost 50 miles per hour, then you put in high gear. You drive around. You do have some really good music here as far as like the guitar tracks. This sound like America, for sure. And there's Lizardtail, number 1 trucker in the US of A, and don't you forget it. And he cheats. Oh my god, and he crashes into stuff. Good luck being able to beat him, especially on the higher difficulties where they give you barely enough time to make it. And sometimes it's not even enough unless you hit all the cars to get the time bonuses. Yeah, it definitely puts you in that atmosphere. Same way Crazy Taxi did, in the sense that you're seeing the real-life places like the Holiday Inn, by the way. The old look of Holiday Inn, as well as Texaco and Denny's as we go along. And there was the Denny's stuff in LA Machine Guns, I believe it was, which there's a Wii version, and I have that. You hit the cars, yeah, you get a time bonus. Also, when you're at high gear, you turn and go like, so it's like, yeah, sometimes you want to go into low gear to make the turn, but you got to keep your speed up, and you got to beat Lizardtail to the end in order to get the parking minigame running. And there's the mode for parking, but we'll see how to do that. And you can slipstream behind them. Oh, no, that's bullshit. He's saying, like, yeah, there's a traffic jam. No, I didn't cause this. It's not my fault that I-95 is packed as hell, like it always is when you're driving around from New York City to Key West. But we're doing it in less than a minute. So yeah, fuck you, Lizardtail. Yeah, Lizardtail is an asshole. I'm not gonna even Stop. I'm not even gonna deny that. Yeah, but I think we're gonna beat him. But yeah, I just barely have enough time to get there. But we beat him. By beating him, you get a minigame to park your truck in the garage. If you don't beat him, you don't get that minigame, you just go to the next level. But you want to try and beat him because you get an upgrade for running this. And if you complete the parking in time and without too many issues, you should be good. Okay, so yeah, you have a little minigames like Crazy Taxi this way. So yeah, we have to put our truck in the garage. So how we do that is you drive forward. You also gotta be careful because, hey, remember, when you're seeing trucks, what they always say on trucks, the idea that when they turn really wide, and also the great attention to detail there. When you're turning, you see the blinker going. You move left and right, so again, which is very nice. All right, and just go through here, stop in the green area, and there we go. And you get a rank depending on how fast you go, and time bonus for how quickly you go too. And now you got the horn. Yeah, there's a horn, by the way. In this, that is on the X button. I don't really think it does anything, but you can also get other things like the muffler, and I think you get an engine, so you basically can run faster. All right, next you're going to St. Petersburg, or from there to Dallas. And you have your option of what you want to take over. The log trail is heavier, but it will get you more money. And then there's normal ones with the car thing. Yeah, the cars don't look that great, honestly, compared to something like Crazy Taxi. This looks a little dirty, honestly, as far as how the look of it is. And not in a way that's that great, honestly, so it's kind of really. I mean, maybe this came out before Crazy Taxi, it would look better, but like, yeah, not really. I mean, it's not even holding 60 FPS, although for this game, it doesn't really matter, really, that way. But there are some nice details. I mentioned, when you're in the in-cockpit view, that's great. Also, the idea of the rear-view mirror. Well, let's get going. I'll do another one, I think we'll go on to the next game, which is going to be what I was mentioning. Oh, shift up. They will tell you to shift up, and you're going too slow. Just shift down. Yeah, there's Lizard Tail again.
No, I got pulled over for speed.
That's all they pulled you over for, and you're still able to drive. Yeah, no way. Yeah, my CB guy is saying, yeah, be careful, otherwise that's going to happen to you. No, it doesn't. It never happens. They will not pull me over. I think... I'm trying to remember. I think the game... There's a trucking game that does that. Oh, shit. Alright, I was going to say, there is a game with trucks in it that sort of does that, I think. I never played this. It's called Big Mother Truckers, which is on PS2, GameCube, and Xbox. And there's also a sequel that had the tagline of Truck Me Harder. I am not joking for that. And I think I'm not going to get to the end of this. I made one mistake. So yeah, usually when you make one mistake, that's the end as far as the 18-wheeler case is concerned. But fine, he's blowing up. Fine, we'll do one more run of this.
Time is up.
So it's much more unforgiving. Even though you can beat this game in like 20 minutes, it's something that even on easy, and they are nice to say, please continue. Like, okay, fine, I'll continue. It's very cheap, so you might be playing this game for like 2 hours just to try and beat it, just for that very reason. And even worse with Kangaroo 66, from what I understand.
Ready?
I would be curious to play, because hey, it is another Sega arcade racing game I don't have a copy of somewhere. But it is kind of weird. And as I said, with Big Mother Truckers, I believe it was kind of taken off on this a little bit. Kind of turned a little bit of an RPG, sort of, kind of. But it definitely was kind of going in different directions. Actually, there's going to be a story to go into that when we get to one of the last games we played tonight.
Make sure you pay attention to your driving, so this doesn't happen to you too.
Yeah, we fine. But yeah, if you slipstream behind Lizard Tail or any of the trucks, you can only do it on the trucks. You can't do it on the cars. Yeah, that's what you want to do. So I know how to win this game. It's just that how to be able to do it reliably. Yeah, I don't think that can happen. The way this game is designed, it's pretty much impossible to be reliably able to win this game. Which maybe goes with arcade design, but then again, when you consider how good Sega was when it came to making arcade games like that where your skill could take you far, like Crazy Taxi. I mean, I sound like a broken record saying that. Like Crazy Taxi. Yeah, this is not quite cutting it. It's not awful, though, despite what I'm saying. But it is something that, yeah, people don't know this game, and there might be a bit of a reason for that. But it's worth a look if you're curious. You're not going to necessarily get a whole lot of mileage out of it, unfortunately. But we do have other weird sights of the fact that, hey, tornadoes come to town. And you can sort of get caught in that, or you can say, like, no, we're going to keep driving. Yeah, so Lizard Tail was like, yeah, I don't want to run into that tornado. I was like, yeah, fuck you, we're going to be fine. Actually, I don't think we can catch up with the tornado. But yeah, the tornado just automatically disappears, so we're fine. It got out of the way when it saw me coming with my car transporter, when Lizard Tail was coming. Alright, this is gonna be interesting to see if I get to the end. Yeah, I did that pretty well, but I didn't get to the end. So yeah, you know what? I think that's enough as far as the 18-wheeler is concerned. Alright, so there is your 18-wheeler take. You got trucking on Dreamcast. This is your option. Your only one. But when it comes to Sega arcade racing games, this is probably kind of more towards the bottom, even though it's not a bad game. Yeah, I mean, I showed you Crazy Taxi. I mean, maybe I showed you this before Crazy Taxi, we feel different, but let us know. But I was saying with TNN Hardcore Heat, yeah, this next game we're going to play is one that you'd think would be a lot better than it is, unfortunately, and it's sad to be able to have to say that with this. Again, another not horrible one, but given its pedigree, this should have been the best game we're playing tonight, and unfortunately it isn't. That being said, there is one awesome thing about it, and I am going to make sure to put the volume up so you can hear it. And wait, that's not the right box. Okay, I have this stack of games over there. I wish you could see that. All right, we're going up to 50. Okay, yeah, 50. Oh, yeah, it's powered by Windows CE. Oh, shit, it's a PC port. So, yeah, chances are it's not going to be good as far as porting. And, yeah, it is a questionable one on the porting. This is Sega Rally Championship 2, or Sega Rally 2, or Sega Rally 2 Championship. It goes by weird names. Came out in 1999 for Dreamcast. It was a port of the Model 3 arcade game, and it was on the PC. They ported that PC edition, and I think when they brought it to the US, they made it better in terms of improving frame rate and stuff like that. But also a weird thing when it came to, actually, a lot of the Model 3 ports to the Dreamcast. Because there was this, there was Virtual On Aratario Tangram, there was Sega Bass Fishing, there's Virtua Striker 2, and I think I said Virtua Fighter 3. That is a Virtua Fighter 3, that one. And go to SegaRally.com, it probably is not in use anymore. There's something about the way the Dreamcast architecture handled that, except for maybe Virtual On, I don't know if any of those really did themselves that well as far as favoring. You're going to see that. Because unlike the Sega Saturn version of Sega Rally Championship 1, where it's downgraded for sure for the console, but it shows off what it can do terrifically, this one looks fine, but it's trying to go for a 60 FPS frame rate. It's not holding it. Ever, really. It has big problems with pop-up, especially when you're running in two-player. And it was worse in Japan, from what I understand. The point where it's one of those games like Sonic Adventure and Blue Stinger, where they released it to the Japanese market before it came here, and they had problems that they then fixed for the US, because I guess Sega of America realized, yeah, we can't screw this up. And at that point, it was also them thinking, like, maybe we have a chance against PlayStation 2, which, well, the Dreamcast did not. It's too bad, because I love Sega Rally. I think I've mentioned that on this show multiple times. This is one of the best rally racing game franchises ever. And this is a fine game, but the fact that I'm even thinking that this is kind of in an case the same way that 18-wheeler and TNN Hardcore Heat was, is kind of a bit of a problem, honestly. That being said, there's one kick-ass thing about this. That's the music. I will definitely show that off. We're going to run... We'll do the arcade mode to start. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's go back to course of practice. I'm going to pick something that's not the course I want to show yet. We're going to pick the Senoue. If you have your license cars of the Pujawa, I think it is. I don't know. I'll put the pronunciation down here when I edit. Toyota Corolla, Toyota Celica, which was from Sega Rally 1. The Super Impreza WRC, Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, a couple from Lancia. The Lancia Delta, which was also in Sega Rally 1. And other stuff as well. Okay, let's run... The Subaru is actually very heavy, surprisingly. Which is, I don't think how it is in real life, from what I understand. I think that's supposed to be a pretty nimble car. Especially for rally racing. Let's run the Toyota Celica. Let's run the automatic. And name entry. Alright, let's do a name entry quick on this. Let's do to SOG. Oh, whoa. Oh, I guess I can put more than, I guess I can put more than, 3 characters. I was not expecting that. Okay, so hit start and go back. Alright. So let's get running. Yeah, so, all right, looking at the time on this, this is going to be like a 5.5 hour thing, unless I have too much explanation on the other. All right, 3, 2, 1, go! All right, yeah, you're driving around. We're in the snow. And it gives you that easy left, easy right stuff that you love for that. But it is very slippery. That's the other thing, is that frame rate is kind of holding 60s, going for 60s, not holding it most of the time. Especially with this stuff on the screen. There's a lot of fog, oh my god. And I don't think it's intended necessarily in this, even on the snowy course. And supposedly it's worse in two-player mode. But I'm sliding around like crazy. And you have a handbrake, which I believe is on the B button. But sometimes it's kind of weird how that operates. And they do have the, oh no! In this game where I'm thinking of Sega Rally 1, which is, whoa! Or all these other things like easy left, easy right, very long easy right maybe. Or, caution, hairpin right. Yeah, so that's that idea. Yeah, as I said, this doesn't look as good as the arcade game either. Which is weird because, actually there's an interesting thing about the Dreamcast we're going on this as we're going along. I mean, I do like the sight of this, like, hey, we're in the snow, that's nice. And this game is brought to you by Michelin, and all the car elements, like Toyota and Castor Oil. But the idea that the Dreamcast was built on the Naomi hardware of Sega that was running a lot of their arcade ports, why you had games like Crazy Taxi, where the port was amazing. But the Model 3 stuff, it was not always able to hold for that, which is very surprising when you really think about it. You think, oh, the Dreamcast is going to be powerful enough to run stuff like that. But I guess the way they developed it was kind of off. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's an engine thing. It's like, look, if they're building it on one arcade board or on one arcade technology specific, you should be able to plug into the other one. But in development, that's not how that always works. So maybe that was the idea. Maybe that the way that the Model 3 went is like, it was not an easy one for me to go, and I'm running out of time. But yeah, so time's up. Yeah, I'm not that good on this one, honestly. But you do get the best game over jingle ever of game over, yeah! Yeah, there's nothing more exciting than saying, like, yeah, we're going to be, you know, doing, getting game over here. Like, it just sounds so upbeat. It's like, yeah, I lost, but it sounds so amazing. Like, game over, yeah! It's sung by Julian Bamford. That is the same one that is in the Sega Rally 1. But, as I mentioned, there are some kick-ass things about this game. I'll give you one of them right now. The music. Music is really good, actually, in this game. But there's one track in particular. Yeah, I said the mountains, snowy, the Riviera, the muddy, the island, and the desert. Alright, I'm going to let you hear this one. And we're going to do... It's going to be a free run element anyway. Let's run SS2. Run a free run on this. Okay, wait a minute. Before I do that, we had the announcer of male. You can actually put a female. We're going to put the female one on for the purpose of this. It's under game settings. This game, by the way, also takes a massive amount on the VMU. It's 80 blocks for this thing. And on top of other stuff, it can actually be almost half of it. So it's like, yeah, that's kind of not cool. Right, let's go back to the time attack. Let's run this, because, yeah, the piece of music that comes out of the desert is amazing. This might be one of the best pieces of music that's ever come out of this franchise, and that's saying a lot. The free run time. Let's pick a different car. Yeah, let's pick the Subaru, why not? And you can change the car settings so that you have stuff for your suspension, brakes, and all that. You also have a 4 and 6 speed automatic or manual transmission. We were running a 4-speed automatic. Alright, so here we are in the desert.
3, 2, 1.
Let's go. Okay, you are hearing Soul on Desert. This piece of music was performed by Jun Senoue, who did the music for Sonic Adventure. And actually for Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition. Sons of Angel specific as far as that. This is one of the most kick-ass pieces of music that's ever come out of a Sega racing game. I love this music so much. In fact, I have the volume of this game up high enough specifically so you can hear this. This is going to make you want to start headbanging going down the road. Even my issues with this game, you're seeing this, the ones I've mentioned. And it's not a horrible game. It's not a bad game. It's just that, given the pedigree of Sega Rally with the original, which is amazing, I'm going to show that Saturn game off eventually. No question. Do not worry about that. And also, the arcade version of this suffers some comparison. And Sega Rally Revo, which is on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, which I also want to show off at some point. You'd think that this would be amazing. You'd think that this is the only rally racing game we'd need on this console, but alas, it was not. There is Test Drive V-Rally. I've never played that one, but I've heard it's better, weirdly enough. But yeah, it doesn't have Soul & Desert, which is, if you love that Jun Senoue guitar music, you're going to love this, and it is amazing. I played this game for people, and they're like, oh my god, this is amazing. And it's like, this sounds like it's out of Sonic Adventure. Like, it's not. He was doing other stuff than Sonic Adventure. But yeah, it is terrific. Just that guitar work, all of the stuff with the instruments, it's like, yeah. And it goes to one thing, I guess, alright, I will preface the next game we're going to play. One thing I always love about Sega racing games, that's why I'm very happy that Dogfin made the suggestion as far as saying, let's do racing games on Dreamcast, because it goes to the idea that I love racing games in general, but I love the stuff that Sega made. And it's the kind of thing that they're the most character-filled non-character games in the genre that you can imagine. And what I mean by that is just thinking like, well, we played a lot of licensed games, like kart racing games tonight so far. You think that, fine, we're just driving a Subaru Impreza WRC around a desert course. There's nothing to connect to this as far as, actual characters we're following. But given the environment of the game, given of the way that the atmosphere is created, the music in particular, it feels like it has an identity of its own. When you put into Sega racing games, like, yeah, that's Sega. And you're like, oh my god, this is awesome. We're going to have that with the next game, which is a much better one than this. It might be the best game we're going to show tonight, maybe even more than Crazy Taxi. In some ways. Differently. But it also is the best running game we've got tonight. I will say that for sure. But that's the other thing about it, is that there's nothing like a Sega arcade racing game. Even, some of the simulation ones, because one I'm not showing, as one I was tempted to pull out at some point or get, was Sega GT, which is kind of going the Gran Turismo route. But it's even that idea that just the feel of a Sega racing game, you don't quite get that as far as other things. Why I've also mentioned this to a lot of my coworkers. They've said to me, hey, I'm not huge into racing games. The Crusade Nerd 64 said specifically, hey, I haven't played Rush 2049 because driving around a track doesn't do much for me. It was like, okay, fine. He'll play like Mario Kart and things like that. So it's character in his racing game, specific. But I think, in that way, I'd say to him, play a Sega arcade racing. Play a Sega Rally. Play the game we're playing next. Play Crazy Taxi. I mean, he played Crazy Taxi. He loves Crazy Taxi. But just that element of what Sega was doing with arcade racing games, or any racing games they made, that made it so indelible. And every time somebody mentions a Sega racing game to me, no matter how obscure it is, whether it's something like Hang On that we saw at the beginning of the program, or Outrun, or Power Drift, or Sega Rally Championship, even this one. Even 18-wheeler is like, I'm not huge on 18-wheeler, but even something like that, there's always that style that just puts a smile on my face, for sure. It just makes me think like, okay, I'm going to get a feel that's not like any other racing game from other companies. I mean, you get the closest of that, I would think, maybe with something like Ridge Racer of Namco's, and that has that element for sure. We'll definitely get to that when we play stuff of Ridge Racer, and we've got to do that. I'll definitely show that first one. I have Ridge Racer 1, Revolution, and Type 4 on PlayStation. I want to get Ridge Racer, which is the third one for that system. Because those are games that kind of do that too in terms of stuff with its music and almost the announcing. But, like I said, there's something about the way Sega does it. I guess it goes to why I love Sega so much. I don't know if I've indicated that. Fine, I guess I've indicated that a lot tonight and just in general. But I think that kind of is maybe the encapsulation of it. So in that way, I think that's why I'm kind of going into this way. As we're enjoying more of Soul & Desert, I am going to go to the end of the 8 area time, and I think we're going to go to the next game, because, yeah. The next game is awesome, and then at that point we'll have only 3 games left.
300. Very, very long. Easy right, maybe. Caution.
I love the guitar. Oh my god, it is so good. I mean, I think you'll probably hear that in my voice specific. The idea of, when do I get excited about a game, when do I not get excited about a game? I mean, look, I've been going 5 hours on this program. I'm still so excited just to talk about this amazing music, and hopefully you're hearing it out there. Yeah, I think I want the song to end one more time. Like, I don't want the song to end. That's how good this music is. Yeah, I'll put a link to Soul & Desert just so you can hear it as far as how it is, because it's amazing. Especially the guitar solo. Oh my god, it's so good! Yeah, you want to pick up a guitar and start shredding.
No! 150.
Especially right here. Oh my god, take a listen to this.
Oh! 300. Very, very long. Easy right, maybe. Caution. Up.
Yeah, I gotta ask if you still have a face after that. You're talking about face-melting guitar solos. Yeah, that's one of them. And yeah, Jun Senoue is very good at that. Or is very good at that still. I mean, he still does stuff for Sega as far as how that is. But interesting enough, he's not really involved much with Sonic Frontiers, which just came out about a month ago.
200. Caution. Left. Stop. 100. Easy right.
Yeah, we're gonna let this song end. It's almost at the end. I know where it's gonna end. And then we will stop and we'll go to the next game, which also has kick-ass music. And then at that point, we'll have only 3 games left. And yeah, the last one, you're going to be surprised how we have that, but I will have it for you.
100. Easy left. Maybe. 150. Oh! Caution. Easy left. Oh no!
Honestly, with this music playing, I don't intend to mind other elements of this game. Like, yeah, fine, I have issues with the game. Like, yeah, when I'm here in Solemn Desert, yeah, that all kind of goes away.
500. Easy right. Checkpoint.
Alright, there you go. That is Solemn Desert. That is Sega Rally 2. Even all the stuff I can say against this game, for sure, it gave me Solemn Desert. I'm never going to take that away from it. Alright, let's go to a little better case of arcade racing. Alright, next on our list is a game I've mentioned so many times. I've been waiting to show off any version of this I can. And I'm so happy I get to show off this one. This is Daytona USA. Yeah, I don't know if this game necessarily needs an introduction, but it's getting one. And I'm putting the volume up to 55. Another one where it's kind of low as far as the volume. This came out in 1994 in arcades and was ported to the Sega Saturn a little later. And it was a rough port, by the way. It then got other versions. It got that Championship Circuit Edition on Saturn. And later ports to 360 and PS3. This is a remake from 2001, though. Developed by Amusement Vision. The people who made Super Monkey Ball and Yakuza, who are now known as Ryuga Gotoku. As far as that, they also made Wave Runner in the arcade. And it was also developed by Genki, or it was them and Genki specific who made this. Who made Jade Cocoon on the PlayStation, the Fighter's Destiny games on the Nintendo 64, the Tokyo Extreme Racer games that were on this system, which I didn't pick up for this, and Super Magnetic Neo, which is a very pastel-looking and very difficult platform game on Dreamcast. And also they made Katamari Forever on the PS3. Yeah, this was their case. And if you're wondering why is Hasbro involved in this, so technically it's another game of Infogrames. Technically because they owned Hasbro Interactive for the purpose of it. And since they had the Daytona name as far as it, this got published by them. But Sega was involved and they said, yeah, we're going to make this one really special for one of our last-ditch efforts on Dreamcast. Yeah, here it is. It looks even better than the arcade game because they totally rebuilt this with engine elements that kind of reflect Daytona USA 2 Battle for the Edge, which unfortunately is still, to this very day, not gotten a home port. Except for the fact that one of its tracks is in Outrun 2 for Xbox. And only that one, not the 2006 Coast to Coast I have. So there's reason for me to buy that other one on top of it. Yeah, we were racing down 37 Speedway. Talk about Sega racing games with character. Oh my god, you're not going to get another one like Daytona USA. With the Hornet, oh my god, there you go. And Sonic Mountain for 37 Speedway. And the sung vocal songs, oh my god, which are not right here, but here we go. So there you go. Daytona, let's go away. Oh, I love this game so much. And this is a great version. There are definitely some interesting things about it to go into. There's a championship mode they have, as well as time attack. There's online, or there was online for this game. The online was amazing. Oh my god, let me tell you about the online. I was there when this game was around for online about 21 years ago. I was running this game on a 56K modem that wasn't even hitting that high as far as I can remember. The Dreamcast has a 56K modem built into it. I don't know if I mentioned that. Actually, of all the games we played tonight, this is the only one that had online, I'm realizing, as far as the racing games are concerned. But it was amazing. The one problem is you did have disconnections every so often for certain things, and it goes back to the title screen going at start. But it ran at 60 FPS online. It ran as well online as it did offline, which was unheard of. Oh my god, it was amazing. And I'm going to show specifically as to why. As far as the single race, as far as what it is. Alright. So you have your selection of cars. You do have the Hornet, which was themed after the Chevy Lumina in the original version. I think it sort of is with this one. They have car designs based on other things, including the Grasshopper, the Falcon, the Lightning, which is a takeoff, I believe, on the Ford Escort. The Unicorn, which you get for beating the championship mode, is insanely hard to do, by the way. Red Cat, which you get for winning an online race, and I think there's another way to get that based on time you play, which I believe is based on the Mercury Cougar. The Pyewacket Barchetta, which is like, I guess, a ship of sorts, with a interesting number as far as what it is, as well as the Pyewacket Barchetta Super, which is the best grip in the game. And actually, to get this, you have to basically run any course, turn around while driving this thing, go backwards and finish the race to get this. And there's another car I'm not showing that you get for having a save file with 100 hours logged onto it. I love this game, but I haven't played it that much, or put it on for that. We're running good old Hornet to start. You have your tire grip options. You can run the original colors. You can modify the colors, like I did. We'll run that, and you have your courses. They give you the courses from the arcade game. They give you the beginner, advanced, and expert courses. So you do have your 3-7 Speedway, Dinosaur Canyon, and Seaside Street Galaxy. And you also get 2 courses from Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition. You get Desert City, and you get National Park Speedway. And you get 3 original courses for this. You get Circuit Pixie, Rin Rin Rink, and Mermaid Lake. They're exclusive to this version. We're going to start with good old 3-7 Speedway. We'll come back to this game for sure, and we're running the fixation lap of 8. And your car running 40. And you can do normal track, reverse, mirrored, or mirrored and reversed. We're doing normal. Let's get going.
Race starts.
And here the different announcer. They don't have the same announcing as before, and they also say, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines, as opposed to gentlemen in the last one, or the original version of this. There's Brian Matt Uhl, who is voicing the announcer here. And when you get here, you have a rolling start. Hold the right trigger to accelerate as you have your auto drive. You have 3, 2, 1, go! And they're underway. Yeah, this is so much fun. It is 60 FPS with no pop-up and no slow down anywhere in this game. This game is a technical marvel, let me tell you that right now. Of course, you do have to stay low in them turns. You're going around Sonic Mountain. Same deal as before with Daytona USA, is like in the arcade. You can do the brake and the slide, but the physics are a bit different. It's something that is a bit of a contentious point with people when it comes with this game. So it's like, oh, I like the other versions just because they control like the arcade game, which is a fair point. This does not control exactly the same, but it is a close enough approximation, and with practice you can get good at it, and you want to get good at this game because it's awesome. As I mentioned, Brian Matt Uhl does the announcing of this. He was Guangxi in Shenmue 2. When you get to that point in the game where you have to help the guy adjust the sign, he says like, this isn't right, it's crooked. Yeah, that is him voicing the announcer in this game. He's also the announcer in the first 2 Super Monkey Ball games, as well as he is going to be a character we're going to hear when we play Guitar Man in 2 months, when Ed Wack and Nicky are on the show for that one. I will give an indication of who he is when we play that. But yeah, there's a character in that one he voices. Yeah, just going around with this great arcadey look and speed, and my god, it is not only... Here's the thing, this game is not only beautiful to hold, not only is it better than the arcade version, but it also runs and plays so well. There's not a single bit of graphical degradation anywhere in this game on any course you pick. And it also is that way when you're online. I can speak to that from personal experience. You probably can get this game running online, maybe with a custom server, potentially, but I've heard things about what happened. I think there was some weird case that Sega accidentally screwed up the servers with something they were doing with AT&T, which was helping their Sega Net stuff go on for the online, which was amazing. I don't think I've talked enough about how the online on the Dreamcast was. You had cases where there's lag for certain things, like Quake 3 and Choo-Choo Rocket, amongst other games. Daytona USA never had that. And aside for the disconnection thing, which was annoying when that happened, you're winning like, oh, it disconnects. The fact that it ran online, I can speak to this, and I can have other people vouch this way too. If it ran as well as you're seeing right now on the screen, online is it off on 56K modem, and on a suboptimal connection like I had, that's amazing. And I can't speak highly enough. But, all right, we're on the final lap, or as the original game says, the white flag is out. This is the final lap. This game doesn't have that. So, yeah, if you want your original Daytona experience, you might want to buy the 360 or PS3 version, or get those as quickly as you can, because they might get listed eventually. They've been around 10 years and they haven't, but don't wait, specifically. And this one actually is pretty expensive. Outside of some of the other ones, this is like a $40 to $70 game I'm seeing. There's going to be GAMEOVER. So just like in Sega Rally 2, they're making an event when you get a game over. I'm getting start to try and skip that, but alright, there you go. Also, you get that great music when you get a high score or best time. And they do announce your letters as you select them. Like the original game in the arcade. Yeah, so letting Daytona USA announce our show, Super Old Game Saturday. Yeah, it is a dream and come true, for sure. And it's a dream to be able to play this game. I love this game so much. This game is awesome. Alright, I'm also going to show one other course, just because. Let's go to main select. In fact, I'm also going to try and see if I can't... I don't think I can get to Victory Lane. It's fine for that. Let's do... I want to let the music of Rin 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 go, and you can run 40 laps. And like the arcade game, there is pit stop, and if you're running the maximum laps, you do have to use that, but rarely, not often. Yeah, fine. Let's put the entry card down to 10. You can adjust it as you want. You can also go in and do other stuff for things. Actually, you know what? Let's show one of the other cars off. Let's show this one because it handles the best. If you're having trouble with the handling in this game, there are cars that have better handling, but the Hornet is average and everything, so you can kind of run it that way. I think the other reason I'm picking Rin 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 is because, oh my god, I love the music in this so much. Talk about another game where the music and the style that gives it so much life. Or as you heard in 37 Speedway, the idea of the singing voices. And even the fact the Sega Saturn version and also that 360 PS3 edition have a karaoke mode. You bet your ass I'm going to be doing the singing on that one when you play that version. Oh my god, it's so good. But it just gives it such character. I mean, look, it could be just a Daytona racing game where you're just driving around a track. As I said, I'll use the Crusader 64's element. I mean, not to pick... I don't know if he thinks I'm picking on him by saying this, or like airing that idea. Like, oh yeah, tried to go easy on the car. Yeah, I'm not, unfortunately. But just to indicate this, like, I guess I'm giving, a little bit of a defense that way of saying, like, hey, racing games are not necessary for someone. Hey, that's fine. Hey, he's a big one in the RPGs. He follows that. He knows them really well. And that's his area of expertise. He'd be able to, you know, do like I'm doing, just basically pretty much plead with his life to say why should people give any RPG that's great a chance. Like with Shadow Hearts. We'll go back to Shadow Hearts next week, and I'm looking forward to that. But something like this is kind of a good answer. Like, hey, it's just driving around a track. Who cares? I mean, hey, why do people like Mario Kart if they don't like racing games? Well, because of the character about it. Why would somebody like a game like Daytona USA like this? Exactly the same thing. The character of it. Where else do you have a car that looks like a boat with the number 69 on the back of it going down around an area with an airport on the side to the tune of this insanely jazzy saxophone music, and then the idea of the announcer saying, try to go easy, or other things like that. Like, yeah, you know, you don't get that out of a lot of racing games. It just makes it feel like an event in a unique way. Even the idea of, and I've sometimes said this, the idea of games that are for games of genre, and this is what I think I'll go into as far as like genre. I think I mentioned this with the other showcase shows, but if I didn't, I'll indicate it now. The idea of what would be a game necessarily I'd recommend to people who never touched a genre like this, like, I don't know if I like this. Any really great game, I would point out something like that. And honestly, I think Daytona USA is a great case like that. It's the kind of thing that, this game was a huge hit in the arcades for a reason. Anytime this game was around, you see like the 8 machines linked together. And Dreamcast basically replicated that, and the 360 and PS3 versions do as well, because they have the online for it. But why do people want to put their coins into a game like this? Why do they want to put $1 of their hard-earned money into something like this? Just because it has the appeal, like, whoa, that looks cool, and then they hear the music, you hear like some of the vocal stuff going. I mean, one of the tracks I'm not going to show. We'll come back to this game. Do not worry, we're coming back to Daytona. We're not leaving this going to be. You hear like the vocals going on of like the guy for like the Seaside Street Galaxy, the Sky High music. The I'm gonna fly sky high, let's go together. It's like, you don't get that loud singing in any other racing game, and you love the fact that it's here. He was like, what the fuck is this? And you're like, I don't care why it's what this is. I love it. And that's what I am about Sega Rally. I mean, I don't know if you could... It's one of those cases I almost wish there was like a face cam to this. You almost see me in tears of joy almost, just talking and waxing philosophic about this while also showing what this is as we're going around the course and doing okay. I'm not going to get a victory lane, but that's fine. I don't care. That's the other thing. Even losing in a game like this, I don't care that I'm losing because Daytona is not an easy game. Any version, even, well, fine, if you turn the difficulty, you can help that way. But even so, there's something about it. Even losing just feels satisfying. It's like, yeah, I just had a fun time. Like, but it also makes you driven to say that, yeah, I want to go play it again. Or driven as far as the pun element, which I was not even planning. But just has such great atmosphere to it. It's like, I just love this. As I said, it is late in the night as far as how this is. This is one of, end up going to be one of the longest streams I've done myself. Probably since Halo 2 years ago. I said, like, never again, we're not doing more than 5 hours because otherwise I'm going to be drained. I feel as awake as anything. I feel as excited as anything. Just talking about this one game, and a lot of the other games we talked about as well. So I think it goes to exactly, what is the power of a game like this? What is the power really of any game? And what's the power of something like Daytona USA? And why is this a classic? Why is this a game that we're coming up... God, in 2 years, we're coming up on 30 years of Daytona USA. I can't believe that. And there's a new one in the arcades that's awesome. But yeah, in that case, this is a game that has definitely endured and has withstood the test of time, and I hope to be playing this game till the day I die. Any version. And we'll show off every one. I'm going to try and get every version of this, including that Sega Saturn one, well, the Championship Circuit Edition, because the Xbox 360 version is a straight port of the Saturn, but it's better. Alright, so that is our GAMEOVR. Alright, I think with that, it is a game over. I'm going to see if I have a time element on this, or a score element. I do, second place. Even though I didn't get to victory lane, which is what happens when you get first place, there's always second place on the leaderboard, and I am absolutely satisfied. Yeah, I have a big grin on my face for this one, and honestly, this is probably the most ecstatic I'm going to be on anything else we're playing tonight, but it's also going to be one of those cases where when we get to the last game, you're going to be wondering, yeah, how are we playing this? Well, we'll get there, but first we got one more game before we get to that mystery game. All right, thank you to Tony Say for the memories and for all the other ones I'm going to make with you in the years to come. All right. So we had our rally case, or not, well, we had rally stuff with Sega Rally. We had our stock car element with the Tony Say going the arcade element. Well, the sim way. Well, we have Infogram's Melbourne House to help on this one. I got to turn the volume down on this because this otherwise is going to blare. Yeah, the people made Looney Tunes Space Race from earlier in the show. This is Test Drive Le Mans, which is also known as Le Mans 24 Hours. It is on the PS2 that way as well. But this is also a weird one because there's another version of this on the PlayStation 1, which is by Eutechnics, who made... I mentioned Big Mouth the Truckers earlier, which they made that, as well as Cartoon Network Racing for the PlayStation 2, which at some point I think I want to show off for the purpose of that. They also made Street Racing Syndicate and the game based on Pimp My Ride. Interesting enough. And they also made one of the most famous bad games in modern history, or modern era, which was Ride to Hell Retribution on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. Yeah, this is the specifically good version, and there's a Game Boy Color version of this, which was, I believe, by, I think it's Valdez and Dubai, I think. The Stop Skulls for Fighting channel, I know, has indicated that company before, like, some of the miracles they've done on portable units. Yeah, this is the Dreamcast version of the game. As I said, it's also the same on the PS2 as we're getting all the people really excited and the beautiful women's as far as the 24-hour race at Le Mans in France. Or in Le Mans, France at the Circuit de la Sarthe. So yeah, this is it is about the 24-hour race. There is a 24-hour race option. You can also simulate it if you so desire. Yeah, this is definitely the realistic case of your stock car racing on the system. He's one of the best ones, for sure. And yeah, since there's no Gran Turismo on the Dreamcast, yeah, this is probably your best way to go. It sure looks awesome, and it plays well, and has also enough assists to help out if you've not been versed in realistic racing games. So you can kind of come in interestingly. Yeah, it's interesting to think also, yeah, the Looney Tunes Space Race team made this as well. So yeah, in 2000 they were busy. And it's also one that's cheap. I bought this for like 10 bucks at MagFest a couple years ago. Because I've always heard this game is awesome, and they're right, as far as how it is. It does have a little bit of a learning curve for sure. But hey, if you're going to run that... I thought I have enough space. Well, either way, it's fine. I think I had enough space. But anyway, let's do a quick race. I'm not going to honestly be playing this game that long, because there's a lot of stuff to this. It's also one of those things that I could feasibly rationalize coming back to this specific. Let's take the old Riley & Scott MK3S2, brought to you by Mobile and Ferrelli. Also show this. I'll show the elements of driving aids they give you, because yeah, it's like Forza Motorsport a little bit, where they give that idea of it. Yeah, because you can have it at amateur where the AI will be pretty easy, and then it'll brake automatically and go around turns and have aids for like anti-lock brakes and things. You can have it so you turn off the braking, which I'm going to do that, or have nothing on. We're going to intermediate. And we're going to run the Le Mans track, which is an 8.454 mile behemoth. I think this is going to show off a decent amount of this, I think, for the purpose of what we got. And it goes into the style and the atmosphere of this real-life race. We saw in the intro the idea of the full-motion video of all of the women and all of the men who are loving this race. This is a famous race. They have this event every year over in France. And there was actually a movie based on it a couple years ago, Ford v Ferrari. Basically going the idea of car manufacturers trying to have the best racing car at this event. Three, two, one, go! Wait. I was gonna say, wait. I'm accelerating, right? I don't think I have manual on. I think... Okay, good, I don't. Yeah, because you can run manual transmission if you want. I'm running automatic. Yeah, this game also looks awesome. There's a pop-up here and there, but you also get some good distance stuff going on for this. You get to see the French countryside. It is nice stuff. This is a case of where the game looks awesome, but it also plays really well, but I am not doing well because, yeah, I'm going off-road. Honestly, I've not played this game much, I'm not going to lie to you. But it's one I do want to play more, just because there is a lot of good stuff to it. And it is fun, and it does give you a lot of ability to kind of learn some of the stuff that's going on with it. Alright, whoa! Yeah, but also in this case, yeah, I suck at this game, I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to, be honest, this is right over there, right? And you get all of the accurate elements of this track. They really did their homework when it came to looking at the Le Mans track and saying, yeah, we're going to get this absolutely right to everything. If you've ever been there or seen this track going, you realize, wait a minute, this is pretty awesome. The attention to detail they have. It just feels like, yeah, we're going down the countryside. And you do have a look back, I believe, which is on the X button. Okay, there you go. It gets some great speeds. It has a great sense of speed, even though this is not running 60 FPS either. But unlike even Looney Tunes Space Race, it's not running low on it. I'm doing better with the braking. Maybe I should have had it automatically brake. Which, by the way, when you have that happen, you go down the side. As soon as you hit a turn, it just automatically go down to the speed you want. Which, yeah, hardcore car enthusiasts might say, yeah, what the hell are you doing with that? But hey, if it gets people into a game like this, yeah, fine. You can turn it off. So there you go. She made this game as hard or as easy as you would like. And that's what I love about it. Yeah, look at that speed. Yeah, I'm going like 180 miles per hour now. Like, oh shit! Also, you don't have damage modeling, so thank God for that. But yeah, if I was playing something like Toga Race Drive or something, yeah, my car would fall off, my wheels would fall off, and the race would be over. But yeah, since I am not, I am okay. I think we'll just run the Le Mans track, and then I got the last one, and yeah, you're not going to want to miss this. Actually, I got a lot of setup. That one I think is going to take the rest of the show, specific. Or a decent chunk just to explain it, because you're going to be like, how are we doing this? Well, you'll see. Stay tuned. Yeah, I'm getting to my areas as far as it, but yeah, the laps also, yeah, you know what, I might not even... What do you think about this? I was going to say that I probably should show off at least the whole race, but then again, this is an 8.5 mile track almost. So, yeah, with all due respect to this game, I think we should come back to this at some point. But also just for time, because I think I should end this by 6 hours, honestly. Just because. And also, so the editing process is not going to be a total mess. Oh, right, I forgot. There is reverse switches on left trigger, same deal as with the braking. And right trigger is your accelerate, as it is, because usually that is how it is on this console. Which sometimes the question, like, I usually use the face buttons on other systems, but because of the way the Dreamcast operates with its 2 triggers, it feels so natural, like, yeah, play it that way. I basically conditioned to use triggers from the racing games, which then went into the Xbox era when I got that console. Which is kind of the next step, really, when you think about it, as far as, you know, the next system to go if you had Dreamcast. And yeah, and this is, by the way, the game that made the decision, I don't know if it explicitly indicated that, Shenmue 2, that made the decision. I said, that's why I'm buying the Xbox. Because, yeah, Shenmue 2 was canceled for the US for Dreamcast. In fact, it was my mom who indicated that to me. She said, hey, I was going to buy this game for you for Christmas, but they canceled. Like, what? Like, that was the first time me finding out information from her about a game coming out. She said, oh, they're putting it in the Xbox. Like, I want an Xbox now. I want when that comes out. I was like, okay, I will. And she did. And then when Shenmue 2 came out, she didn't even get it for me as far as a Christmas and birthday gift. She said, I know you want this now. I know you were waiting last year. I was going to get this for you last year. Yeah, you're not waiting any longer. Here you go. Here is Shenmue 2. I was like, oh my god, that was wonderful. So yeah, my love to my mom that way as far as that. That goes to that element. Yeah, so there you go. There is the pit area, by the way, for yeah, not a great lap time. You know what? Fine. Let's at least show the pit area, because we'll go backwards as far as this. Because hey, if you're going at Le Mans, if you're running the 24-hour race, yeah, you better be going to that pit area. Oh, it's invisible wall. I did not know that. Okay, good to know. All right, so up. Okay, look at the arrow. You're seeing that there, by the way, on the mini map. It's showing, I guess, how they're turning. Alright, that's interesting. I did not know that. Also, I do like the music as far as how it is. It's very kind of jazzy. Also, one other thing, I guess, to show off, because this is more of a demo, but as I said, we can come back to this game. This game is pretty cool, actually. Not gonna lie. Yeah, the 2D people, even the way the crowd is going, like, it still feels like you're at this race. And yeah, that's definitely the idea. Alright, yeah, I think we're going to stop on this. It's a good game, even though I'm not showing as much of it as maybe people would like. But I think I need at least a half an hour to go into this last game. And it's actually going to require me, pausing this, turning the console off, and taking out the VMU. And you're saying, why? You've been using this for saving all night, haven't you? That I have, but I don't want it in for this one. I'm going to indicate this. Yeah, if you stayed tuned this whole time, yeah, I mentioned we're doing 20 racing games on the Dreamcast. You're saying, okay, what's that 20th? You've been building this up. You've been saying, this is a game that you're saying, how are we going to play this? Yeah, I don't know how I necessarily even want to indicate this. Okay, take the VMU out. I don't want that online with this one. I really don't. I'll explain that in a second. Let's put this in. Also, I'm going to get my... Yeah, the volume's fine for what this is. I'm going to pull out what it is. Turn the console on. In fact, I'm going to let you see it. Just to start, before I tell you what we're playing. I kept the jump pack in, but I pulled the VMU out. Alrighty, the moment of truth. I got to talk about this one because you can see this on screen. Like, Bleem was not developed under license for anyone. You're like, what the fuck is this? And I'll have an indication of what it's saying right there. In fact, I did take a picture of what that is. We are playing Gran Turismo 2, which is developed by Sony, or published by Sony, and developed by Polyphony Digital in 1999 for the PlayStation. You're looking at right here, Bleem for Gran Turismo 2. You're saying, wait, we can play this? You're going to say, this is a legal case, right? Maybe, maybe not, but the way this is, not really. On that screen over there, it said, quote, no, you're not in trouble. The screen is just to let you know that Bleem is not licensed by, affiliated with, approved of, or in particular liked by Sony Corporation, its affiliates, subsidiaries, friends, pets, distant cousins, or evil twins. Same goes for Sega, though they're generally nicer about it. So, this special format Bleem CD and the Bleem program are licensed solely for use with Gran Turismo 2 on Dreamcast, and don't blame us for anything that happens if you try using it with other games or hardware. Sony PlayStation, Gran Turismo, registered trademarks of Sony Corporation. Sega and Dreamcast, registered trademarks of Sega. Bleem is registered trademark of the Bleem logo. Whoever is and is a trademark of the Bleem Company. Other trademarks belong to whoever owns them. 2001, Bleem Incorporated copyright, patents pending. Okay, let's explain this. I don't know if you're familiar with Bleem is. This was an emulator that was made on the PlayStation going back in the 90s. They said, hey, let's get running for PC to be able to play every PlayStation game, to the point where it was two people who were involved in this, which were, I got their names down here somewhere. David Herpelsheimer and Randy Linden. Randy Linden, who, by the way, is at Sony now, ironically. They said, we want to make a PlayStation emulator for PC. You basically put any PlayStation game into your PC and play it. They designed this in assembly. If you know what assembly language is, the thought of programming in that is insane. They did that because they said, hey, it's going to be more one-to-one with an emulation. Sony, of course, flipped their shit. They said, no, don't you fucking dare do this. We're taking you to court. And then it came out. I don't know how that operated, but they released it for PC. It was seen as a problem in terms of how the operation of it was not in line with the PCs correctly, specifically if you ran Windows NT. As someone who grew up with Windows NT, I realized, yeah, that thing does not run games well. I mean, even Windows 98, which ran better on, still was off. So Sony was like, whatever, but they still kept in with legal battles with Bleem for the purpose of this. Then they said we're putting this on the Dreamcast, and they said, and Sony got even more mad. So more lawsuits happened. They were going to do the same thing with that on the Dreamcast. What came of that was actually not that. Eventually, with all the lawsuits that Sony put to them, they ran out of money. So Bleem didn't happen as far as the company eventually went out. But there were 3 boot discs they released, and you can buy these. They are technically legal to own this. They were officially released in stores. You can find them. One was for Gran Turismo 2. The other 2 were for Metal Gear Solid, which you played for the show, and Tekken 3, which, by the way, I'm going to make an announcement right now. This is for Elect for Syndicating specific, because he wanted to see Tekken 3 as far as the first one. I could get that boot disc and play it on this, but I'm not going to. We're going to actually play that on April 29th, because that's going to be the 25th anniversary of that game for the US. We're going to use the PlayStation for that, and the reason we're going to use that is because you're seeing there that save game thing. Hit the B button. This is why I didn't want the VMU in here. You have to format this. So yeah, the VMU has to be formatted specifically to run like PlayStation. It's running the 16-block method. So you have to reformat it again if you want to use it for Dreamcast. Like, I'm not wasting the whole VMU on this thing. And remember, Gran Turismo 2, going to the back of the box that I have, it's a 4 to 15 block save running on this. And Metal Gear Solid is like 1, and I think it has an option for saving up to 15 blocks. Like, I don't know what that is. Actually, no, we played that game for the show. But, yeah, that's the thing. You have to format it for the purpose of it. So I said, take out the VMU. There's also a bug alert, which goes to the glitch that Gran Turismo 2 had, where the early copies, you couldn't get 100% completion. And then I think Sony replaced them. I have the greatest hits version, which I believe fixed that. I think if they didn't, I will say down here, no, they didn't fix that. And they say, like, hey, your copy might have this. So if you do the save that way, you might not be able to get 100% completion. And that was because Sony rushed that to release, or Polyphony Digital rushed that to release at the end of the year. Although, compared to what they have going on with Gran Turismo 7 from this year, yeah, that's nothing, apparently. Also, your controller map, they will remap stuff with the PlayStation controller, but you don't have all the buttons, so you do lose stuff out. But all right, so you do have to put this boot disc in. And then from that, I'm going to mute the game audio because there is licensed content in this game. And I have to turn down the music completely when I do this. There are 2 discs to Gran Turismo 2, if you recall, which came out in 1999 for PlayStation. And technically, this is the best-selling game we're playing tonight, selling 9.37 million copies. So yeah, the best-selling game we're playing tonight is a PlayStation game running on the Dreamcast. And yeah, this Bleem disc, which is like a $20, $30 thing, will run Gran Turismo 2 with this, which is a game that's about $15, $20. Let's put in the first disc for arcade mode. Yeah, I told you we weren't going to want to miss this one because, wow, you're saying, like, we're playing Gran Turismo 2 on the Dreamcast. How is that working? What's it actually doing? In fact, since we have the... Yeah, okay, I have to start on this. I do have the audio muted, because if I don't, we're going to hear my favorite game from the Cardigans. So you're familiar with Carnival from Austin Powers, that band who did that song when Austin Powers is tossing the dumbwaiter out for the room service at the end of the movie. Yeah, that's there. And I got to mute the TV. Shit, I forgot about that. Okay, good. Thank God. I remember to do that. Like, if it's licensed content, it'll mute it both ways. Okay. I got to go into this because, yeah, actually, there's a lot of licensed content in this. There's that. There's also My Hero by the Foo Fighters. There's Hey Man Nice Shot by Filter. There's Dragula by Rob Zombie because that was in every game at the time. There's a song by The Crystal Method on this soundtrack. And actually, one of my favorite songs in this is, I think, A Paranoid by Garbage, which is very happy to see that. As far as on the soundtrack, let's talk this Bleem deal. You're probably wondering, wait a second, why is this working? Can this work in any Dreamcast? Not quite. Here's the thing. As it says on the front, this is not on a license from, affiliated with, or otherwise kissing up to Sony or Sega. The CD will only work on MIL-compatible Dreamcasts, which are those built before October of 2000. Now, I'm going to picture of the bottom of my Dreamcast when I do the edit on this in a couple of days. If you look on that, it tells you the manufacture date. It was before October 2000. The Dreamcast has an exploit in it because it had support for Music Interactive Live CDs. That's what MIL-CD stands for. They basically were kind of an extension on not GD-ROMs. That's the Dreamcast's disc format. It kind of was a twist on the CD plus G, the CD plus graphics, which the Sega Saturn and Sega CD ran allowed you to use. There were not many things released that way, and they were always that way in Japan. I think there was a soundtrack for D2, which is on the Dreamcast. I do not have that. That has a usage for it. But that also meant that you could exploit the system specifically. So, we'll talk about one reason why the Dreamcast failed, along with the lack of DVD, the mistakes of Sega catching up with them, and the PS2 being around specific. It was also the fact the Dreamcast is really easy to pirate for. And I didn't even know people who said that to me when I told them I was doing this, saying like, oh, I pirated all the time on that system, because it was insanely easy. Yeah, this is kind of taking advantage of that in the sense of this disc will run on those systems that will be able to exploit that. And basically allow it to boot, as I mentioned, Gran Turismo 2 if you have this disc, Metal Gear Solid if you have the disc for that, or Tekken 3 if you have the disc for that as well. And you need the game, and you need the Bleem disc that goes along with it specific. And I think I got to read the back of this to you, also as we're going through this. Alright, turbocharged GT2 with Dreamcast, or Bleem for Dreamcast, as it's kind of getting to the end of this, by the way. So I might let this run a little more. I'll have a picture to go to everything I'm saying here. PlayStation gamers know Gran Turismo 2 is the most realistic true-to-life racing game ever made, which is why they voted Game of the Century. I don't know who said that, but it was very well received. That is true. Now, Dreamcast owners will play GT2 too. Get Bleem in GT2 and see what PlayStation owners are green with envy. Smooth 640 by 40 3D graphics from original PlayStation 1 games that even the PS2 can't do. And they're not wrong, actually, because I did put this in the PS2. I did do the smoothing on this one game specific, just to take a look at it and compare it between when you do smoothing and no smoothing. It does look better on this. It is smoother, but it is a little muddier because of that. Clean filter textures in that you can actually read every sign you pass 180 miles per hour. As you see in the intro, as there it goes. There's Gran Turismo 2 run on Dreamcast. We're making it happen. I told you we're going to be able to do this. Full screen anti-aliasing smooths out the jaggies for added realism, which is an interesting case because the Dreamcast did have anti-aliasing built into it by default. The PlayStation 2 did not. So you had certain aspects of the software that would handle that. And I believe the smoothing of the PS2, and I think the PS3 as well, does not offer that when you turn it on for certain games. But it usually does make it look a little better. In some cases, but also glitches stuff out like we saw with Metal Gear Solid when I played that. Okay, so I said that you get all for less than the cost of a new Dreamcast game. This did retail like $20-$30. Though you do have to buy Gran Turismo 2 on top of that. So it basically would be the same cost about it. And they show a picture of the actual unedited graphic taken directly from PlayStation Dreamcast video RAM. And to keep our lawyers happy, what you'll end up seeing will depend on your TV, whether you're using RCA, SVHS, which I guess that's S-Video, that's what we're running for this, RF or VG output, or whether you need glasses. All regions supported, works on any version of Gran Turismo 2 on any Dreamcast. Works standard Dreamcast controllers and racing wheels. Save and load games is the regular Dreamcast VMUs that requires a dedicated one. PAL extended, so if you're running the PAL version, you get no borders that way. Compatible with the VGA box, and indicate the VGA box lets you basically run HDMI on Dreamcast. I know I have one of those things, though. Support for Jump Pack, which you have in there. Compatible with Bleem Pod for use with PlayStation controllers and memory cards. I don't think that got released. I guess it was a connector that lets you use PS1 controllers, or PS2 controller, I guess, in your Dreamcast, and same with the memory card. I don't think that got released that way. At least I don't think it did. If it did, I'll put down here saying it did. As I mentioned, it only works on the MAL-compatible consoles, so make sure you look at the bottom of your Dreamcast before you pick this up, otherwise it won't do anything. And also, I got to read off the disclaimers at the bottom, and then we will take a brief look at this game, and then we'll shut off our great showcase for 2022. Okay. Bleem is not licensed by, affiliated with, approved of, or even particularly liked by Sony, which you said before, or its affiliates, subsidiaries, friends, pets, distant cousins, or evil twins. I swear to God, I am not making a damn word of this up, and I'll have the picture, as I mentioned, right here. I'm basically going to have it right on screen the whole way. Licensed solely for usage with Gran Turismo 2 and the Dreamcast. Don't blame us if anything happens if you try using something else. Okay, so it basically said all that stuff that Sora said on the intro, but Bleem is a registered trademark of the Bleem, and the Bleem logo is a trademark of Bleem Incorporated. Here we go. All their trademarks, copyrights, and whatever else belong to whoever owns them. Duh. Copyright 2001 Bleem Incorporated. Patents pending. All your base belong to us. Yeah. The shots being fired on the back of this thing are pretty incredible. But yeah, that is your way you're going to be able to get Gran Turismo 2 running on the Dreamcast. And from what I did as far as the tech stuff, and I think I can turn the audio back up. Assuming it doesn't go into that mode. Alright, I can. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to the options. I'm also going to... I can put this up to 55. Because I'm going to... The way I'm going to end this is going to be specific. I can unmute my television now. Yeah, because you want to change the controls specific. You do have... Our music's got to go down. Otherwise, we're going to hear I Think I'm Paranoid. I'd love to play it, but I can't because, you know, that's the idea. In fact, just for the purpose of this and just because we'll fill this out, and it'll be in the link list as well. Here's the playlist of the soundtrack for Gran Turismo 2 right here in the Twitch window. But as I said, it'll also be below if you're like, hey, I'm not watching on Twitch, I'm watching YouTube. That's fine. It'll be there too. So, there you go. And as I said, it'll also be retained this way for Twitch for the next week whilst the show is going to be there. Okay, you do have your settings that way. One thing I want to change specific is I want to change controls. Well, fine, I want to turn off that. Race laps. Let's do one lap just to keep it short. Because we can come back to this game, as I mentioned, or anything Gran Turismo, really. You want to do. Key configuration. Want to change the buttons. Trust me, I want to change the buttons. So I'm going to go acceleration. That's going on right trigger, but just that's R1 for PlayStation. Brake is left trigger. That's L1. First, I'm hitting on X, so that's square. Emergency brake is circle. That's the B button. Shift up. I don't have enough buttons for that, but thankfully Gran Turismo 2 does the option of letting you assign the D-pad. So hold the start button, hit up on D-pad, down on D-pad for down. Rear view is on Y, so it's triangle, and change views is on X or the A button, specific for that. So that's that. Analog settings, which I think this is for the racing wheels, because I put it into the PS2 earlier with the DualShock 2. I thought, oh, wait a minute, this is because there's not a second analog stick on the Dreamcast pad. But it's not. I think it's for that, because I couldn't get it going with the DualShock 2 either. So that's for analog settings they give you, and there's the global options. Let's get going. And by the way, cancel is Y button. So it's like, yeah, we've always said, yo, how is that working when you're doing the cancel and confirm things with the separate buttons? Yeah, Gran Turismo is a weird one as far as that. I will definitely say that. Alright, so let's take a look at arcade mode. I'll take a look also at the simulation mode. And there's rally as well. Let's go normal. And you know what, let's do easy, because I'm not good at this. I have to remember hitting A and B are the confirm, not B is cancel. So, alright, A. You drive a bunch of cars, licensed cars. You have the Chevy Corvette. You have the Ford Mustang, Lotus Elise, Mazda RX-7, Mitsubishi Lancer, Nissan Skyline, Subaru Legacy. You know, let's go Corvette. Let's change color. Let's go to a nice yellow. Automatic, racing settings. There we go. You got the T Road, the Midfield Raceway, the High Speed Ring. Yeah, I only have these three. Let's do the Tahiti Road. Yeah, this is it. We were doing Gran Turismo 2 on the Dreamcast. As far as how it runs on the system compared to it on PlayStation 2, I did do a side-by-side compare with the test footage I took for this against it running on the PS2 with the normal loading set. And it loads the same as far as speed, There's less jaggies on the Dreamcast version there, right about that. I gotta put the view up. What's the view on? View is on A button. It is smoother, but there's also more graphical glitches. Some of the textures kind of warp out, and one of those things I'm gonna show when we do the we do the sim mode briefly, or look at one of the license tests. Because yeah, you can't play Gran Turismo without license tests. You also pop up, but that's also in the original game. So it's like, all right, fine. It's still sort of in that as well. Yeah, this is the ultimate driving simulator. We're playing Gran Turismo 2 on Dreamcast. So there you go. We're playing a PlayStation game this way. Shit. All right, that's my fault. And reverse is on X. Yeah, and I do have damage modeling sort of on a little bit. Or it's more car damage. They don't have damage modeling, and they didn't have damage modeling on the cars themselves until Gran Turismo 5 on the PlayStation 3. Also, I'm doing bad because my tires are going off, so Yeah, I'm not super good at Gran Turismo, I'm not going to lie here for this. So they test drive them on. See, I was also mentioning Gran Turismo a couple times tonight, also because my tire's off. I can barely steer around the damn corner. So actually, you know what? Oh no, it's going to be an exit. No, I'm not going to do that. Fine, we're going to fight through the pain. Yes, there's Gran Turismo 2 on the sideline. So yeah, you are getting this going. Yeah, it's surreal. That's for sure. But it is a great game, for sure. It's just hard. And that goes to the other thing. Is, damn, I can barely steer this thing. Yeah, thank God I switched the car around. Okay, so yeah, that really hurt. All right, yeah. Have you driven a Ford lately? Yeah, I probably should have driven one instead of running the damn Chevy Corvette. I mean, this is a cool car. It accelerates like crazy, but I'm hitting left on the analog stick and use D-pad control like the original Gran Turismo 2 game, if you so desire. It just pulling to the right, I could barely turn. All right, Or yeah, drive a Toyota instead. Like, what is it? Fine, I crashed my car, and the wheel is hurting. All right, that's the pit area. Was that the pit area? Thank God it is one lap then, because otherwise, yeah, we're not going to have that happening. All right, that's finished because, yeah, I hit my tire bad. All right, there you go. So, yeah, there's my official timer. Yeah, I got last because of that. All right, fine. I did sort of see the replay. We sort of showed it at the beginning. So it is pretty comparable to how this runs, really, on the PlayStation. It does look a little better. I guess I'll go into one other thing as far as Polyphony Digital made this. I mentioned Motor Trudon Grand Prix. They did make that as well as Omega Boost and Tourist Trophy, which is on PlayStation 2, which is like Gran Turismo with a bike, basically. Mostly they do Gran Turismo. And the most recent one was 7, which was buggy when it came out. So basically, it was the PlayStation 5's Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And yeah, I'm sorry to keep hitting that, but I'm a little mad that that game sold 10 million units in less than a week, and it's basically broken. Or, I guess I'll put it this way. It's the Cyberpunk 2077 of this year, and it's this franchise with Sonic 06 is in terms of how busted it is. And if you were mad about that, sorry, don't blame me. Blame Nintendo and Game Freak and Creatures, or Pokemon Company released it that way, which they damn well shouldn't. Or as I mentioned, it's the nadir of Nintendo releasing unfinished games on Switch. They've admitted, oh, they're unfinished. Like with Kirby Star Allies and Animal Crossing and the Mario Sports games. Yeah, and there we go, going on that way. Yeah, Nintendo, you're going the wrong way. It's like, fine, I'm not taking that pot shot for no reason. I'm just saying, like, fine, let's go into that just to indicate it. But, hey, if you're liking the game, I hope you are liking it, and hopefully you can deal with the element of bugs. But, yeah. Nintendo, you need to fix this, and you should never have released this game to begin with that way. And you do own blame of that, I'm sorry. I guess just as much as Sony owned blame for this game not working, or Gran Turismo 7 not working, and being online tied. So, I mean, hey, at least Pokemon was not online tied at that. So it was like, hey, it was playable, sort of, kind of. But, yeah, there's that. Or even Gran Turismo 2, which is funny because Polyphony Digital said themselves, they said, because of that 100% glitch that this game has, they said, we're not going to rush a game again. Apparently, they did not remember that. But, all right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to do one last thing. Or two last things. I'm going to turn off the console briefly. I'm going to switch discs. If I have to put that boot disc back in. And you do have to do this from a initial boot up, otherwise, like, yeah, it doesn't know what to do with it. Alrighty. So last thing we're going to do is we're going to take our last look at Gran Turismo 2. We're going to do one of the license tests for the sim. Oh, shit. Oh, wait, no, that's right. I was like, wait, did I put the wrong disc in? No, I have to put the boot disc in to load this, and then I put the sim disc. Because Gran Turismo 2, by the way, it is a 2-disc game, by the way, if you're not aware. So it is sort of our show, Gran Turismo 2, for this, but if we come back and play this, we're playing on the PlayStation. Or the PlayStation 2, as it is. So, alright. Next up. Sim mode disc, and it does skip the intro, so I do not have to mute it. Thank God. Alright, so let's just start. I'm going to show one of those license tests, and the last thing I do for the purpose of this is... Where is it? Yeah, I've already gone over my love of Soul and Desert. So, you know what? I'll pull out another game to run this. Yeah, fine. I'm not even changing the controls. The controls are A for accelerate or X for accelerate. We're just doing it that way. Yeah, here's the simulation, by the way. You have your RPGs. It's a car RPG, as people say. We have to do machine tests and other things as far as races, wheel shop, clean your car, go to certain places. So yeah, you'll be playing this game for quite a bit of time. Also, I gotta find where the licenses are, right here. Because, hey, you can't just start racing as much as you want. You gotta actually learn how to drive. And this might be harder than learning to actually drive in real life, based on these license tests are. Because honestly, if you've ever gotten your license in real life as far as this, they don't usually ask you to do some of this stuff. Including this challenge right here. I'll show this. Drive this Toyota car that I don't even remember if it exists while I'm changing the view. Which is on right trigger the way it's on default. Alright, so yeah, basically hold this down. The GG on accelerate and brake. Basically, hold the accelerate. Oh shit, wait, oh fucking hell, I forgot about this. I gotta turn this down. I might get a content strike. I forgot about that. I forgot to turn the music off. Damn. Alright, there'll be a test of that, so like, okay. Oh, no, I have to mute it too, shit. Alright, so there we go. Alright, fine, yeah, because I don't want to go back in the menu, I'm sorry. And this part is not on the YouTube site or I get a content strike, that's why. And I had it pretty loud, so yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. I hope I didn't fuck that up, but whatever. As you get here, you can start braking. Oh, and I did it. On my test plays, I could not fucking do this. It's smeary as hell, though. Jesus, look at that. But I got a bronze. Okay. So I did my brake right, and by doing my brake right, hit button. Let me go. I think it lets me just take that. Not that I'm saving. Alright, the new record. Final put record is not going to matter because I don't have a save card in this, or a memory card. Or a VMU, because that's what it is. Visual Memory Unit for Dreamcast. Okay, so I got my stuff. You have to go through that and get a license, otherwise you can't race. So yeah, that is your element of Gran Turismo 2. Okay. So. Oh. Alright, I opened the tray. That's fine. Daytona, we can do this. I don't need a save file to pull music up to close the program out. Because I think I want some music. I want something nice. Something actually that people listen to. Let's go down to up to 55. Hopefully that was not a license thing. It's like, if I have to edit around that, I'll edit around that. That's fine. That was me forgetting, like, oh, I gotta turn that down. Like, oh, shit. But, yeah, hopefully it didn't last long. Because it is random in terms of music. It's not like Gran Turismo 3, where they basically say that, oh, by the way, you have music only during a race. During the license test, they don't give you music. But to the deal. Yeah, it'll make the edit fun for another reason. That's fine. I don't have the other VMU in, which is fine. I just want to get music running. Because this is going to be the end of the show. Because I've had a great time doing this. And I want to thank everybody for joining the show and for watching. And I'll tell you how we're going to end. With, again, the great music of Daytona USA. Let's go into game config. Let's see. Alright, yeah, I'll play the music for Circuit Pixie just to start. We didn't hear this. I said we'll come back to this as far as it, but it also has this terrific music, and I don't know, it fits well for the holiday, honestly, as far as this. Alrighty. Yeah, Circuit Pixie, by the way, is one of the unique courses in this game. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to anything you want to see that we have covered tonight. For the Dreamcast Racing Showcase, I had such a great time doing this. This is always one of my favorite shows to do all year, or every time it comes up in the year, which is just saying that, hey, we're going to have a bunch of games. I went through a stack of 20. You might see something you like in here, and there's some good stuff in there. Nothing really awful either, so I was like, okay. There goes with the fact that the Dreamcast, there's a lot of really good stuff on it. Even the stuff that's kind of was usually just bad. I mean, not massively bad. There's stuff that is. I mentioned Spirit Speed 1937, but not always. And it gives the perspective of why I love the Dreamcast so much, and why it is always going to be a wonderful console. And why, if you're a retro gamer, you want to own one of these things. I guess it fits to that because when we played Space Shuttle 5 earlier this year, the idea that the Crusader 64 and I were talking about why do you want to own one of these things. There's a lot of reasons. I showed you 20 reasons for racing, including one of, hacking the system technically, sort of, kind of, by buying a unit that takes advantage of a security exploit in the consoles. You can play a PlayStation 1 game on it. Yeah, there you go. That was amazing. Alrighty. I had such a great time doing this show and getting to 6 hours, a nice 6 hours, for our annual Thanksgiving Showcase program with Dreamcast Racing Games. Thank you so much to Dolly Finn for making this suggestion for the show. Thank you everybody in chat, everybody watching in the YouTube site or on Twitch for this. I am so happy to have done this, and I had a great time, and I can't wait till we do next year's show, which, what's the subject's going to be? I'll leave it up to you, I think. I know that Leckverse has indicated to me that wants to see some delisted games, but I don't think I want to wait that long, because I was going to do a delisted stuff for 360, but I don't want to wait until next year to do that. I think I want to squeeze that in some other way. So, yeah, any ideas you have for a showcase show for next Thanksgiving week? Every Thanksgiving weekend, we always do this. That's how we operate on this program. Yeah, it'll be all set to that, and we'll have it all here for whatever genre you want, or any collection of something you want to see. Because remember, we have 3 annual shows we do. We have the Thanksgiving Showcase, which is a group of 20 games in a round-robin setup like we had. We have the Compilation Program show, which is on Memorial Day weekend. And we're the weekend before this Thanksgiving show, which is a Disney game. But, yeah, there you go. So, yeah, anything you want to see for any 3 of those, but also, in this case, for the Thanksgiving Showcase, let me know in the comments or anywhere else, and we can make those happen. Looking forward to that, and I had such a great time living through all these memories of Dreamcast and giving you all everything I had for this. Going over the stuff with the great music we're hearing here. Alright, so with that, since we are a pretty late show tonight, I had a blast doing it. I would not change anything for it. Let's go over the schedule for the next couple of weeks very briefly. Next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Saturday, the Crusader 64 is coming back. We're going to be playing Shadow Hearts for Part 3. We're going to get up to what he calls intermission. I was going to say endgame. Like, no, it's not endgame. It's intermission. We're just halfway through the game, and we'll continue the rest of that game next year as far as how this goes. We're coming up to the end of 2022. I can't believe we're almost there. But yeah, in that case, he will be playing that game for us again. He'll be here 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Saturday for the purpose of that, running about 5 or so hours, or however long it's going to take for him to get to intermission. He said that, yeah, we're going to do that way. I'm like, okay, sure, no problem. And with that, that's how that's going to be. The week after that is Nocturne. She's going to be back for Mega Man X4. She played the Japanese version. I'm going to play the English version. She'll play that one as Zero. Mine, I will be playing as X. And that both in the same show, so we'll have that element going on with it. The week after that is going to be the last Saturday show of the year. We'll be playing Final Fight 3 for the Super Nintendo using the Wii U Virtual Console, and I will show up at the beginning of the program everything we have downloadable running on Wii U for this program. And definitely some interesting stuff for that before the big shop closure of the Wii U and 3DS in a few months. I was like, I gotta start this again because, like, hey, the music is stopping as far as what's on screen. Because, yeah, the great music is here, but I have to get another piece of music. It does not repeat. In fact, it goes to one last memory I'll give. I love the music of this game so much. My brother had a recording device that they used to basically switch... get recordings going on of certain things. I actually plugged my composite stuff in Dreamcast. I navigated the menus of this game and Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 on sound alone and made it so I basically ripped my own music from the games. Because like I couldn't do that way. I was like, yeah, this is how I did that. That's how much I loved it. And that's why I remember, oh, this song's end. So let me get another one. That's Mermaid Lake. Actually, we heard that. And, let's see, that's... Yeah, let's do the remix of Blue Sky. We didn't hear it as far as the race, so we'll hear it here. Yeah, sorry to get off that track. It's like, we need our Daytona music. I have to have that going. But alright, so as I said, as far as the schedule is concerned, next week is Shadow Hearts. Week after that is Mega Man X4. Week after that is Final Fight 3 for Super Nintendo. The rest of the shows this year are going to be on Fridays. December 23rd is going to be Tetris Plus for the Sega Saturn. And then the week after that is going to be Parappa the Rapper for the PlayStation, is the last game we're playing for 2022. And then we get 2023 started right with the restart of Mystical Ninja starring Goemon for Nintendo 64. I'm starting the game over. I'm keeping part 1 up on the YouTube site that's already there. But it'll basically be a new and improved part 1 with better audio tech and really showing an evolution of where the show has gone in about 2 years now. So we're actually entering the end of the second year of the program, and I am absolutely appreciative of everything it's become. Everything all of you in chat and everybody on watching the YouTube site or anywhere has made it. And a terrific time with the purpose of that. Like I said, that we're going to have that, and we're going to start that off as the first weekend. That's going to be January 7th. Then the week after that is going to be part 4 of Shadow Hearts with Crusader 64. And then the week after that's going to be another Friday show. It's going to be Guitaru Man for the PlayStation 2. Ed Wack is going to be playing that. Nikki's going to join me as well. And we're going to have a great time playing that one for our Friday program. And at the end of the month, I guess next month is going to be, or fine, 2 months technically now for that. It's going to be the month of stars, because aside from the first part, first show of the year, there's going to be guests, because the last weekend of that month for January is going to be Emetics. He's going to be on for Parasite Eve. We're going to finish that game, damn it. I just need to get myself set so we don't die again in the Chrysler building, because that was my fault. I'm sorry again, Emetics, for that, but yeah, I'll make sure that doesn't happen. Yeah, we'll definitely make that happen, and everything will be good with that. And then we get into February, where I have not really thought the schedule yet, but might have a couple updates for that in the next couple weeks. I will give you an indication of that at least. But with that, thank you so much for watching Super Old Game Saturday. I had such a wonderful time with this Dreamcast Racing Showcase. Thank you again to Dolly Finn for making the request, and any other requests you have for anything for games or showcase, feel free to let us know. We will get to them, and keep them coming. I'm looking forward to this as we keep going over time. And I love every show that we do every week on Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, it's late. I need to go to bed, I guess, certainly, for sure. But with that, have a wonderful rest of your night, a wonderful rest of your extended weekend, and a great week coming forward. I'll see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with the Crochet Nerd for Part 3 of Shadow Hearts. You're not going to want to miss it. Till then, keep being awesome. Thank you so much for everything. Have a wonderful night. Go on and fly sky high, my friends. And take care. Actually, before I take care, I'm going to let this go. Actually, you know what? Enjoy the sexy sex, so I'll see you next week, everybody.